Chapter 333. Ah! Bai Siling was taken aback. She didn't expect Su Gan to mention her name. But soon, a smile crept onto her face. A beautiful lady's smile carried a charm that no ordinary person possessed. "Don't worry, I won't spoil your plans." "That's good." Su Gan nodded and fell silent. Dreams were one thing, but reality was another. Even though they had dispatched quite a few cavalrymen to observe Wang Chong while he was carrying out his mission, both Su Gan and Huang Yongtu still fell for their traps time and time again. No matter how many times they observed it, it seemed as if they would never learn it. The traps of these bandits were endless, and there would always be some unexpected one that would pop out. Yet, it seemed as if Wang Chong would never encounter such a trap. That feeling left the duo frenzied. How could a prestigious clan possibly impart such a third-rate secret art to them? As scions of prestigious clans, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu had never come into contact with such a thing before. Only the scions of commoners and hunters would have such a deep understanding of such traps. The familiarity that Wang Chong displayed made them even more certain that Wang Chong was a commoner, and their dislike for him deepened. However, that wasn't the crux of the matter. More importantly, despite conquering 6 bandit camps, they didn't find anything at all. Their greatest harvest was 80 taels of white. This was even more infuriating than having nothing at all. Furthermore, what left the duo even more embarrassed was that Wang Chong had conquered 2 more strongholds during this period of time, obtaining a total of more than 300,000 gold taels. How could the duo face such humiliation? Even Su Gan, who was calm at the start, fell silent before Wang Chong. Every time the operation ended and the group gathered together, the two of them would feel Wang Chong's mocking gaze on them. Even though Wang Chong didn't even spare them a glance. "It's not that I'm lecturing you, but if you still look down on him and despise him, thinking that he is some commoner in the Kunwa training camp, there will be a lot more such embarrassing and intolerable scenes in the future." A cold and haughty female voice suddenly rang in their ears. They didn't need to turn around to know that it must be Bai Siling from the Bai family. Now, only she could speak in such an arrogant voice beside the two of them. "Bai Siling, if you like that kid so much, why don't you go and hang out with him? Why are you still following us?" Huang Yongtu mocked coldly. This woman's words were too harsh. He didn't like it. If it weren't for the fact that the Bai family was powerful in the capital, and that this woman wasn't a good person, he would have been impolite to her long ago. "Humph, Huang Yongtu, you really don't know how to behave. I kindly reminded you, but you treated it as malicious intent. No wonder you can't win against your second brother and are suppressed by him in the family." Bai Siling gently stroked the hair beside her ear and retorted rudely. "You." Huang Yongtu's eyes narrowed in rage. This woman was too insensible. The competition for the throne was extremely intense, and that matter had always been a taboo for him. Yet, she actually dared to expose it in front of everyone. Enough. Just as Huang Yongtu was about to explode, Su Gan, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, suddenly called out. "Huang Yongtu, you can't be thinking of lowering yourself to the level of a woman, right?" Huang Yongtu's face froze. He could ignore Bai Siling, but he couldn't ignore Su Gan's words. "Bai Siling, it can't be that you came here just to humiliate us? Speak, what are you trying to say?" Seated on the floor, Su Gan said impassively. Su Gan, at least you're smart. I didn't intend to say it, but in view of your words, I'll give you a reminder for free. After fighting with him for so many days, haven't you noticed what kind of steed he is riding?" Bai Siling glanced in Wang Chong's direction and said coldly, "Steed?" Hearing those words, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu immediately turned their gazes in Wang Chong's direction. Under the gentle moonlight, Wang Chong's steed was grazing on the grass near a lush locust tree. Under the bright moonlight, the steed's coat was exceptionally glossy, giving it the air of a majestic steed. Good steed. This was the first time Su Gan was looking at Wang Chong's steed. This was also the first time he realized that Wang Chang's steed was exceptionally good-looking. But that was all. Su Gan couldn't tell what Bai Siling was trying to show him. Bai Siling, what do you mean by that? If you have anything to say, just spit it out. What's the point of hiding things? While Su Gan was only thinking about it, Huang Yongtu's words were far from polite. They sure are blind. I've already explained it to you, but they still don't understand what's going on. Serves them right to be toyed with. Take a closer look at the surroundings of the steed's hooves. Is there anything different about them? Bai Siling said coldly. Upon hearing Bai Siling's words, the duo's gazes immediately shifted downward. With a single glance, they finally understood what Bai Siling was trying to get them to pay attention to. Under the moonlight, the four hooves of the steed were as white as snow, untainted by even the slightest speck of dust. At a glance, it looked as if it was floating in midair, creating a mystical sight. This is, a thought suddenly struck Su Gan's mind, and shock surfaced in his eyes for the first time. On the other hand, Huang Yongtu's complexion was the same as well. It seems like those two fellows aren't too stupid after all. Taking in the expressions of the duo, Bai Siling heaved a long sigh of relief. As scions of prestigious clans, their eyes weren't too shabby. The White Hoof Shadow is a majestic steed of the royal palace, a prized imperial steed of the royal family. It's difficult for even officials to be rewarded with it. That fellow has been riding it for several days now, and yet you two fools still thought that he was an ordinary scion. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughing-stock? Bai Siling didn't let go of this opportunity to ridicule the duo. Wang Chong couldn't have imagined that the reason why Bai Siling viewed him in such a favorable light wasn't due to her intuition. Rather, it was because she had recognized the white-hoofed shadow beneath Wang Chong on the first day. This woman was far more intelligent than Wang Chong had imagined, and her thoughts were also much more meticulous. In truth, Bai Siling could have warned them long ago, but there was no way Bai Siling would admit to it. How is that possible? The white-hoofed shadow is an imperial steed of the royal palace, and even the influential officials of the royal court find it hard to obtain one. How could they possibly reward it to a brat of dubious origins? Bai Siling, don't spout nonsense. It's just a horse with white hooves. What nonsense are you spouting? You've gone crazy thinking about men. The last sentence was spoken by Huang Yongtu. Idiot! Huang Yongtu's last sentence caused Bai Siling's brows to furrow, and her heart to burn with rage. She had warned them out of goodwill, but they had completely taken her for granted. Bai Siling was about to explode, but she quickly calmed down. Huang Yongtu, don't bite the hand that feeds you. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. This is all I can do to help you. Believe it or not, I'm not the one who's going to lose face. With that, Bai Siling coldly snorted and tugged on the reins. She walked away, leaving a cold and elegant back view to the duo. This woman! Huang Yongtu was also furious. Bai Siling's personality was truly unlikable. However, Huang Yongtu couldn't do anything to her. The women of the Bai clan weren't easy to deal with. Bai Siling soon left. But after Bai Siling's departure, the duo calmed down. Even Huang Yongtu, who had mocked her a moment ago, fell silent. The duo wasn't fools. If Wang Chong succeeded once or twice, it could still be attributed to coincidence. But if he succeeded 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, or even 6 times, it was no longer a coincidence. Throughout their journey west, Wang Chong didn't fail once. On the other hand, the duo didn't succeed even once. With their backgrounds, this was completely abnormal. Not only so, thinking back, Wang Chong's colt was also abnormal. Even though it had yet to reach adulthood, its leg strength, speed, and the intelligence it displayed were not inferior to any divine steed. In fact, it might even be superior. It was impossible for an ordinary warhorse or foal to have such a performance. Brother Su, do you think that what Bai Siling said is true? Huang Yongtu hesitated for a long moment before breaking the silence. Seated on the ground, Su Gan didn't say a word. But most of the time, silence was an answer. The relationship between Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and Wang Chong didn't improve. But Bai Siling's words weren't completely ineffective. At the very least, when Su Gan and Huang Yongtu met Wang Chong, they were no longer as arrogant and superior as before. Instead, they were avoiding Wang Chong, and there was a hint of bewilderment in the depths of their eyes. At the same time, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu also let go of their pride. After failing for a few more days, the two of them finally learned to work together. They combined their forces and went up the mountain to encircle the bandit. Even though it would still alarm the bandits on the mountain, with the two of them working together, they had a high chance of success. At the very least, they weren't constantly failing like before. Looks like you've done well. Wang Chong retracted his gaze from the duo beneath the tree, turned around, and looked at the white-robed lady beside him with a smile. This lady had truly refreshed his understanding of the world. He had no idea what she said, but Su Gan and Huang Yongtu actually agreed to work together. That was truly astounding. No matter how well I've done, I can't compare to you, Bai Siling said calmly. Glancing at the huge chests carried by Wang Chong's subordinates, she estimated that there were at least 600,000 to 700,000 gold taels in there. This was almost more than the annual earnings of those influential aristocratic families in the capital. As expected, robbing was much more profitable than doing proper business. More importantly, there were 20 true martial realm experts provided by the royal court for free. The royal court had always been strict with the experts of the prestigious clans. Even for a prestigious clan, 20 true martial realm experts was a huge burden. Chapter 334. I say, first miss, what kind of magic did you cast on them? Can you tell me? Wang Chong suddenly teased. The woman at his side had skin of ice and bones of jade, a curvaceous figure, and an elegant and refined appearance. Coupled with her cold and intelligent demeanor, even Wang Chong had to admit that she was a very attractive beauty, a beauty as exquisite as a snowy mountain or a white lotus. Magic! A hint of surprise and confusion flashed across Bai Siling's eyes. Then, as if she had understood something, she smiled. If I tell you, will you let me join you and share your gold? Bai Siling raised a finger and pointed at the chests of gold in Wang Chong's hands, as she said with a smile. Sometimes, she really couldn't understand what this fellow was thinking. Several 100,000 gold taels was not a small sum. According to the rules, he could have swallowed it all. But he was actually willing to share it with the cavalry under his command. If this person wasn't a fool, then he had extremely high standards and was indifferent to money. But regardless of which it was, it made Bai Siling even more interested in this youth, who was even younger than her. A young miss of the Bai clan would be interested in a mere several 100,000 gold taels? Wang Chong looked at Bai Siling with a faint smile. You knew my identity long ago. Bai Siling's smile was crafty, as if she had known. You've already told me your name, so there are probably very few people who don't know. Wang Chong didn't deny it. There's more than one Bai clan in the capital, right? There's probably only one Bai clan that can enter the Longwei training camp, right? As expected of someone who can ride the white-hoofed shadow bestowed by the royal family. Nothing can be hidden from you. The last sentence caused the entire conversation to come to an abrupt end. Bai Siling had used the most unexpected method, catching Wang Chong off guard, to defeat Wang Chong. The name White-Hoofed Shadow was enough to explain many problems. Although he did not expect his identity to be able to be hidden forever. However, the intelligence of the woman beside him was much greater than he had imagined. As expected of the Bai family in the capital, they are indeed related by blood. Wang Chong thought of the Bai family's reputation in the outside world, and his heart was filled with emotion. That family had always been known for their shrewdness. In the past, Wang Chong did not have much of a concept, but now Wang Chong had a real taste of it. Why aren't you talking? Bai Siling was all smiles. Looking at the young man's stiff face, she suddenly felt a little proud. This guy always seemed to have everything under his control and had a well-thought-out plan in his chest. It was not easy to scheme against him. At this point, are you still not going to tell me who you are? Bai Siling smiled. I don't know what you're talking about. Wang Chong suddenly regained his composure and said in a serious tone. He had reverted to his original appearance. As he spoke, he patted the back of his horse and immediately urged it to turn around, heading to the other side. Hey! You can't do this. Bai Siling panicked. You know what I'm talking about. I don't. With his back to Bai Siling, Wang Chong's lips curled into a smile. This woman was too smart. It was not good for a woman to be too smart. But no matter how smart a woman was, in the end, she could not win against a man. Damn it! Bai Siling gnashed her teeth. Looking at Wang Chong's back, she was so angry that she was about to go crazy. It was the same thing every time, pretending to be confused even though he knew what she was thinking. But there was nothing she could do about it. If Wang Chong did not admit it, nothing she said would be of any use. However, if you want to share the gold with us, I'll take it as a yes. Just as Bai Siling was on the verge of going berserk, a voice drifted over from afar. Hearing those words, Bai Siling's anger immediately turned into joy, and a gleeful smile crept onto her lips. In the end, no matter how smart a woman was, she was still a woman. Brat, at least you know your place. Bai Siling urged her steed forward, and quickly followed behind Wang Chong. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu had truly colluded with one another. When the two of them were exterminating the bandits, they had been working together. With the increase in their numbers, the success rate had also increased. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for them to complete the mission. On the other hand, Wang Chong had also gained a lackey. Using the words of Wang Chong's previous world, Bai Siling was only tagging along with him to gain experience. Without the help of others, it would be difficult for Bai Siling to complete the mission alone. But Wang Chong couldn't care less. In any case, he had already completed the first phase of the mission. Even if he was alone, he would still be exterminating bandits with an additional person. Furthermore, the 20 true martial realm veterans under Bai Siling would be of great help to him as well. On top of that, Bai Siling was born with a sharp mind, and she was simply too intelligent. Wang Chong couldn't trust a lady from the Bai clan to stay by Su Gan and Huang Yongtu's side. It would be better to leave a beautiful and intelligent demoness by his side. Xiao Xiao. The two arrows contained boundless power that could pierce through metal and split stone. They flashed across the sky like bolts of lightning, catching up to the two bandits who were fleeing in panic. Pu-pu sounds could be heard as the two bandits fell to the ground, pierced by the arrows. They tumbled down the cliff, and only after a long time did two muffled echoes resound through the air. I finally understand why Su Gan and Huang Yongtu lost to you. Before thinking about victory, first think about defeat. Before the battle had even begun, you had already calculated where they would escape to. Even if Su Gan and the others were to follow behind you, they wouldn't be able to see through your means. You simply have too many means hidden up your sleeves. It's not an injustice for them to lose. On the peak of the mountain, Bai Siling was standing on a jagged boulder. Looking down at the scene at the waist of the mountain, she shook her head, revealing her snow-white neck, and let out a long sigh. When the two bandits were escaping, Bai Siling had been worrying for nothing, thinking that they had failed this mission. Heavens! Who could have thought that two arrows would suddenly appear out of nowhere and claim their lives? Even now, Bai Siling was still unable to see where the two cavalrymen Wang Chong had arranged were hiding. Hee, I knew I wouldn't be able to fool you. Facing Bai Siling, Wang Chong placed his hands behind his back and chuckled lightly, as if he had expected it. Since he was with this lady from the Bai clan, Wang Chong didn't think that he would be able to fool her with his means. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and bandits have 3 means: hidden scouts, traps, and a means of retreat. of which a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As long as one observes the location of a bandit, one should be able to deduce their final means of retreat based on the terrain. All one has to do is to arrange a few master archers to wait there. It's Su Gan and Huang Yongtu who have underestimated them. Knowing that the Imperial Army will come to encircle them regularly, how can they possibly survive here without some means? Wang Chong replied calmly. His tone was relaxed, and his expression was confident. His words carried a powerful charisma that made others subconsciously trust him. Speaking to a smart lady like Bai Siling, Wang Chong was different from how he spoke to Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. Since he had accepted Bai Siling into his group, Wang Chong didn't think that he would be able to hide it from her. Your words sure are interesting. Means? Bai Siling turned around to look at Wang Chong's handsome face, and a hint of astonishment flashed across her eyes. Wang Chong's way of speaking and the words he used were different from ordinary people. Even though she had never heard anyone use such words before, Bai Siling could still roughly understand what he was trying to say. However, it's easier said than done. Knowing the terrain of the bandits doesn't necessarily mean that one will be able to deduce their retreat route like you do. Even if Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were to follow behind you and witness it with their own eyes, it would still be difficult for them to do so. In the end, it's all due to your own capability. Honestly speaking, even though you have been reluctant to reveal your identity, you are still a scion of a prestigious clan. I really can't understand how you, as a scion of a prestigious clan, know so much. I really can't understand how a scion of a prestigious clan like you could possibly know so much. The survival method of a bandit? This doesn't seem to be something that a scion of a prestigious clan would know, right? Bai Siling asked curiously. The more she interacted with this fellow, the more curious Bai Siling became. Many of the things that he spoke of were as simple as plain water, but in reality, they weren't easy to accomplish. In the end, it wasn't that Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were weak. In truth, their actions were extremely normal, befitting of their background. The one who was abnormal was this fellow. For a 15-year-old young man to know so many things, and his actions were extremely mature and composed, wasn't it strange? Hee, that's another story. Wang Chong chuckled heartily, but he didn't satisfy Bai Siling's curiosity at all. No matter what, he wouldn't tell anyone about his reincarnation. Move. Wang Chong waved his hands, and the reserve cavalrymen leaped over the fence and charged into battle. The reverberations of the true martial realm halo soon reverberated throughout the entire stronghold. The consequence of recruiting a smart lady like Bai Siling to his side was that Wang Chong rarely resorted to tactics in battle, going straight for the kill. In front of a woman like Bai Siling, it was best to hold back a little and hold back a little. Furthermore, the 40 true martial realm cavalrymen from the 2 of them were more than enough to deal with most of their opponent. In the end, bandits were still bandits. There was no way they could stand against these veterans. Be careful! Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, an anxious bellow suddenly sounded. Chi! A cold glint flashed across the night sky, and a sharp crescent saber flashed across the night sky in a massive arc, heading straight for Wang Chong and Bai Siling. That person had been hiding in the darkness for quite some time. It was only when he determined that Wang Chong and Bai Siling were the leaders of the cavalrymen that he slowly crept forward, bypassing the cavalrymen one after another, and swiftly made his move on the duo. This strike was released after accumulating power, and it was extremely swift and fierce. As the saber flashed, even the air was sliced into 2, leaving behind 2 massive slashes. The sharpness of the saber was such that even metal would be sliced apart, needless to say, flesh and blood. Chapter 335. "Milord, be careful! Milord, be careful! Stop him!" The crowd was in chaos. The sudden appearance of the majestic saber light had thrown the 2 teams of 40 people into chaos. Wang Chong and Bai Siling were the leaders of this operation. If Wang Chong and Bai Siling were to die during the mission, all of them would be punished by the Ministry of Military Personnel, and their deaths would be recorded in their files forever. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. In a regular battle, the enemy's generals and marshals were always the priority targets. It was also because of this reason that all the soldiers would fight to the death to protect their generals. If their generals were killed because they failed to protect them, it would be a huge dereliction of duty. But at this time, everyone had crossed the fence and entered the fray. Due to the distance, no one was able to come to the rescue of Wang Chong and Bai Siling for the time being. The situation was extremely dangerous. Wang Chong sneered coldly. Looking at the dazzling saber glint above him, he drew his sword. Just as Zhang Xian was about to execute the 8 steps of the furious flood dragon to kill this true martial realm bandit, he suddenly heard a clear and melodious sound. Before the sound had even faded away, a snow-white figure rose from the ground like a flood dragon, moving even faster than Wang Chong and attacking even faster than Wang Chong. Boom! This was the first time Wang Chong had seen Bai Siling in action. Her aura was boundless, and compared to before, it was as if she had become a completely different person. The aura on her body was swift and fierce. The extremely soft and gentle aura energy was vast and mighty, spinning rapidly outside her body. Under the moonlight, the layers of aura energy emitted rays of light that were as sharp as sword. In the face of that world-rending saber flash, Bai Siling didn't do anything. All she did was extend a jade-green finger. Her finger, which usually looked fair and delicate, was now exuding a silver-white light, as if it were a sword. Rumble! She stretched out her slender index finger and blocked the saber light. With just one finger, the saber light in the air froze. Almost at the same time, Bai Siling, who was in the air, lifted her leg. Her slender, graceful, and fair leg immediately kicked the figure who was sneaking up on her. Those who didn't receive that blow would find it hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power Bai Siling, a delicate, slender, and beautiful woman's body contained. In the darkness of the night, Wang Chong could clearly see the place where Bai Siling's sharp right foot had kicked. The man's body was bent like a shrimp, and his entire abdomen had sunk in. Bai Siling's kick actually went into his body. Bang! With a bang, his body, which weighed no less than 80 or 90 kilograms, flew out like a cannonball. With a loud bang, he smashed through more than 10 layers of fences and slammed into a tree that was more than 100 feet away. With a loud bang, wood splinters swirled in the air. The man was kicked into the tree by Bai Siling. Silence. For an instant the entire fort was deathly silent. Even the sounds of battle could not be heard. Bai Siling's fearsome kick had stunned everyone. Even Wang Chong was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Bai Siling to be so powerful. That slender body harnessed the fearsome strength of a tyrannosaurus. Gulong. Even though there was no expression on his face, Wang Chong could clearly hear his throat moving. A few of his throat muscles were involuntarily swallowing. As expected of a lady of the Bai clan. Truly powerful. This was the only thought in Wang Chong's mind. To think that he was still thinking of activating the 8 steps of the furious flood dragon. Bai Siling's attack had definitely surpassed his 8 steps of the furious flood dragon, reaching the level of his second sister and Marchioness E. It had been so many days, and yet he was still standing so close to her. If that kick had landed on him, he probably wouldn't have ended up any better than that fellow. How is it? Not bad, right? Bai Siling dusted her hands and landed on the ground lightly. Turning around, she looked at Wang Chong with a cold and arrogant smile. There weren't many opportunities to subdue Wang Chong. This was a rare opportunity. Along the way, she had been suppressed by Wang Chong, and she had been suppressing her anger for a long time. Now, she was finally able to vent it. Not bad, not bad. Wang Chong's eyebrows twitched in embarrassment. Not only was this not bad, it was ridiculously good. It seemed like he would have to re-evaluate this woman. In the future, he would have to keep his distance from this woman. Lord, we've discovered a who. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears. Wang Chong immediately recovered from his daze and walked toward the tree in the distance. There were several cavalrymen surrounding the base of the tree. One of the cavalrymen was holding a torch, and by the light of the torch, Wang Chong could clearly see them in the darkness. The person that Bai Siling had sent flying was a tall man with a long and curly beard. His head was wrapped in a black scarf. Not far from him, the blood-stained Arabian scimitar that had flown out of his hand was particularly striking. Arabian! This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. From the strange flash of saber light that had flashed through the air, Wang Chong had already known that this person was not from the Central Plains. The people of the Central Plains did not know how to use scimitars. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen an Arab in the stronghold during this mission. This mission is truly a complicated one. An Arab robbing an Arab. Who would believe it if I told them? A familiar voice came from behind him as Bai Siling slowly walked over. On the road to the western regions, there are not only Hu, Arabs, and Han. He might have felt a little guilty about robbing the Arabs, but he had never done so before. But robbing Han people shouldn't have any psychological burden, right? With his back facing Bai Siling, Wang Chong smiled. Bai Siling's kick had been inconceivably powerful. The Arab's organs had ruptured and he was already on his last breath. Who are you? Why are you here? A cavalryman holding a torch shouted at the side. Humph. Although the Arabs had ruptured their internal organs, their vitality was extremely tenacious. He only snorted at the horseman's words, opened his mouth, and spat out a torrent of Arabic words. After saying that, he turned his head to the side, obviously unwilling to cooperate. Who you? Who can understand this nonsense? The surrounding cavalrymen were stunned. Everyone around him was stunned when they heard that string of nonsense. In the end, this fellow didn't know how to speak the Han language. It's Arabic, not Hu. Bai Siling also frowned. In the Central Plains, there were very few who knew the language of the Hu merchants of the western regions, and Arabia was even more remote than the western regions, belonging to the extreme west. The Tang dynasty rarely interacted with the Abbasid Caliphate, and those who knew Arabic were even rarer. I had held back a bit of my strength, wanting to give him a chance to breathe. But it seems like my efforts were in vain. It seems like I won't be able to get anything out of him. Kill him, Bai Siling said as she gestured for the cavalryman to strike. She thought that she would be able to get some information out of him, but it seemed like her efforts were in vain. Wait a moment. Suddenly a voice sounded. Just as the cavalryman was about to strike, everyone heard another voice speaking in Arabic. This one was completely different from the one they had heard earlier. It was an even younger voice. Arabic? You actually know Arabic? Bai Siling's eyes were wide open as she stared at Wang Chong in disbelief, as if she had just discovered a new continent. Although Wang Chong had never said anything, Bai Siling was certain that he was the scion of some great clan in the capital. No one would believe that a scion of the capital could actually speak Arabic. This was simply inconceivable. Bai Siling realized that she might have to re-evaluate this fellow beside her. Wang Chong said nothing, only smiled back at her before continuing to interrogate the Arab expert. The two of them chattered in Arabic, leaving the crowd completely baffled. But even a fool could tell that the Arab expert wasn't willing to cooperate. His replies were nothing more than "I won't speak, I definitely won't speak, you should just give up," and so on. Just when Bai Siling was about to give up hope and believe that Wang Chong would never succeed. Suddenly, Wang Chong said something, but the Arab expert paled, a hint of extreme panic appearing on his face. He looked at Wang Chong like he was looking at a demon. What happened next left Bai Siling dumbfounded. After Wang Chong stuffed a healing pill into the Arab expert's mouth, the Arab expert, who had been prepared to die just moments ago, suddenly changed into a completely different person. He answered all of Wang Chong's questions without holding anything back. "Just what did you say to him?" Bai Siling finally couldn't help but ask. By the time Wang Chong finished his questions, the Arab expert was already dead. Wang Chong's healing pill could only delay a true martial realm expert for a little longer. But this was not what Bai Siling was concerned about. It's nothing. I just told him that if he refused to cooperate, I will give him a grand funeral. I will give him a grand funeral of a heathen. Wang Chong nonchalantly said. Ah! Bai Siling was dumbfounded, and then she shook her head and smiled. She didn't know whether to praise Wang Chong or curse him. Although she hadn't interacted much with the Arabs, she knew that they believed in some sort of religion. If Wang Chong said that he would give him a grand funeral of a heathen, this would be even more difficult for him to accept than death. The grander the funeral, the more afraid he would be. As expected, it's even harder to accept than death. No wonder he looked at you like you were a demon. Bai Siling shook her head and laughed. Thank you for your praise. Wang Chong faintly smiled, unconcerned. As long as he could achieve his goal, Wang Chong didn't mind being viewed as a demon by an Arab. The interests of the Arabs were not within his scope of consideration. You're truly shameless. Bai Siling jokingly scolded. Thank you again for your praise. Chapter 336. The combined might of 40 true martial realm veterans was almost instantaneous. The vibrating halos of the true martial realm were as tough as steel, and wherever they passed, camps would crumble. The encirclement was almost over, and they would soon be able to withdraw. But Wang Chong's mind was still replaying the final words of that Arab expert. Wang Chong had only tried to interrogate him, but he hadn't expected that the Arab expert would actually reveal something useful. Did that fellow say anything? A faint fragrance like that of a lotus leaf came from behind him. Bai Siling had examined the Arab expert before walking over. Compared to the battle with the bandits and the Arab expert, Bai Siling was currently more interested in Wang Chong. It seems like this matter really does have something to do with the Uzun. Wang Chong came back to his senses and told her everything that Ma Song had told him, as well as what the Arab expert had said before his death. That Arab expert had originally been the bodyguard of a wealthy Arab merchant, but the merchant had unexpectedly been killed, while the Arab expert had managed to survive. As the Tang dynasty's military was too powerful and he didn't have any means of making a living, he decided to become a bandit. He hoped that he would be able to gather enough money to return to the distant Abbasid Caliphate. However, because he was a lone wolf and was wary of the imperial court's regular army, he hadn't been able to make much progress. Not too long ago, he met an Uzun man. The other party promised that as long as Wang Chong followed his instructions, not only would he help him return to Arabia, he would even give him a death warrant. A death warrant? A hint of surprise flashed through Bai Siling's eyes. Although he's called a bodyguard, he's actually a slave. If the master is dead but the slave responsible for protecting him is still alive, it's a crime punishable by death in Arabia. Even if he returns, only death awaits him. Wang Chong said. The hierarchy of the Arabs was even stricter than that of the Tang dynasty, and the slave trade was prevalent there. In this aspect, Bai Siling had no experience, so naturally, she did not understand. Bai Siling was deep in thought, but she did not pursue the matter. Did he say what Uzun looked like? Nope. He could distinguish between the Uzun, the Turks, and the people of the western regions. The other party only told him to come here, but did not restrict his movements. He only told him to move around as much as possible during this period of time to create trouble for the Tang dynasty. He doesn't speak the same language as these bandits, and they don't even communicate, Wang Chong said. What are these Uzun people thinking? Do you think you can cause trouble for us just like that? Bai Siling looked confused. Uzun's behavior was very strange to her. Although I don't know their true intentions, I'm not sure. However, the imperial court and the Holy Emperor had always placed great importance on the road to the west. If the road to the west is flooded with bandits and highwaymen, it will pose a great threat to the trade of the Tang dynasty. If this continues, those who merchants, Abbasid Caliphate, and Charax-Spazinu merchants might reduce or even cancel their plans to come to the Tang dynasty out of consideration for their safety. The Uzan has always been hostile to the Tang dynasty. If the Tang dynasty and the western regions are cut off because of this, it will definitely be beneficial to the Uzan. The only thing I don't understand is that the Uzan should understand that His Majesty and the imperial court will not give up on this road to the western regions. Uzan's actions will only cause some interference for us. It's impossible for the imperial court to really give up on this place. After all, the western regions still has the Anshi protectorate, Wang Chong said. He was also very confused. The Silk Road of the western regions wasn't just an economic route for trade. It was also the lifeline of the Anshi protectorate. The military of the 4 garrisons of Anshi relied on this route to transport supplies. Just this point alone meant that the harassment launched by the Uzan wasn't enough to pose much of a threat. That's hard to say. If the imperial court doesn't pay attention to it, the imperial court won't do anything about it. If the imperial court doesn't pay attention to this matter, perhaps the Uzan might really succeed. However, there's one thing that I agree with you about the truth of the matter. For the Uzan to spend so much effort to incite these bandits and highwaymen to move about, it can't be as simple as just plundering. Bai Siling had a pensive look on her face. Unknowingly, she had also been pulled into this train of thought by Wang Chong. That's right, Bai Siling. Do you know of any Uzan diplomatic mission that has recently come to the capital? Wang Chong suddenly asked. Are you joking with me? I've been in Longwei training camp all this while. How could I possibly know something that even you don't? When have you ever seen us ladies concerned about politics? Bai Siling rolled her eyes as though she was looking at a fool. Ha ha ha, I've misspoken. I forgot about you. You ladies aren't interested in politics at all. Wang Chong also came to his senses. He slapped his head and laughed heartily. The women around him, be it cousin Wang Zhuyen, Marchioness Yi, or even his mother and little sister, weren't interested in politics at all. This could be said to be a common problem among women. Bai Siling was clearly the same as well. The battle came to an end quickly. The 40 veteran cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty swept through the entire stronghold before continuing on their way. There wasn't a single survivor in the stronghold. And in this stronghold, Wang Chong had earned an additional 200,000 gold taels. This was equivalent to Wang Chong's monthly income from selling Wuzi steel. Adding on his previous gains, Wang Chong now had a total of 700,000 gold taels. Even though Wang Chong was a wealthy man, he had to admit that wiping out these bandits was truly a great reward. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even need to make a move. All he had to do was to come up with a plan and command the troop. And this gold was flowing endlessly toward him. The Silk Road is truly a place of wealth. If even these bandits along the way can become so wealthy, I wonder how wealthy those highwaymen are. Wang Chong sighed. Regardless of which time-space continuum he was in, the Silk Road was always famous. It was a path forged from wealth. Wang Chong had only wiped out a few bandits, but he had already earned several 100,000 gold taels. And this was only a drop in the bucket for the westbound Silk Road. It was easy to imagine how prosperous the Silk Road to the west was from this point of view. On the westbound road, the bandits were actually not the real threat. Among them, there were only a few who had reached the true martial realm. The real threat came from those highwaymen who came and went without a trace and had extremely high mobility. They were the real threat on the westbound road. This was also one of the important reasons why the imperial court assigned Wang Chong and the others to be cavalry instead of infantry and archers. The highwaymen plundered much more than the bandits, and they were also much wealthier. Wang Chong was already beginning to look forward to how much income he could get from those highwaymen. If this situation continued, it wouldn't be a problem even if the city in Nanzhao was doubled in size. As they traveled westward, Wang Chong and the others gained more and more. When Wang Chong said that he would let Bai Siling invest, Bai Siling thought it was a joke. How could the capital's Bai family be short of money? Even the wealthiest families in the capital could not compare to the Bai family. It was just that the Bai clan had always maintained a low profile and pursued the strategy of concealing their strength. However, as she followed Wang Chong, Bai Siling realized that she had underestimated the weight of Wang Chong's words. In a short period of time, she had already received 300,000 gold taels from Wang Chong, then 400,000, then 500,000. No matter how wealthy the Bai clan was, it was impossible for them to treat 500,000 gold taels lightly. And this sum of money was still increasing exponentially. Even though Bai Siling was the daughter of the Bai clan and a direct descendant of the Bai clan, she had never received so much wealth in just a few days. This was already more than what she had spent in the past few years. If even she was able to receive so much as an assistant, it wasn't hard to imagine how much Wang Chong had received. Thus, Bai Siling didn't stand on ceremony with him at all. On the other hand, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu weren't fools either. Ever since they had tasted the sweetness of the harvest, they had also gone all out. Even though their harvest couldn't compare to that of Wang Chong and the others, it was still a huge sum for them. At the very least, it was impossible for them to obtain so much wealth from the Bai clan. Thus, the two of them were determined to compete with Wang Chong. As for Lieutenant Zhang Lin, as the supervisor of this operation, he was also glad to see the outcome. On the west path, a large number of bandits were eliminated. If this were to continue, the harvest Wang Chong and the others would receive would surely reach an astonishing figure. However, nothing on the road to the west could be calculated so simply. The operation of Wang Chong, Su Gan, and the others had wiped out the bandits one after another, and it had brought about an unexpected effect on the road to the west. Come up! Several hundred li away from Wang Chong's group, a stalwart figure more than 8 feet tall was standing on a hill, his arms as thick as bowls extending from his sleeves as he beckoned to the crowd outside. Hong Long! The halos vibrated. At least 8 true martial realm experts stepped on the sharp halos and gathered all their strength. With the speed of lightning, they bombarded the body of the tall and sturdy figure from all directions. Dang! 8 surges of stellar energy struck the figure's body, but a resounding metallic reverberation echoed in the air. It was as if they had struck a massive piece of steel instead of a body of flesh and blood. Not only did the huge rebound force block the attacks of the 8 true martial realm experts, but it also scattered their aura chis in one fell swoop. If one were to take a closer look, one would notice that a massive black chainmail condensed from stellar energy had appeared around the figure's body. The chainmail floated within the stellar energy, shrouding the figure from head to toe. Not only that, it had also deflected the attacks of the 8 true martial realm expert. Again. Chapter 337. Clatter. As the footsteps shook, another 4 majestic silhouettes joined the crowd. The halo of thorns under their feet vibrated, clearly indicating that they were true martial realm experts. At this time, the number of true martial realm experts attacking this person had already reached 12. Change sabers! Someone shouted, and in the next moment, the 12 true martial realm experts drew out their shining long sabers at the same time. As bandits, it was never their style to fight barehanded. Only swords and sabers could be used to slash and kill. As soon as the 12 shining treasured sabers were drawn, the air was filled with a chilling and dangerous aura. Clang! With a flash of saber light, the 12 sabers shone brilliantly. Like lightning flashing through the dark clouds, they struck the figure in the middle of the hill. Pung! In a split second, the green-black iron cloak on that person suddenly floated up. Like a peacock spreading its tail, it split into 12 petals and abruptly spread outwards. Clang, 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 clang. Before the 12 sabers could strike the person's body, they were blocked by the bulging iron cloak. The sabers that had slashed Jean Laiwe struck the iron cloak, causing dazzling sparks to fly. Ha ha! Just as the 12 true martial realm experts were about to launch another attack, a deafening burst of laughter resounded in their ears. In front of everyone's eyes, the huge black iron cloak suddenly began to spin rapidly. The 12 iron cloaks were like 12 incomparably sharp swords, continuously slashing through the air, stirring up a violent storm. Clang, clang, clang. The 12 sabers were swept by the sharp edges of the iron cloak and actually broke one after another. Everyone was shocked, and they retreated one after another. Pung! That person's reaction speed was extremely fast. Just as a trace of confusion appeared in the crowd, he directly punched out. Boom! A true martial realm bandit vomited blood and was sent flying far away. Then came the second and then the third. For true martial realm bandits wanted to attack first, but before they could do so, they only heard a few swishing sound. The iron cloak swept past, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The stellar energy outside their bodies was simply unable to block it. The few of them were greatly shocked, and they quickly retreated. Bang, bang, bang! That person took advantage of this moment to step on a chain of steps, throwing punches and palms. Bang, 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 like a tiger in a flock of sheep, one figure after another was sent flying by him. In front of him, the 12 true martial realm experts of the Highwaymen didn't even have the chance to form an alliance. Wherever they tried to form an alliance, that person would appear in advance and destroy their alliance. Pung, pung, pung. One figure after another was sent flying. That person's awareness, vision, and reaction speed were extremely fast. Although he was besieged by 12 people, he forcefully turned it into a one-on-one battle. He didn't have the advantage of numbers at all. This kind of shocking battle instinct was simply shocking. Seeing that there were only 4 people left and they were no match for them, someone shouted anxiously, "Shoot the horse! Shoot the horse! Shoot the leader's horse!" His words drew the attention of everyone in the surroundings to a horse that was over 30 meters behind the man. It was an unusually tall and handsome horse with glossy fur and clear bones that was like a dragon. In an instant, the atmosphere abruptly changed. The burly figure, who was incomparably brave and unstoppable a moment ago, was stunned. He could not help but subconsciously turn around to take a look. Without a doubt, this warhorse was extremely important to him. It was his most prized possession. So, in the blink of an eye, no one knew who was the one who did it. With a flash of light, an arrow shot out from the crowd, heading straight for the dragon-like warhorse Tenjong behind that person. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Clearly, no one had expected that someone would be so daring as to really do such a thing. That ear-piercing whistle was enough to shake one's soul. Just as the warhorse was about to be injured by the arrow, and there was no way they could save it from Tenjong away, something suddenly happened. Whang! The air trembled and clouds drifted. A shadow emerged from that person's body, and like a bolt of lightning, it flew toward the warhorse in the distance. That speed was even faster than the arrow. The chainmail descended and extended, covering the entire warhorse. Pung! The arrow struck the chainmail, and with a deafening metallic clang, it was completely deflected by the chainmail. Whang! At almost the same instant that the chainmail blocked the arrow, a chilling killing intent flashed across that person's eyes. So, in an instant, he appeared before a true martial realm highwayman, and like a blossoming flower, he gripped the highwayman's head tightly, pinning him to the ground. "Leader, that arrow wasn't shot by me." The highwayman raised his hands high, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Immense fear surfaced in his eyes. Only by experiencing it for himself would one know how fearsome the strength harnessed in the leader's 5 fingers were. That strength was as heavy as a mountain, and it wasn't something that he could withstand. In that instant, he didn't even have time to react before his head and temples were gripped. "I know that it wasn't you. I even know that it wasn't you who shouted." That person sneered coldly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He exuded an indescribable sinister aura. Those 5 fingers were like the hands of the Grim Reaper, firmly grasping his life and death. Do you think that I'm going to kill you for that warhorse? Humph. Do you think that I don't know that you were planning to escape with a group of brothers last night? I hate those who seek refuge with me but think that I'm a fool. After making use of me to deal with the Imperial Army, they would form a faction to escape. Humph, speak. Do you think that you deserve death? A chill suddenly rose from the mountain. Seeing this sight, everyone was horrified, but not a single sound could be heard. It was only at this moment that everyone realized why their leader was so excited to gather everyone here to practice the Iron Cloak technique. It turned out that he was intending to make use of this opportunity to deal with that traitor. At this moment, the one who was the most fearful was the true Martial Realm Highwayman. Last night, he had discussed pulling a group of people to run away and secretly set up a new mountain. It was late at night when everyone was asleep. Furthermore, he had made sure that there was no one else in the vicinity, so no one would know about it. But he couldn't understand how their leader would know of such a secret matter. Leader, spare me, I don't want to hear your explanation. A bone-chilling voice rang out. Katja, the 5 fingers that were like iron pincers retracted, and the huge head cracked like a watermelon. Red and white matter shot out, and it was truly a case of liver and brain being slaughtered. The lifeless, headless corpse fell to the ground like a piece of wood. In that instant, silence reigned in the surroundings. Everyone fell silent out of fear. I hate it when people betray me. You should know what the consequences are if anyone tries to do anything behind my back. That person placed his hands behind his back and looked down on the crowd with a cold and authoritative gaze. The atmosphere was somber. Leader. In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with fear, and a dense mass of people knelt down. This was especially so for those who had a guilty conscience. They trembled in fear. All right, you can all disperse. That person waved his hand, and the crowd dispersed like a flock of beasts. At this moment, if one were to take a closer look, they would realize that there were all kinds of people in the crowd. There were Uzan, Arabians, Karak Spazinu, Gogurians, Han. There were all kinds of people here. They weren't just highwaymen either. There were quite a few highwaymen as well. It was rare to see such a complicated group even on the Western Corridor. So, that person had made an example out of the crowd. With a flick of his wrist, he recalled the iron cloak from his beloved steed. The iron cloak flew back to him, and in an instant, it melted into surging stellar energy and seeped into his body, vanishing without a trace. Congratulations, leader. Your iron cloak technique has advanced to the next level, reaching the level of flight. Given time, you'll surely be able to reach the next level, turning the iron cloak into a bronze cloak. By then, even the top-notch swords and sabers in the capital won't be able to harm you. At that time, we'll be able to subdue the highwaymen in the surroundings and become the strongest faction on the Western Corridor. Just as the bandit leader was retrieving his iron cloak, a middle-aged scholar who looked like a military advisor slowly walked out from the crowd. He had 3 wisps of willow beard in his hand, and he strode forward with a scroll in his hand. With an intelligent look on his face, he walked out from the crowd. Ha ha ha, Joan, thank you for your kind words. However, it's nothing much to fend off those top-notch swords and sabers in the capital. I heard that a new type of Wuzi steel sword has appeared in the capital. It's so sharp that even the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu can't buy it. This sword is known as the #1 sword in the world. Even the swordsmithing clans in the capital admit that this sword is much more formidable than the ones they forge. When I'm able to buy such a sword or fend off such a sword, my iron cloak technique will be perfected. That person gazed at the sky with boundless yearning in his eyes. Hee, Lord, there's no need to belittle yourself. Regardless of whether you have that Wuzi steel sword or not, you're still the #1 expert in our hearts, the middle-aged scholar said as he stroked his beard. Ha ha, Joan, that mouth of yours can really turn the dead into the living and the living into the dead. Even though I know that you're trying to suck up to me, I still fell for it. Hee, that's because of the trust you have in me. Right? Is there any news from the front lines? The middle-aged man asked. Reporting to the leader, the group of soldiers that returned this time is different from the ones before. Speaking of official matters, Joanne's expression turned serious. Chapter 338. Moreover, these soldiers always chose to attack in the middle of the night. Everyone was fast asleep, and this was the time when they were least vigilant. Moreover, everyone had returned to their lair, which made it easier to exterminate them. In addition, these soldiers are very familiar with the methods of the bandit. All the open and hidden sentries have been uprooted. Even the traps are of no use. That's why many people are actually killed in their dreams without even realizing it. Snakes had their own ways and rats had their own ways. As an official, he actually understood the methods of the bandits so well. This has never happened before. In addition, they didn't hold back at all. Everyone was annihilated. Not a single one escaped. Therefore, it caused a lot of panic among the mountain bandits. Right now, there are already more than 10 groups of bandits that have come to us. More is expected in the future. From this point of view, it's not like there aren't any benefit. The middle-aged scholar smiled. There was always a benefit to the bandit. The most obvious benefit to the bandits was that the Iron Cloak highwaymen were growing stronger and stronger. At this point, they had already become one of the strongest bandits on the entire West Passage. On top of that, unlike other highwaymen, the Iron Cloak highwaymen were all-inclusive. Regardless of whether it was highwaymen or mountain bandits, as long as they submitted to them, they would be taken in. On the other hand, the leader of the Iron Cloak highwaymen, Iron Cloakly, possessed incredible means, and he was able to intimidate the highwaymen and bandits alike. This allowed the horse bandits and mountain bandits to unite as one, displaying great combat power. In time to come, just as the strategist of the Iron Cloak highwayman Joan had said, it wasn't impossible for the Iron Cloak highwayman to become the strongest highwayman on the west journey. But, Chief, although those soldiers have helped us a lot, they are not as powerful as us. But we also have to guard against them. According to their route, I'm afraid they'll reach our territory in a few days. It's only right and proper for an official to catch a thief. However, the thief wouldn't just sit and wait for death. Let me ask you, how many people do they have? What are their strengths? Which troublesome people do you have? Have you investigated all of this? Iron Cloakly said. His words were directed at the crux of the matter, and the gleam in his narrowed eyes was truly frightening. Clearly, Iron Cloakly had some sort of grand scheme in mind. In the Iron Cloak bandits, as long as one was familiar with the leader's style, they would be able to predict what the leader would do next. I've already asked the bandits who were lucky enough to escape, and I've also sent people to investigate the places where they make their stoves and eat. According to my estimation, there should be about 80 of them. Moreover, they were all true martial realm experts. The ones leading them should be 4 students from the training camp appointed by the Holy Emperor himself. There's a high chance that the royal court is cooperating with a few students from the training camp to use us bandits and highwaymen as practice. The middle-aged scholar stroked his beard. His eyes flickered as he deduced the truth. A student from the training camp? Iron Cloakly frowned. Even though he was a highwayman, he knew about the 3 new training camps in the capital. Moreover, it was personally appointed by the Holy Emperor. It was obvious that the imperial court attached great importance to this matter. This is rather troublesome. If we don't handle it well and kill these students, the imperial court will be in deep trouble. Iron Cloakly fell into deep thought. It was one thing to kill a few students, but if the royal court were to take this matter seriously, it would be a huge problem. Regardless of whether it was highwaymen or highwaymen, there was no way they could stand against the royal court. If Lord Iron Cloakly is afraid of trouble, Wouldn't it be fine as long as no one knows about it? Besides, if you knew that they were students from the training camp, would you have given up on them? The middle-aged scholar said. Highwaymen and highwaymen were known to be robbers, and according to the laws of the Tang dynasty, they should have died more than 10 times over. After all, this leader of his had even killed the imperial army quite a few times. Yet, he was still spouting such insincere words at this moment. Ha ha ha, Zhouan, you truly understand me well. Since the students of the training camp will bring trouble to us, we won't let a single one of them get away. Pass down my orders. If anyone dares to leak the news of this operation, I'll skin them alive. Iron Cloak Li laughed heartily as a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. A man is not a gentleman with a small heart. In the world of highwaymen, it was impossible to achieve anything without some viciousness. Yes, Lord Iron Cloak Li. Receiving the order respectfully, Zhouan lowered his head. Officials can subdue bandits, but who says that bandits can't subdue officials? There's no need for them to come personally this time. Zhouan, make the necessary arrangements. This time we'll wipe them all out. Yes. Hong Long. As soon as those words were spoken, the mountain trembled, and a moment later, a horde of highwaymen and highwaymen surged out of the mountain like an excited flood. At a glance there were Arabs, Turks, Uzan, Gogurians, Han, and so on. This group of highwaymen and highwaymen seemed to cover the entire sky, numbering around 600 to 700. This number far exceeded that of any group of highwaymen and highwaymen. This was a mixed force made up of dozens of groups of highwaymen and highwaymen. Tzz. A chilling autumn wind blew, and a cloud of dust rose from the path. An invisible force shrouded Wang Chong, Su Gan, and the others. But at this moment no one was aware of it. The autumn wind was silent. Several hundred li away, the atmosphere was still silent. No one seemed to be in danger. That lad sure is enviable. Beneath a red maple tree, Huang Yongtu glared hatefully at Wang Chong and Bai Siling as they left a trail of dust behind them. After so many days, he must have amassed more than 2 million gold taels. Let's not compete with him. We're no match for him, Su Gan said. Over the past few days, they had been competing with one another, and he had long since lost the motivation to do so. There was no point in competing with him. Even though Su Gan didn't say it out loud, he had already accepted Wang Chong's superiority. Even though Wang Chong's martial arts realm was beneath him, his ability to lead troops and eliminate bandits was indeed superior to theirs. Even in terms of searching for gold, Wang Chong's performance was superior to theirs. You might be convinced, but I'm not. And that slut, Bai Siling, she actually defected to that brat who was several years younger than her and reeked of his mother's milk. Just the thought of it pisses me off. Huang Yongtu spat hatefully. It was one thing if it was anything else, but despite working together with Su Gan to search for gold, their harvest still paled in comparison to that slut. Following behind that lad, Bai Siling was able to easily reap far more than the two of them. How could Huang Yongtu feel comfortable? For once, Su Gan chose to remain silent. In truth, he had some opinions about Bai Siling as well. It was just that he didn't share the same opinion as Huang Yongtu. Su Gan, no matter what, I can't lose to that lass. I've checked the map, and there's a group of bandits 30 li ahead. Do you want to go? Huang Yongtu turned to Su Gan and asked. Let's go. After a moment of contemplation, Su Gan leaped onto the back of his steed. Compared to Huang Yongtu's meaningless complaints, gathering gold was more practical. Su Gan knew that if he were to miss this opportunity, it would be difficult for him to earn gold in the future. Be careful this time around. Along the way, we've come across quite a few bandit camps that are empty. I have a feeling that our continuous extermination might have caused a chain reaction among the bandit. Su Gan held on to Ma Ju's reins and said hesitantly. It wasn't without reason that he was able to stand out among the many prestigious clans and be nurtured by them. Sugon had a sharp intuition toward danger. In this period of time, he had already sensed that something had happened to the bandit. Ha ha, Sugon, there's no need to make a fuss about nothing. We have already exterminated so many bandits, it would be weird if they didn't react at all. Bandits can't possibly stand up to the official army. We have more than 40 true martial realm experts here. Do you think that a dozen or 20 bandits can stand up to so many of us? Huang Yongtu burst into laughter as he scoffed at Sugon's intuition. Sugon pondered for a moment, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Huang Yongtu was right. The bandits only had 20 to 30 people at most, and they weren't particularly strong. No matter how indignant the bandits were, there was no way they would be a match for them. Hee, I've spoken too much. Let's go. The horses galloped and a group of more than 40 people galloped towards another bandit camp 30 li away in a grandiose manner. At this moment, the sky was clear, and the sun hung high in the sky. In the past few days, Sugon and Huang Yongtu had already completed the first phase of their respective missions. There was no need for them to be restricted by time anymore. They had to move out at night. Their target was now very clear. It was the gold in the bandits' camp. As for whether they had been discovered by the bandits or how many bandits had managed to escape, that wasn't something they cared about. Da. Several hours later, Sugon and Huang Yongtu finally arrived at the bandit camp along the main road. The 40 cavalrymen dived into the forest, heading toward the mountain peak. Unexpectedly, the journey was smooth sailing. Along the way, they didn't even encounter a single bandit scout. The mountain peak was completely silent, and there wasn't even a single bandit to be seen. Damn it, I've run into another group of bandits who have emptied and retreated. On the mountain peak, Huang Yongtu kicked open the gates of the bandit camp. Looking at the empty camp, he clenched his fists tightly and cursed furiously. This is bad. Just as he was at the peak of his rage, Sugon's alarmed voice suddenly sounded by his ear. Look over there. In a daze, Huang Yongtu subconsciously turned his head around and looked in the direction Sugon's finger was pointing at. At the foot of the mountain, on the winding road to the west, a huge cloud of dust was rising into the sky. A huge group of bandits and highwaymen were charging toward them with killing intent gushing out of them, brandishing gleaming swords and sabers. Upon seeing this sight, not only Huang Yongtu, everyone's face paled as well. Dang. Almost at the same time, no one noticed that in the empty stronghold, a nimble bandit had climbed up to the highest point of the stronghold and knocked on a large bell at the highest point of the stronghold. The resounding sound of the bell echoed across the entire mountain range, and at the same time, it pointed out the direction of the bandits and highwaymen. Not good, retreat quickly. Chaos broke out on the mountain peak. Sugon led the group down the mountain at lightning speed. Huang Yongtu followed closely behind them. No matter how slow they were, it was clear that this was a trap. A trap waiting for them to take the bait. Chapter 339. A gentle breeze blew, and the leaves rustled in response. Wang Chong stood behind a red maple leaf at the top of the mountain, slowly circulating his energy to regulate his breathing. Inside his body, waves of blood-colored origin chi surged and surged like serpents. In the end, Wang Chong reeled it off like silk from a cocoon and stored it in the depths of his dantian through a special circulation. This blood-colored origin chi did not belong to Wang Chong, but to the little yin-yang technique, which he extracted from the bandits. Over the past few days, Wang Chong had been able to absorb the origin chi of the bandits almost every day. As the origin chi filled his body, Wang Chong's aura grew stronger and stronger. Even the little yin-yang technique had broken through its bottleneck and reached a small peak. Now, under the nourishment of the various origin chi, Wang Chong could clearly feel that the little yin-yang technique was extracting much more energy than before. However, it was a pity that Wang Chong had not broken through to the true martial realm, so he could not use this energy. All of the absorbed energy was stored by Wang Chong in a special way, in a special part of his dantian at the bottom of the sea. This was a secret qi storage technique from Wang Chang's previous life. The advantage of this qi storage technique was that when one's origin qi reached its peak and could no longer be raised, it could store extra energy in the body in case of a rainy day. Although Wang Chang's current strength could not be compared to before, this qi storage technique could still play an important role. "Milord." Just as Wang Chong was resting under a tree, his eyes closed, a loud voice rang out. Wang Chong opened his eyes and saw a high-spirited cavalryman of the Tang dynasty striding out through the broken wooden gate of the stronghold, a long saber at his waist. "Milord, the battle is over. Miss Bai has personally taken action and captured a bandit. However, Miss Bai wants you to go over personally, saying that she has something to discuss with you." The cavalryman walked up to Wang Chong and respectfully reported. "Oh." Wang Chong raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. Miss Bai was naturally Bai Siling. Because Bai Siling was a woman, Wang Chong's bodyguards called her Miss Bai in private. Bai Siling usually wouldn't call him over. Since she invited him over, something must have happened. This made Wang Chong secretly curious. "Got it. I'll head over now." As soon as Wang Chong said that, he removed the pouch from his waist and opened it, revealing the soybeans inside. He placed it in front of Little Shadow and patted its neck. Watching Little Shadow happily stick its mouth into the pouch, he then turned around and walked inside. After passing through many gates, Wang Chong saw Bai Siling in the deepest part of the stronghold. The young lady of the Bai family sat on a large tiger skin chair, surrounded by 7 or 8 armed cavalrymen. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was heavy. "What's wrong?" Wang Chong smiled as he walked in from the door. It was rare to see such a serious Bai Siling. "There's a problem. This guy is the leader of the bandit. You can ask him yourself." Bai Siling raised her snow-white sleeves and stretched out a white finger, pointing at a man tied up on the ground. "Oh!" Wang Chong's attention shifted from Bai Siling to the man on the ground. This man was about 30 years old and about 7 feet tall. He looked very righteous and had a heroic spirit. "How rare! There's actually such a person among the bandits." Wang Chong raised his eyebrows, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The appearance was born from the heart. The bandits were involved in robbing, killing, and arson. Therefore, they never had a good aura. They were used to having angry eyes and fierce looks. It was rare to see someone like this man. Wang Chong immediately had a good impression of him. "You're the chief of this bandit gang?" Wang Chong walked over and asked. "Yes." The man straightened his back and replied straightforwardly. "Even though we're bandits, we've never robbed the Han or harassed the Imperial Army. You shouldn't have captured me, and you shouldn't have killed my men." "Ha ha ha, it's rare to see a bandit like you acting so righteously. Bandits rob and rob, this is their livelihood. What other tricks can you come up with? Furthermore, the Imperial Court has always placed great importance on the road to the west. You should know how the Imperial Court deals with robbers, right? Do you think that you'll be spared just because you didn't rob the Han?" Hearing those words, Wang Chong was amused. The man fell silent. "I can tell you a piece of information in exchange for the lives of me and my brothers," the man said after a moment of silence. "Tell me, what information can save your life?" Wang Chong replied noncommittally. "A piece of information that can save your lives," the man said. Wang Chong didn't say anything. He shot a glance at Bai Siling, only to see Bai Siling's calm expression. Clearly, she had already heard of it. "Continue." Wang Chong retracted his gaze and looked at the chief of the bandit gang. "Didn't you exterminate a large number of bandits previously? Didn't you notice that many of the bandits were completely empty? Don't you find it strange? Then what do you want to say? Are you saying that we're in danger because the bandits escaped?" Hee, what if I were to tell you that all of the bandits that escaped went to seek refuge with a single person? What would you think? The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Wang Chong's lips parted, but he couldn't say a single word. He turned to look at Bai Siling, only to see Bai Siling nodding seriously. No one said anything. The man stared at Wang Chong. The atmosphere was solemn. All of the bandits that escaped went to seek refuge with a single person. Only those who had personally experienced it would understand the weight of these words. Along the way, especially in the recent period of time, Wang Chong had noticed that many of the strongholds were empty. There wasn't a single bandit in sight. In truth, Wang Chong had noticed this a long time ago. However, Wang Chong didn't take it to heart. It was normal for the bandits to flee when they knew that the army was coming. But now, this man was saying that all of the bandits that escaped went to seek refuge with a single person. The nature of this matter was completely different. The bandits of a dozen or so strongholds added up to at least several hundred people. This was a significant force. Continue, Wang Chong said grimly. He wouldn't believe the words of another just because of a few words. At the same time, he wouldn't overlook some important information just because of his arrogance. I don't know if you know of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen, but their leader, Iron Cloak Lee, is a vicious and powerful martial artist. More importantly, he has mastered the Iron Cloak technique, making him invulnerable to swords and spears. He's the true #1 expert in the region between Longxi and the capital. Moreover, this person is lawless and unrestrained. He is extremely dangerous. As bandits, robbing is nothing out of the ordinary. But no matter how formidable a bandit is, he knows that he's no match for the army. But the Iron Cloak Highwaymen are different. They even dare to rob the army. Before this, at least 6 to 7 groups of soldiers have died in Iron Cloak Lee's hands. As a result, Iron Cloak Lee's reputation has soared, and he's extremely respected among the bandits and highwaymen. On top of that, Iron Cloak Lee is a highwayman who comes and goes without a trace. The royal court has tried to apprehend him before. However, as soon as the royal court gets stronger, Iron Cloak Lee will immediately flee to the northwest and hide in the depths of the mountains. Once the matter blows over, he'll appear once more. On the other hand, if a small group of soldiers were to appear, Iron Cloak Lee would just wipe them out to bolster his own prestige. All of the highwaymen and bandits in the region between Longxi and the capital view him as their leader. Right now, it's said that he has gathered 400 to 500 highwaymen and bandits under him. You've gone too far in your operation to exterminate the bandit. Not a single one of the bandits managed to escape. Most of them were so frightened that they ran over to Iron Cloak Lee's side. They wanted to pull Iron Cloak Lee over to deal with you. Some of the bandits even invited me to join them, but I'm just disdainful of Iron Cloak Lee's character. As the saying goes, commoners shouldn't fight with officials. As bandits, robbing is just for the sake of riches, but Iron Cloak Lee kills for the sake of killing. That's why I didn't join them. However, not too long ago, I received an invitation from the Iron Cloak Highwaymen, requesting for the highwaymen and bandits in the area to deal with the official army. The operation will be taking place in the next few days. I believe that you'll be the only group on the road to the west. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Iron Cloak Lee's target. As the man spoke, he swept his gaze across the crowd in the room. This was especially so for Wang Chong and Bai Siling. Clearly, the man also knew that these two youngsters were the main characters of this operation. Where's the invitation? It's here. The one who spoke wasn't the man but Bai Siling, who was seated on a chair made of tiger hide. With a flick of her finger, she took out a red invitation from her voluminous white sleeves and passed it over with 2 fingers. On the surface of the post, there was a black evil spirit protruding out. It had a fiendish expression and an evil appearance. It looked extremely terrifying. Iron Cloak Token. Beneath the malevolent ghost, Wang Chong saw 3 bold and majestic words that seemed to have been carved out by iron hooks. The sun, moon, and universe, clear air above and turbid air below. Snakes have their ways and rats have their ways. Today, 80 soldiers disregarded military orders and oppressed the Greenwood Forest, resulting in countless casualties among us. We hereby invite the heroes of the world to join us to uphold order in the Greenwood Forest and uphold the authority of the Greenwood Forest. We shall execute 80 rebellious soldiers to uphold the law. Inscribed Iron Cloak Lee. Looking at the words on the invitation, Wang Chong frowned. The man had said that the leader of the Iron Cloak Bandits was a vicious and unscrupulous person, but the words on the invitation didn't seem to be written by an ambitious person at all. The invitation was written by the military advisor of the Iron Cloak Bandits. Zhou and Iron Cloak Lee's documents have always been written by him. The same goes for the Iron Cloak token. Seemingly knowing what Wang Chong was thinking, the man kneeled on the floor and explained. For 80 soldiers to know how many of us are here, this isn't a good sign. Chapter 340. As a daughter of the Bai clan, Bai Xiling had always been an intelligent young lady. Furthermore, as a lady, there wasn't much that she needed to worry about. In truth, the conflict between Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and Wang Chong had been the focus of this expedition. As for Bai Xiling, she had always been able to sit by the sidelines and watch from the sidelines. But this time, Bai Xiling couldn't help but feel deeply worried. This expedition was issued by the royal court and the training camp. Even though they knew that there was danger ahead, they couldn't possibly give up. Furthermore, the Iron Cloak Bandits didn't seem to be simple at all. Even until now, Bai Xiling hadn't found any traces of them, but they had already figured out how many people they had. This left Bai Xiling feeling uneasy, and it was also the reason why she called Wang Chong over. Xiling, it's not a big deal for them to know how many people we have. In the military, there's a method of counting the number of stoves. Our group of 80 are all veterans of the Tang dynasty, and it's common practice for us to cook with stoves. As long as they send their men around us, they'll know how many stoves we have. It's not a big deal at all. Wang Chong replied calmly. It didn't take long for him to figure out how the other party did it. What's your name? Wang Chong turned to the man on the ground. Li Tsangqi. The man was taken aback for a moment, but he still straightened his back and reported his name. Li Tsangqi slowly sensed that this young man with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a jade-like face who appeared to be 16 or 17 years old seemed to be the real leader of this trip. Furthermore, he had already told him about how formidable the Iron Cloak Bandits were, but the young man didn't panic at all. On the contrary, he even pointed out that the Iron Cloak Bandits were counting the number of people in their group. This left Li Tsangqi with a bizarre feeling. This young man seemed to be different from ordinary people. Li Tsangqi. Wang Chong nodded and glanced at him. It seems like you're quite familiar with the highwaymen on the western path. Let me ask you, if you were one of the Iron Cloak Bandits, given your knowledge, when would they make their move? Right now, Li Tsangqi said solemnly. Wang Chong and Bai Xiling looked at each other, and their expressions changed. You are too close to the Iron Cloak Highwaymen's territory, only 100 li away. Based on the Iron Cloak Highwaymen's usual style, they would never wait for the enemy to arrive at their territory before making a move. Instead, they were more accustomed to long-distance raids and taking the initiative to attack. This way, they would be able to catch the enemy off guard. Based on my understanding, I advise you to retreat while your men are still here and have yet to come into contact with the Iron Cloak Bandit. Otherwise, with just the 80 of you, you wouldn't be a match for the Iron Cloak Bandits, Li Tsangqi said solemnly. His original intention was to remind Wang Chong and the others to hurry up, but after hearing his words, Wang Chong's expression suddenly changed. This is bad. We have to inform Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others. Wang Chong abruptly turned around, and without a word, he dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Li Tsangqi thought that all of them were here, but Wang Chong knew that that wasn't the case at all. Perhaps one group of soldiers would head up the mountain to suppress the Iron Cloak Bandits, while the other would wait at the foot of the mountain. However, their group was different. Based on his understanding of Su Gan and Huang Yongtu, they weren't at the foot of the mountain at all. It was likely that as soon as the two of them set off, these two men would rush out with their army and rush to another stronghold 30 miles away. That place was only 70 li away from the Iron Cloak bandits' territory. If the Iron Cloak highwaymen preferred to take the initiative, that meant that Su Gan and Huang Yongtu would be in great danger. Everyone, retreat! Hurry up! A thought suddenly struck Bai Siling, and she leaped up from her chair as if she had been electrocuted. Without any hesitation, she quickly followed behind Wang Chong and dashed out of the stronghold. Nay! With the neighing of war steeds, the entire stronghold fell into chaos. Realizing the danger they were in, the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen charged out furiously from the top of the mountain, not even bothering to clean up their spoils of war. Dust billowed on the main road as the 40 cavalrymen charged toward a stronghold 30 li away. Even though he had many conflicts with Su Gan and Huang Yongtu, Wang Chong didn't wish for them to be killed by the bandits and highwaymen just because of that. More importantly, other than Su Gan and Huang Yongtu, there were 40 loyal cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty with them. For a cavalryman who had dedicated his life to the Tang dynasty to be killed by bandits and highwaymen, this was a humiliation and a disgraceful ending. Wang Chong had spent his entire life on the battlefield, so he could understand this feeling better than anyone else. Thus, he couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Jaya. The white-hoofed shadow beneath Wang Chong seemed to have sensed its master's intentions and galloped forward with all its might. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu had set off very early. Taking into account the time they had spent on the mountain, it would take at least several hours for them to reach the stronghold 30 li away. For the first time, Wang Chong felt that a journey of 30 li felt so long. I hope that I can make it in time. Wang Chong clenched his fists tightly. At this point, he could only hope that the Iron Cloak highwaymen wouldn't make a move so quickly. Or perhaps Su Gan and Huang Yongtu hadn't met them yet. Hong Long Long. Several hours later, when they were still around 10 li away from their destination, they could see a huge cloud of yellow sand rising into the sky. Amidst the yellow sand, men and horses neighed, and war cries could be heard. In an instant, an innumerable number of people had gathered in the area. This is bad. Seeing the huge cloud of yellow sand, Wang Chong and Bai Siling felt their hearts turn cold, and the blood drained from their faces. We are too late. Bai Siling's lips quivered, and her face paled. No matter how slow she was, she could tell that they were too late. Judging from the surging yellow sand and the imposing aura, there were more than 100 highwaymen gathered there. To be able to gather so many of them, it was likely that they were the Iron Cloak highwaymen that Li Tsangqi spoke of. At this moment, Wang Chong's complexion wasn't any better than Bai Siling's as well. Just based on the imposing aura, Li Tsangqi's evaluation of the Iron Cloak highwaymen wasn't wrong at all. On the road between Longxi and the capital, the Iron Cloak highwaymen were without a doubt the #1 group. What should we do now? Bai Siling reined in the reins and turned to look at Wang Chong with a dazed look on her face. She was skilled in martial arts, and she was the daughter of a prestigious clan. She was one of the few women in the world who had her own opinions, but at the end of the day she was still a girl. She had never experienced this kind of confrontation between two armies and a military-like battle before. On top of that, the other party had the advantage in numbers. From a distance of more than 10 li away, it would be difficult for one to hear their words if they didn't raise their voices. It would be difficult for the 40-odd cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty to deal with hundreds of highwaymen and highwaymen. If they advanced, they wouldn't be a match for them. Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others would surely die if they retreated. Faced with this difficult decision, Bai Siling was caught in a dilemma. She subconsciously turned to Wang Chong, hoping to find some support from him. Along the way, Wang Chong's decisiveness, courage, and decisiveness had left a deep impression on her. At this moment, Bai Siling instinctively chose to trust Wang Chong's judgment. battle cries sounded from afar. Bai Siling and the 40-odd cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty had their gazes on him. Everyone was waiting for his decision. In that instant, Wang Chong felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. A familiar feeling welled up in his heart, and in that instant, Wang Chong felt as though he had returned to the time when he shouldered countless expectations. Back then, everyone was looking at him with the same gaze. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. All that could be heard was the thumping of his heart. It felt as though countless centuries had passed, but it also felt like an instant. Wang Chong soon calmed down. Calm down. Wang Chong suddenly spoke, his voice exuding a soothing power that made them calm down and calm down. There are still battle cries in the distance. This means that the battle isn't over yet. In other words, there's still hope for Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. Otherwise, we wouldn't have heard any battle cries here. Those words jolted the uneasy crowd back to their senses. That's right. If the battle was over and Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were dead, they wouldn't have heard any battle cries. If there were battle cries, it meant that Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were still alive. This was a simple logic. But if not for Wang Chong's words, no one would have thought of this possibility. In that instant, everyone turned to look at Wang Chong in awe. This lad is truly a born leader. Bai Siling looked at Wang Chong with a hint of astonishment in her eyes. With just a single sentence, Wang Chong was able to stabilize the morale of the army. He was truly a born leader. This made Bai Siling rejoice that she had made the right decision along the way. The art of war is to know one's enemy as well as oneself. Regardless of whether we fight or retreat, we need to know the other party's strength and fighting prowess before we can make a decision. If it's within our means, we will save Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. If it's impossible, we will retreat immediately to avoid further losses. As a general, we must avoid letting our emotions get the better of us. I hope that you all understand this. Also, no matter what we do later on, I hope that everyone will obey my orders. I hope that everyone will obey my orders obediently. You mustn't let your emotions get the better of you, understand? Wang Chong said those last words with a grim expression. There were only 40 of them, and they were vastly outnumbered by the other party. If they couldn't obey his orders and march in unison, they would only be courting death if they charged in. Yes, Lord. This time, without Bai Siling's orders, all of the Tang dynasty cavalrymen, regardless of whether they were under Wang Chong or Bai Siling, obeyed his orders. In this period of time, Wang Chong had won their respect and trust through his actions. Chapter 341. The atmosphere suddenly turned solemn, and an invisible killing intent emanated from these Tang dynasty veterans. It was as if they were about to step onto a fierce battlefield. Bai Siling could clearly sense the changes in her surroundings, and a dazed look flashed across her beautiful eyes. She looked at Wang Chong's figure, and her vision suddenly blurred. The figure of this 15 or 16-year-old youth suddenly became mysterious and tall in her eyes. Wang Chong did not notice the change in Bai Siling at this moment. Looking at the boundless killing intent and fighting spirit emanating from the 40 Tang dynasty veterans, Wang Chong nodded in his mind. Although the Tang dynasty was showing signs of weakness, the empire still shone brightly, and these soldiers of the Tang dynasty were still the same as he remembered. With a troop like this, not to mention bandits and highwaymen 10 times their number, even if they were facing a regular army 10 times their number, Wang Chong would still dare to lead them into battle. Siling, when the battle begins, I'll have to trouble you to cooperate with me. Wang Chong suddenly turned his head to Bai Siling and said, "Ah." Bai Siling was in a flurry, as if she had not expected Wang Chong to call her, but she quickly covered it up. "All right. Don't worry, I'll do my best to cooperate with you." Bai Siling nodded seriously. As a daughter of the Bai family in the capital, Bai Siling quickly returned to normal. "All right, let's go." Wang Chong squeezed his horse's belly, and the 40 Tang dynasty cavalry immediately galloped toward the direction of the distant battle cries. "Chief, the other cavalry is coming." Just as Wang Chong and the others were rushing over, a pigeon descended from the sky. On the slope beside the official road, there was a dense forest, and a rugged boulder stood on the side of the road. On the boulder, the military advisor of the Iron Cloak highwayman, Zhouan, stretched out his right hand and caught the pigeon. He opened the letter on its leg and passed it over to the towering leader of the Iron Cloak highwaymen, Iron Cloak Li. Ha ha, since they're already here. Then passed down the order to slow down the offensive. It wasn't easy to lure them here. I don't want to scare them away. Yes, leader. Zhouan received the order and left. It didn't take long for this order to spread throughout the entire Iron Cloak highwaymen. This allowed Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others to catch their breath. Da. Roughly half an incense's time later, a cloud of dust rose on the official road to the east. Leading the way, Wang Chong finally saw the scene of the battle. On the official road several li away from where Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others were supposed to attack the bandits, and highwaymen dressed in all sorts of clothes filled the sky. Like a tidal wave, they covered the official road, the forest, the slopes, and the treetops. Under the encirclement of these bandits and highwaymen, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others were like reefs in the middle of the ocean, isolated on a slope 30 zhang away from the official road. The air was filled with the pungent stench of blood. Corpses of bandits, highwaymen, soldiers, and steeds were strewn all over the ground. Seeing this sight, the eyes of Wang Chong, Bai Siling, and the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen reddened. This was the first time the 80 cavalrymen had suffered such a heavy casualty. On the slope, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu had barely managed to fend off the attacks of the Iron Cloak highwaymen by relying on the trees and the surrounding terrain. However, the number of Tang dynasty cavalrymen by their side had dropped from 40 to 24. In total, 16 to 17 veteran cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty had died in the forest. Every single one of the Tang dynasty cavalrymen was a true martial realm expert, and they had been through countless battles. This kind of loss could be said to be disastrous. But what was even more unbearable was that these respected veterans of the Empire had died in the hands of these bandits and highwaymen. Lord, I want to kill them all. Beside Wang Chong, Ma Song and the others clenched their fists tightly as their eyes reddened in fury. The other cavalrymen also felt agitated. A warrior could die on the battlefield without regrets, but they shouldn't die in the hands of bandits and highwaymen in disgrace. Have you forgotten what I told you? Calm down. We must kill these Iron Cloak highwaymen, but we can't just charge in like this. Look at the other side, how many of them are there? Taking a deep breath, Wang Chong stopped the crowd. At the same time, a raging flame was burning in his heart. Having spent his entire life on the battlefield, Wang Chong could empathize with the emotions of a soldier more than anyone else. Furthermore, even though those soldiers died in the hands of the highwaymen, in the end, they died protecting Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. At the very least, their deaths are honorable. Wang Chong's final words were effective. The eyes of Ma Song and the others immediately cleared up. That's right, as a warrior, no matter what, the first and most important task was to protect their commander. Even though Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others weren't members of the military, from the moment they received their orders, they had become the commanders of the cavalrymen. From this point of view, their deaths were honorable. Otherwise, given their capabilities, there was still a good chance that they could have survived. Lord, feel free to speak. We'll do as you say. Ma Song and the others regained their clarity of mind, and their expectant gazes fell on Wang Chong. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Wang Chong fell silent for a moment before he suddenly patted his steed and leaped out of the formation. Everyone, wait here. Without my orders, no one is to come into contact with them. As his voice echoed in everyone's ears, Wang Chong was already at the front of the formation, less than 50 zhang away from the Iron Cloak highwayman. Behind him, Bai Siling was silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and chasing after Wang Chong. These Iron Cloak highwaymen aren't simple. Bai Siling gritted her teeth and said, "The number of true martial realm experts they have isn't any lesser than ours. It's not just that they have more true martial realm experts than us." Wang Chong sighed and spoke with a voice that only Bai Siling could hear. The highwaymen had always been stronger than the bandits. In the previous missions, Wang Chong and the others had barely met any true martial realm expert. However, this group of highwaymen couldn't be judged using common sense. Even though they made up the majority of the group, there were still several hundred of them who were beneath true martial realm. Just the true martial realm highwaymen alone numbered at least 70 to 80. Their strength was truly astounding. If the cavalrymen in the military were well trained, experienced, and coordinated with one another, they would have been able to defeat the highwaymen easily. Wang Chong would have long given up on the idea and fled the moment he saw the highwaymen. "Siling, haven't you realized it yet? They look like a bunch of ragtag bandits, but someone is able to maneuver them into a tight formation." They surrounded Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others on a slope where the terrain is complicated and the trees are dense, making it difficult for cavalrymen to exert their might. Even though Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others managed to stop them with the help of the map. But at the same time they were also trapped there. If a cavalryman were to dismount, would he still be a cavalryman? There must be an expert among the highwaymen. Wang Chong sighed. A group of powerful highwaymen wasn't fearsome because they didn't know how to coordinate with one another. On the battlefield, a well-trained army could easily crush a group of highwaymen of equal strength. However, if the highwaymen were to learn how to coordinate with one another, everything would be different. "Are you talking about the military advisor?" Bai Siling was taken aback. "That's not what I'm worried about. Didn't you notice? When we arrived here, the battle cries suddenly lessened significantly." Wang Chong said. "You mean?" Bai Siling was taken aback. Then, as if she had thought of something, her face suddenly paled. Wang Chong nodded, confirming her conjecture. "If I'm not mistaken, that person is quite ambitious." The appearance of Wang Chong and Bai Siling didn't just attract the attention of the highwaymen. On the slope, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others also noticed the commotion. Siling and the others are here." Beneath the tree, Huang Yongtu propped himself up and looked at the army on the main road with trembling agitatedly. It had only been a few hours, but Huang Yongtu had never felt this long in his life. For a moment, he was on the verge of despair. There was no way the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen would be able to fend off 700 highwaymen and highwaymen. Huang Yongtu was only hanging on by his will to survive. Never had Huang Yongtu thought that it would be Wang Chong and Bai Siling who would come to his rescue in his moment of despair. He opened his mouth, wanting to call out Wang Chong's name. But at this moment, he awkwardly realized that even though they had been traveling together for so long, he still didn't know Wang Chong's name. "It's useless, they won't be able to reach us." Just as Huang Yongtu was getting excited, a basin of cold water suddenly splashed over him. Lieutenant Zhang Lin's chest was heaving up and down, and his face was pale. Due to overexertion, he looked extremely feeble. On the other hand, his body was already riddled with wounds due to the intense battle, and fresh blood had already dyed his body red. Even though Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were the leaders of the group in name, the true leader was actually Zhang Lin. He was the one who had single-handedly fended off the enemy's relentless assault and saved Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. But at the same time, his injuries were far more severe than anyone else's. At this moment, Zhang Lin had no idea how much longer he could hold on. It was the duty of a soldier to follow orders, and the only thing driving Zhang Lin to persevere on was to ensure that Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were safe. On top of that, he couldn't allow himself to be humiliated and die under the blades of a highwayman. This was Zhang Lin's conviction. "Lieutenant Zhang is right, there are too many of them. We aren't a match for them at all. Even if Siling and the others were to join us, it would still be the same. Besides, the leader of the highwaymen hasn't made a move yet, and you've seen how fearsome he is. There's no way he will allow us to escape. Siling and the others are just sending themselves to their death. Chapter 342. As the leader of this operation, Sugon had 20 cavalrymen protecting him with their lives. But even so, he had still sustained severe injuries. The current Sugon was no longer as competitive as he used to be. At this point, he could only hope that Wang Chong and the others wouldn't fall into the same trap as them. Bullshit. Siling and the others are our only hope at the moment. Do you all wish to die? You may wish to die, but I don't. Siling. Huang Yongtu abruptly leaped into the air and beckoned to Wang Chong and Bai Siling. He had long forgotten that Bai Siling was still a fickle and traitorous slut in his eyes. Ha, pass down my orders. No one is to shoot arrows. Let him shout. No one is to stop him. At the back of the formation, Iron Cloak Li roared with laughter. Yes, Chief. Wait a moment, don't make it too obvious. Have the bandits on the east side prepare for battle. Yes. A few highwaymen immediately rode off to carry out the orders. Even though they were highwaymen, they had the ability to pass down orders, to command, to defend, and to shoot arrows. They were no longer ordinary highwaymen, but soldiers. On the other side, Wang Chong and Bai Siling also heard Huang Yongtu's voice. Even though Wang Chong and Bai Siling didn't get along with Huang Yongtu, they couldn't help but feel ripples in their hearts upon hearing Huang Yongtu's desperate plea. Siling, do you know how to shoot arrows? Wang Chong suddenly asked. I do. Why? Bai Siling replied. For the moment, she couldn't fathom Wang Chong's intentions. Shoot an arrow for me and bring something over, Wang Chong said calmly. His gaze swept across the Iron Cloak highwaymen before him, and he had a rough idea of what to do. What Su Gan and Huang Yongtu need right now is to stabilize the morale of their troops. On top of that, after fighting for so long, they have suffered quite a few casualties. Even Su Gan and Zhang Lin are injured. We need to replenish them with healing pills. Understood. Bai Siling looked at the youth beside her, who was younger than her, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of admiration. Bai Siling felt an indescribable admiration for this young man who had always been secretive and never even mentioned his background, yet had the white-hoofed shadow, the royal steed of the white-hoofed shadow. No matter what problem or predicament he encountered, he always seemed to have a solution, always had his own ideas, and never panicked. There was always a calming power in him. Following such a person, even if they were in prison, they couldn't help but forget. This young man possessed a strength that others could rely on and trust in. Bring me the arrow. Bai Siling waved her hand and soon, someone handed over a big iron bow. In the Bai family, Bai Siling was one of the few people who dabbled in archery, and her cultivation was very high. Wang Chong had asked the right person. The army had simple charcoal pens for writing envelopes, which were used in emergencies. Using the unit of measurement, every 10 soldiers would have one of these things. Wang Chong tore a piece of cloth and swiftly wrote a few lines of words on it. Then, he passed all of the recovery pills he had on him to Bai Siling. Boom! In the next moment, Bai Siling drew her bow and shot Wang Chong's letter along with the recovery pills. The arrow traversed a distance of 100 zhang and struck the tree behind Huang Yongtu. The white feather of the arrow trembled in the air. Bastards! Aren't these fellows being too arrogant? 500 feet away, a savage-looking bandit could not help but spit fiercely on the ground when he saw this scene, and cursed. Even though the military advisor and leader had ordered them not to touch them for the time being, these fellows were being too arrogant. However, these fellows were too arrogant, treating them as if they were nothing. We have so many people on our side, why should we be afraid of them? A spit from each of us is more than enough to drown them. Isn't the military advisor being a little too cautious? Indeed. They're just two kids who are still wet behind the ears. How can they be leaders? Brothers, take them down. Kill the men and have fun with the women." A commotion immediately broke out among the bandits. Mountain bandits and bandits had always been free, undisciplined, and lawless people. If they were facing a powerful enemy, they might still obey the orders of Iron Cloak Li and the others. But now, Wang Chong and the others only had a few dozen of them, and they were led by two kids. For a moment, the bandits had forgotten about the might of Wang Chong and the others when they wiped out the bandits, and they were itching to make a move. "Chief, the brothers of the bandits who just joined us are starting to get restless." A valiant-looking highwayman suddenly pointed to the distance and said, "They forgot about the orders we gave earlier. Should we go over and restrain them?" "There's no need for that." The one who said those words wasn't Iron Cloak Li but the military advisor Zhouan. "Let them be. They won't learn to be obedient if they don't suffer some losses. If some of them die, they will be more obedient. At the same time, we can also test the strength of this group of soldiers and consume some of their strength," Zhouan said emotionlessly as he stroked his beard. According to the intelligence they had received, there was a group of soldiers who were well versed in the means of bandits, and none of the bandits were able to escape from them. The group on the slope clearly wasn't as formidable, and there was nothing special about them. From the looks of it, it could only be the group on the other side. The highwayman hesitated for a moment before turning to look at Iron Cloak Li. Iron Cloak Li's face remained impassive, and he simply nodded slightly. Understanding the other party's intentions, the highwayman fell silent. Based on the intentions of Zhouan and the military advisor, they intended to let the Eastern highwayman have a taste of Wang Chong's skills. However, things didn't develop as they expected. "Siling, it seems like they have a problem with that arrow of yours?" Wang Chong immediately sensed the restlessness of the bandit. "Why? Are you going to surrender?" Bai Siling chuckled softly. Unknowingly, she had been infected by Wang Chong's mood. In such a precarious situation, it was impossible to laugh. But when she was with Wang Chong, she couldn't help but forget this point. "How can that be? Since they want to make a move, we might as well fulfill their wish. There's no need for them to make a move. Let's head over ourselves." Wang Chong smiled. "What do you intend to do?" Bai Siling rolled her eyes at Wang Chong, and even Wang Chong couldn't help but fall into a daze. "First echelon, step out. Second echelon, get ready." Wang Chong waved his hand, and 5 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen immediately stepped out. Their auras were in sync and their steps were in sync. They were like unsheathed swords, giving off a feeling of sharpness. "Siling, I'll have to trouble you to come with us." As Wang Chong spoke, he unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the sky. Rumble! The next moment, like a silver vase breaking, the first echelon of Tang Dynasty cavalrymen, along with Wang Chong and Bai Siling, roared out like dragons emerging from the sea. Although they were only 7 people, they exuded the aura of an army of thousands. In that instant, it was as if the entire earth was trembling beneath their feet. This was the first time Bai Siling had seen Wang Chong's troops move out. They had all received their troops on the same day, and they were all of the same strength and realm, but the 5 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen under Wang Chong gave off a completely different feeling. It was no longer the feeling of being a bystander when he and Bai Siling surrounded the bandits. Instead, it was a soul-stirring feeling. It was as if the troops they had received belonged to 2 completely different armies. Hong long long. With the neighing of their steeds, Wang Chong's troops increased their speed. Even when they were about to reach the Iron Cloak highwaymen, they showed no signs of slowing down. Waves of tyrannical yuan qi surged into the bodies of those warhorses, and then turned into rippling martial arts halos under the warhorses. In an instant, the aura of the 5 cavalrymen increased by more than 2-fold. The might of a cavalry could only be brought out through a relentless charge. As long as their steeds did not stop, they would be the strongest force on the battlefield. No one could withstand the charge of a cavalry of the same level, and this included the Iron Cloak Highwaymen. 1. Seeing that there were only 7 of them, but the great Tang army was still advancing relentlessly without any signs of stopping, the bandits finally fell into disarray. Damn it, do these fellows really think that they can deal with the 600 of us with just the 7 of them? They're committing suicide. Bastards, these fellows are crazy. Careful, careful. Amidst the neighing of Ney's steed, the 7 of them charged right into the midst of the bandits like a bolt of lightning. The furious curses soon turned into chaotic screams and shouts. No one could withstand the charge of 7 true martial realm experts. The combined might of their steeds and their riders was far beyond what these bandits could withstand. Pung pung pung. The hooves of the steeds crushed the bones of the 7 bandits, sending them flying high into the air. Before they could even land on the ground, they were already deader than dead. In just a single clash, the Iron Cloak Highwaymen had lost 7 of their men. But this was far from the end. The might of a cavalry didn't just lie in their first charge, but in their relentless charge. Nay. Ah! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Be careful! The scene was in chaos. The charge of Wang Chong and the others was only the beginning of the first wave of attacks. In the next moment, spears and swords rained down. The bandits only felt their vision blur, and before they could even react, they'd already been pierced through by the iron spear and perished. The mountain bandits who lived in the mountains and robbed the passing merchants were no match for the well-trained and battle-hardened regular soldiers. A single cavalryman might not amount to much, and the threat they posed to the mountain bandits was rather limited. However, when 2, 3, 4, 5, when a group of cavalrymen appeared and coordinated with each other, no bandits who only knew how to fight one-on-one would be able to stand against them. Pu. The metal spears were as dense as rain, stabbing out like poisonous dragons, throwing the surrounding bandits into the air. The cold light that flickered in the air was like the scythe of the god of death, taking away one life after another. Blood sprayed in the air, and miserable screams rang out one after another. The bandits who were still clamoring madly a moment ago had suddenly become prey for the 7 of them. In just a short period of time, more than 20 bandits had died in the first wave of attacks from the 7 of them. On the other hand, not a single person on Wang Chong's side was injured. This was the might of the Tang dynasty's cavalry. Chapter 343. Kill them! Kill them! Don't let those fellows get away. We have the advantage in numbers, we'll crush them to death. Kill. On the official road to the east, although the bandits had lost more than 20 people in an instant, the continuous deaths had also aroused the viciousness in the hearts of the bandits. If Wang Chong's group had hundreds or even thousands of men, the bandits might still be fearful. However, there were only 7 of them. No matter how many men they had, it was impossible for them to stand against the 600 to 700 of them. In an instant, hundreds of bandits swarmed over from all directions, reducing the space that Wang Chong's group could operate in. Even if they had to exhaust Wang Chong's group to death. What should we do? Amidst the dense crowd, Bai Siling turned to look at Wang Chong. Her sword moved swiftly, and the war steed beneath her feet pulsed with halos, sending the surrounding bandits flying. Bai Siling was a true martial realm expert, and her strength was on par with Marchioness Yi and Wang Zhuyan. However, even she felt the pressure from such a dense encirclement. Her smooth forehead was filled with sweat, and her stamina and origin energy had been greatly depleted. "Don't panic," Wang Chong said calmly as he observed the movements in the surroundings. Of the group of 7, his cultivation realm was the lowest, still at origin energy realm. But in this chaotic battle, Wang Chong had an easier time dealing with the situation than Bai Siling. This was the environment of the battlefield, and Wang Chong's bloodline and bones had long gotten used to being surrounded by enemies. Furthermore, it wasn't as if he couldn't make use of the chaos. At the very least, Wang Chong's sword chi of life slaying became even more difficult to defend against in this environment. Index finger, middle finger, ring finger. Wang Chang's 10 fingers moved in turns. Strands of extremely dense sword qi crisscrossed the air, constantly shooting out and shooting into the forehead, neck, and heart of the bandit. Moreover, there were many times when Wang Chang's sword qi was clearly aimed at a single bandit, but in the next moment, these sword qi as thick as a finger would pass over that bandit's shoulder and shoot into the body of another bandit 10 meters away. This kind of pointing and attacking made Wang Chang's lethality increase exponentially. Among the 7 of them, in terms of the number of kills, perhaps only Bai Siling, who was the strongest and had the highest realm, could compare with him. Almost there. Wang Chong kept his eyes and ears open, sensing the situation of the bandits surrounding him. When he felt that the situation was about right, Wang Chong sat on the back of his horse and clenched his right hand into a fist. He raised it up high, leaving only his thumb sticking out and pointing it at the sky. Boom! Just when the bandits were about to drag Wang Chong's group into the sea of people and completely surround them, the 5 cavalrymen of the second echelon suddenly leaped out from the rear of the formation. It was as if a mountain had collapsed. Boom! They covered a distance of 50 zhang in a single leap. The 5 cavalrymen of the second echelon were like 5 sharp blades, charging into the sea of bandits with an unstoppable momentum. The same thing happened once more. Before the charging cavalrymen, one bandit after another was knocked into the air, sent flying by the true martial halo. The steel cavalry's speed could no longer be measured by their own cultivation realm and strength. Under their high-speed charge, their strength had increased by at least 3 realms. At the very least, before their speed decreased, none of the bandits would be able to block their blade. Like 5 invisible blades plowing into the bandits, screams rang out incessantly. The encirclement that had just closed up was instantly torn apart by the charge of the regular cavalrymen of the imperial court. "Let's go!" When the 5 cavalrymen of the second echelon had broken through the encirclement, the first and second echelons converged, forming a line of 10 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty. With a loud boom, they pierced through the bandits' defensive line from the inside out. Like a flood dragon, they charged forward, leaving behind a trail of corpses. "Damn it! Don't let those bastards get away! After them! Kill them!" The bandits were so furious that they felt like their lungs were about to explode. So many of them had died, but not only did they not manage to kill a single person, they even allowed them to escape. How could the bandits take this? Whoosh! A dense mass of bandits chased after Wang Chang's group. The bandits with war horses were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They charged out from the crowd, galloping in pursuit. 10 cavalrymen and 2 children. Not a single one of them had died, but they had killed at least 40 bandits. At the back of the crowd, the Iron Cloak highwayman and the military advisor frowned silently. Even though they intended to use Wang Chang's group to intimidate the bandits, and at the same time, test the strength of Wang Chang's group, the loss of so many bandits in a single encounter still left them with a heavy heart. This group of cavalrymen possesses frightening destructive power. The Iron Cloak highwayman spread open his right palm, and a miniature iron cloak floated in the air, flexing and flexing in his hand. Cavalrymen have to charge on their own to unleash their full potential. This is also the reason why I tried my best to intercept them and keep them in the forest, preventing them from entering the main road. The Iron Cloak highwayman's military advisor stroked his beard as he explained calmly. But after a brief pause, a subtle glint flashed across Zhou En's eyes. "However, this group of cavalrymen is indeed stronger than the one we intercepted earlier. As the saying goes, soldiers are fearless, generals are fearless. The same soldier would behave differently under different generals. Under the command of a defensive and conservative general, this soldier might appear timid. Under the command of a brave and resolute general, this soldier would become fearless and unstoppable. This was the influence of a general's disposition and the environment. At the very least, The 10 cavalrymen led by Wang Chong gave him a completely different feeling from Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others on the slope. It seems like it's him. A thought flashed across Zhou An's mind. He had already confirmed that it was the group on the main road to the east who had wiped out the bandits and forced them to submit to him. Boss, the 40 bandits aren't a match for them. Send another 60 brothers over. Zhou An suddenly turned to the leader on the boulder and said. In Zhou An's words, the only ones worthy of being called brothers were his own men. 60 bandits, 40 bandits, and the other bandits on foot. Their numbers were already several times that of Wang Chong's group. The fact that they were able to dispatch so many men to deal with him was more than enough to show how much importance Zhou An placed on Wang Chong's group. On the boulder, the leader of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen nodded silently. In the next moment, the 60-odd Iron Cloak Highwaymen bellowed and whipped their horses. They circled around the sea of bandits and emerged from the forest on the right. Shi Yujian leaped onto the main road and followed closely behind the bandit. The horsemanship and fighting prowess of these bandits were decent, on par with the official army. With so many of them, they were more than enough to crush Wang Chong's group. They're following us. On the main road, a cloud of dust billowed as the war steeds galloped. Bai Siling had been paying close attention to the movements behind her. Among the bandits and highwaymen, there were quite a few tall and muscular Turks, Gorians, and short but ferocious Uzan tribesmen. In this wave, Wang Chong had gathered at least 80 to 90 bandits and highwaymen with him. Honestly speaking, this was the first time that Bai Siling had experienced such a situation. She was so nervous that her palms were drenched in sweat. With so many people around, Bai Siling wasn't confident that she could deal with them at all. Don't panic. It's just 80 to 90 bandits, and they aren't even part of the official army. They aren't a threat to us yet. Wang Chong said calmly. The army he led had even triumphed over invaders that were several times the number of bandits and highwaymen, let alone a bunch of bandits and highwaymen. In the battlefield by the borders of the Tang dynasty, it was normal for such a numerical comparison to be expected. As a lady, Bai Siling couldn't help but feel flustered. However, to Wang Chong, he was more than familiar with such a situation. On a battlefield with complicated terrain, for a commander who was truly good at leading troops, numbers sometimes didn't mean anything. Chase. You won't be able to escape. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll catch you all. Ha ha ha, that woman is blaming me. Don't you dare snatch her from me. Kill them all. Strange howls sounded. Seeing how Wang Chong and the others were being chased by them, the bandits' faces contorted as they laughed excitedly. Nay. After chasing for dozens of li, intense and high-spirited neighs of horses suddenly sounded from the two sides of the mountain. While the bandits were caught off guard, a well-disguised warhorse suddenly leaped out from the forest on the right. With lightning speed, it charged into the most vulnerable area between the 40 bandits and the 60 highwaymen. Rumble! Riding on the terrain, the horse charged down the slope. Its speed and momentum were even more terrifying than charging on flat ground. What kind of tiger was the scariest? The tiger that descended the mountain was the scariest. Similarly, what kind of cavalry was the scariest? The cavalry that charged down the slope was the scariest. That kind of momentum was like an avalanche, unstoppable and unstoppable. Rumble! Before the dozens of bandits and highwaymen could react, they were hit by the cavalry that Wang Chong had set up on the slope. Shrill screams pierced through the air. The long line was instantly pierced through. At least 30 bandits and highwaymen were caught off guard and died under the charge and thrust of the iron spears of the 10 Tang dynasty cavalry. The originally orderly team was instantly thrown into chaos. Now's the time. Counterattack. Chapter 344. Rumble. The earth quaked. No one could describe the tremors caused by the 30 Tang dynasty cavalry charging into the bandit ranks in an arrow formation. The neighing of the horses, the screams of pain, the clashing of metal, and the cracking of bones all mixed together in the moment of battle. More than 20 mounted bandits had their bones crushed, and even more were sent flying into the sky by the fierce impact. The power of the military's warhorses was on full display at this moment. Whether it was the sturdiness of their bones, tenacity, or strength, the warhorses of the military far surpassed the tamed horses these bandits and highwaymen could casually get. Wang Chang's intention of luring the bandits and highwaymen over and forming a long line on the official road was now clear. Although the power of the cavalry was greater in open terrain, this was only a small group of cavalry. However, it was only a small group of cavalrymen, and they were able to display their greatest power in narrow terrain. The official road to the west could only allow 6 warhorses to gallop side by side. No matter how many bandits and highwaymen there were, they could only move 6 warhorses on the official road. In the face of the stronger and more coordinated Tang Empire, the bandits and highwaymen were no match for the bandits and highwaymen. Nay, the 40 bandits and highwaymen were like a line of weeds in a field, waiting to be harvested. Thud, thud, thud. The spears of the 30 Tang dynasty cavalry were like dragons. Not a single person could stop them. When the front line of the bandits collapsed, the rear line was completely unable to stop them. Almost every bandit was attacked by 6 or 7 Tang dynasty cavalry at the same time. When the 30 cavalry swept past, they left behind corpses strewn all over the place. For both Wang Chong and his 30 cavalry, this sort of battle was a walk in the park. But for Bai Siling, as well as the bandits and highwaymen who had never experienced this kind of cruel battle, it was unimaginable. This was especially so for the bandits and highwaymen. The 30 great Tang cavalrymen were like 30 killing machines. Their united momentum was like the eruption of a mountain torrent. Just a single glance at them was enough to send them into an unforgettable nightmare. In just an instant, the 40 bandits who had given chase were corpses strewn all over the official road and the 2 sides of the hill. Blood and severed limbs were scattered all over the ground. The might of a cavalry of this scale could no longer be described by their numbers alone. In the open plains, a 10,000-strong cavalry could take on an army of 300,000 strong infantry alone, and they could even penetrate and defeat the enemy repeatedly. Those who did not understand this would be plunged into a nightmare. Kill. Before the 60 Iron Cloak highwaymen could react, Wang Chang's 30 Tang dynasty cavalry had already merged with the 10 cavalrymen who had been lying in ambush on the hill. With the addition of the 10 cavalrymen, the already formidable force was even more formidable. Hong Long. Without the slightest hesitation, the 40 cavalrymen charged right into the midst of the 60 Iron Cloak highwaymen after killing the 40 bandit. In just a few breaths' time, the entire process had been completed. Nay, steeds collided with steeds, spears clashed with blades, and the same scene repeated itself once more. The strength of the Iron Cloak highwaymen surpassed that of the bandits, and in fact, they were on par with the regular army of the Tang dynasty. But in an intense battlefield where 2 armies were clashing with one another, this word meant the difference between the heavens and the earth. Boom! One warhorse after another was thrown into the air by the ferocious collisions. Both the rider and the horse flew several meters into the air, as if they were weightless. But before they could land, spears after spear darted through the air like dragonflies, piercing into the formation behind them. Blood splattered like a fountain under the sunlight. Along with the blood, the bandits of the Iron Cloak highwaymen could be seen splattering as well. The powerful highwaymen who were ferocious and belligerent would never be able to match up to the well-trained Great Tang cavalry. Pung 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 pung. Wave after wave of horse bandits fell as the dense forest of spears pierced forward. At this moment, a simple yet effective battle formation was far more effective than any exquisite martial arts. Let's go. Retreat. 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 We've fallen into an ambush. We aren't a match for them. An extremely terrified voice resounded on the official road. Even though the 60 Iron Cloak highwaymen were far stronger than the bandits, they only managed to fend off the assault for a moment before collapsing completely. Those who had never experienced it would never be able to imagine the fearsome might of the charge of 40 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen. The 30 Iron Cloak highwaymen at the front line didn't even manage to hold on for a moment before they were crushed to smithereens by the might of the 40 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen. The momentum they exerted was so overwhelming that they couldn't even muster the slightest bit of will to resist. The difference in strength was too great. This wasn't just a matter of strength. The might of the charge of 40 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen was far beyond what the highwaymen could withstand. Da. Seeing the collapse of the cavalrymen before them, the Iron Cloak highwaymen at the very back were the first to turn tail and flee. Charge! Wang Chang's gaze turned cold as he ordered without any hesitation. In the heat of the battlefield, once one side's cavalrymen faltered in fear and turned tail to flee, it would be impossible for them to escape even if they wanted to. Theoretically speaking, everyone was riding on steeds, so their speed should be about the same. But reality would never be the same as theory. Once the charge of the cavalrymen began, their speed would only grow faster and faster until they reached a peak and couldn't stop anymore. On the other hand, the side that turned tail to flee would go from extreme speed to extreme stillness, starting from zero again. This meant that their speed couldn't compare to Wang Chang's group at all. Amidst the screams of agony, the great Tang cavalrymen chased after the highwaymen. Their spears glowed with the luster of halos, making them look like pythons and dragons. With a single strike, they pierced through the bodies of the highwaymen and flung them into the air. Pu. Before the highwayman's body could even fall to the ground, dozens of cavalrymen had already pierced through his body one after another, causing him to fall to the side of the road. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20 The short 30 zhang path became the highwayman's nightmare. One after another, the highwaymen were chased down and stabbed to the side of the road. Some of the highwaymen tried to retaliate before their deaths, stopping abruptly in an attempt to drag others down with them. But what awaited them were 34 spear tips. Wherever the cavalrymen passed, both men and horses died, leaving behind only corpses. Hurry up and flee to the top of the mountain. Someone finally realized that they would never be a match for Wang Chang's group on the flat road. Squeezing his horse's abdomen, he and his steed became one and leaped up the mountain. Charge! Without thinking, several cavalrymen leaped high into the air and charged into the forest, intending to chase after the highwaymen. There's no need for that. Let them escape. Wang Chong raised an arm and said calmly. In the next moment, the cavalrymen who had already chased the highwaymen into the forest retreated. Strict obedience. This was the most basic rule of the army. Wang Chong's commanding ability had won everyone's trust. From this moment onwards, they had completely regarded him as their leader, not just because of the imperial court's orders. Don't chase a cornered enemy. They're just a few highwaymen, nothing to worry about. Let them go. Wang Chong pulled on the reins and sat on the back of his steed as he said calmly. His expression was indifferent, his eyes wise, and his entire body exuded an aura of extreme calmness. At this moment, even Wang Chong himself did not realize that he no longer resembled a 17-year-old youth. Instead, he resembled a calm and seasoned general. Yes, Lord. The cavalrymen replied respectfully. Their expressions and actions made it seem as though they were meeting a high-ranking general of the army. At the same time, everyone suddenly realized that the battle had ended. Other than the few highwaymen who had escaped, the rest of the bandits and highwaymen had been wiped out. The several hundred zhang-long official road was filled with the corpses of bandits and highwaymen. There were Turks, Uzan, Gogurians, Abbasid Caliphate, and Karak Spazinu. Their corpses were piled up into a small mountain. Fresh blood flowed from the corpses, dyeing the ground crimson. Severed limbs, dismembered arms, intestines, and fresh blood were everywhere. The air was filled with the pungent stench of blood. Bai Siling hadn't noticed it earlier, but now that the battle was over, she couldn't help but vomit. Even though she was known to be a valiant figure on par with the likes of Marchioness Yi and Wang Zhuyan, she was still a lady. She had never seen such a cruel sight before. Bai Siling's body convulsed, and the moment she vomited, she found it hard to stop. Furthermore, the pungent stench of blood in the air made it even more unbearable for her. Hua! Dismounting from her steed, Bai Siling rushed to the side of the official road and vomited violently. All of the food she had eaten over the past few days, along with her yellow bile, came gushing out. She even vomited to the point that tears were flowing down her face. This should be your first time, right? You'll get used to it soon. A voice sounded behind her. Wang Chong had unknowingly dismounted from his steed and walked over. No matter how valiant a lady was, there was still a weak side to her. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen Bai Siling vomiting. How did you do it? Bai Siling tried her best to suppress the urge to vomit, but the moment her hands touched the ground, another mouthful of bile gushed out. What? Wang Chong was taken aback. How did you do it? Why aren't you vomiting? Kneeling on the ground, Bai Siling asked. Wang Chong was taken aback, and a dazed look appeared on his face. It was normal for an ordinary person to vomit the first time they killed someone. Did he really not know how to do it? Of course he knew how to do it. Just that it wasn't now. Chapter 345. In his previous life, he had never even killed a chicken, needless to say, a human. But humans change. Life shaped a person, and it also changed a person. In his previous life, when he caught the eye of a few seniors in the military and was promoted, Wang Chong killed for the first time in his life. Looking at the red and white blood flowing out, Wang Chong vomited even more violently than Bai Siling did. But when his comrades fell one after another, and the familiar land of the 9 continents burned to ashes, Wang Chong never vomited again. After vomiting out all of his weakness, all that was left in Wang Chong's heart was determination. But these were things that Wang Chong wouldn't tell Bai Siling. Compared to the mission on his shoulders and the predicament he was in, all of his personal pride and disgrace, gains and losses, and even his feelings and fears, were insignificant. Siling, it's not that I won't vomit like you, but there are some things that are more important than these severed limbs that you see. If we can't find a way to defeat those highwaymen and bandits, the ones lying on this road would be us, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu's corpses. Wang Chong said slowly as he looked at Bai Siling's back. Bai Siling was taken aback for a moment before she slowly raised her head to look at the determined face of the young man behind her. For some reason, Bai Siling suddenly felt an indescribable sense of attraction from the young man behind her. In that instant, even the disgust in her heart subsided. Let's go, time waits for no one. Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others are still waiting for us. Standing behind Bai Siling, Wang Chong stretched out his hand and said. Bai Siling subconsciously reached out a hand and grabbed Wang Chong's palm. She felt a sense of security and dependence that she had never felt before. In a trance, Bai Siling had forgotten that this lofty and indifferent youth in front of her was actually much younger than her. Go! With a flick of the whip, the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen, along with Wang Chong and Bai Siling, charged toward the Iron Cloak highwaymen. Leader! This is bad. This is bad. On the right side of the mountain path, 2 stallions suddenly emerged from the forest, and 2 bandits leaped down from the backs of their steed. Frightened out of their wits, they kneeled before Iron Cloakly. My brother was killed, speak clearly. How many people were killed? Where are the others? Standing on the boulder, Iron Cloakly said with a livid face. Dead. Other than the 2 of us, all of our brothers were killed. The 2 Iron Cloak highwaymen trembled in fear as they replied. To the east of Longxi, the Iron Cloak highwaymen were known for their ferocity and fearlessness. But in that short instant they were truly terrified. 40 mounted bandits and 60 Iron Cloak highwaymen, a group of 100 men, were slaughtered in just a few moments. Broken limbs and corpses piled up like a mountain on the road. On the other hand, there wasn't a single casualty on Wang Chong's side. That kind of ferocity was unimaginable to those who hadn't experienced it themselves. What? As soon as their voices fell, 2 bangs rang out, and they were sent flying almost simultaneously. Retracting his palm, Iron Cloak Li's complexion turned awful. Even though he and the military advisor didn't give chase, they had been paying close attention to the movements in the distance. When the deafening battle cries finally disappeared, Iron Cloak Li had already sensed that something was amiss. But in Iron Cloak Li's view, his brothers were experts in horsemanship. Even if they couldn't defeat the bandits, they should still be able to escape. Perhaps they might even be able to kill a few of the Tang dynasty's soldiers. That would be even better. But for more than 100 of his subordinates to be slaughtered, with the exception of 2, this was truly out of Iron Cloak Li's expectations. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seemed like the other party had intentionally let the 2 of them escape. This made Iron Cloak Li's complexion turn awful. "Zhouan, how are the preparations on your side?" Iron Cloak Li asked grimly as he turned to the military advisor beside him. "I still need a while more. Judging from the alertness of those bandits, I'm afraid that it'll take a little more time." Zhouan replied with an awful complexion as well. Even though the Iron Cloak highwaymen had the advantage in numbers, it was still a considerable loss for them to lose 100 of their subordinates in a single go. The only thing that could make the 2 of them feel better was that those bandits who had just joined them weren't too great of a loss to the Iron Cloak highwaymen. When a new group of bandits appeared, they would be able to replenish their numbers. As for the 60 highwaymen who had died, it was truly a heart-wrenching sight to behold. However, those were the weakest of the Iron Cloak highwaymen, and only a few of them had reached true martial realm. From this point of view, although 100 of their brothers had died, they were all the weakest in the lower ranks, so it wasn't a serious loss. Iron Cloak Li nodded as he clenched his right hand into a fist and spoke with killing intent. "Once you're done with your preparations, I'll make a move personally and slaughter those fellows." Up till now, the Iron Cloak highwaymen had never suffered such heavy losses. Including those whom Wang Chong had killed previously, he had already killed more than 100 of them. Iron Cloak Li had to admit that he had underestimated these 40 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty. In terms of fighting prowess, they were definitely much stronger than those on the slope. However, Wang Chong and the others had also succeeded in infuriating Iron Cloak Li. If Iron Cloak Li was only trying to win over the hearts of his subordinates and intimidate them previously, at this moment, he was bent on killing Wang Chong and the others. "Let's wait for a moment first. We'll wipe out all of the Tang soldiers on the slope together with them." Iron Cloak Li spat. In his eyes, the Tang soldiers on the slope were no different from birds in a cage. The only reason why he didn't slaughter them was because he was afraid that Wang Chong and the others would leave once they had nothing to worry about. Dee-da-da. Just as he was fuming with rage, the sound of galloping could be heard from afar, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Turning around a corner, Wang Chong led the way with Bai Siling on his right. Leading the 40 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, they slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Boom! When Wang Chong appeared with the 40 cavalrymen, a deafening cheer suddenly sounded from the slope. Zhang Lin, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the other cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty all stood up in agitation. Regardless of the conflicts they had previously, at this moment, Wang Chong's appearance had filled them with unprecedented hope. Unbelievable! He really did it. They really killed more than 100 bandits and highwaymen. Not a single one of them was missing. The crowd was excited. When more than 100 people went out and only 2 returned, the crowd already knew the result. But who could have thought that not a single one of the 40 cavalrymen would die? Unbelievable! How did that lad do it? Looking at Wang Chong and the 40 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu muttered in astonishment. They were veterans who had fought against the highwaymen and highwaymen. Just like that, more than a dozen veterans of the Tang dynasty were slumbering in this place. But despite dragging more than 100 highwaymen and bandits out, Wang Chong still managed to annihilate all of them while coming out unscathed. This result was simply like a miracle. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu knew that it was impossible for them to achieve such a feat. This was the first time that they were deeply impressed by the strength that Wang Chong had displayed. "Lad, report your name. Who in the world are you?" A loud voice came from the back of the densely packed bandits and horse bandits. The crowd stirred and parted like a wave, creating a straight path on its own. Behind this path was a massive boulder, and standing on top of it was the leader of the Iron Cloak highwaymen, Iron Cloak Li. That 8-foot-tall figure, even separated by layers of space, still gave people a strong sense of oppression. As soon as Wang Chong appeared, Iron Cloak Li's gaze immediately fell on Wang Chong. Hundreds of gazes were directed at Wang Chong from all directions. Even Zhang Lin, Su Gan, and the others, who were hiding behind a makeshift shelter, were paying close attention to Wang Chong as well. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly grave and somber. "Dida!" Wang Chong urged his steed forward. Facing the hundreds of gazes, Wang Chong showed no fear at all. "Iron Cloak highwayman, you sure are gutsy to dare attack the army of the royal court. Do you know the consequences of making an enemy out of the royal court?" Paying no heed to Iron Cloak Li, who was standing on top of the boulder, Wang Chong swept his gaze across the surrounding highwaymen. "What a joke! You have already come knocking on our door. Wherever you went, you left no one alive. Who knows how many bandits died in your hands? Are we not allowed to retaliate? Officials can kill bandits, and naturally, bandits can kill officials as well." Iron Cloak Li sneered furiously as an unruly aura emanated from him. "Humph, the world is bright, and the sun and moon are shining brightly. To think that you bunch of bandits, invading the lands of the Tang dynasty as kings, and sparing the lives of those who have committed crimes. The imperial army suppresses the bandits, pacifies the people. This is a righteous act, it is a reasonable act. Are we supposed to allow you bunch of bandits to wreak havoc in the world? You should know the strength of the royal court. With just 40 of us, we can easily wipe out 100 of you without suffering any injuries. When the true army of the royal court appears, you should know what will happen to you. I advise you to make use of this opportunity to repent and turn over a new leaf. There's still time." Wang Chong's gaze was as sharp as a bolt of lightning. Coupled with the feat he had just accomplished, his gaze exerted immense pressure on everyone. For a moment, the entire area fell silent. Chapter 346. Gongzi sure has a sharp tongue. However, if we were afraid of the laws of the royal court, we wouldn't have become bandits. Since this is our livelihood, it goes without saying that our heads are already hanging by our belt. Do you think that we will fear the imperial army? Besides, we have already killed the imperial army, and this isn't the first time. Do you think that there's a way out? At the back of the formation, the military advisor of the Iron Cloak highwayman, Zhouwen, suddenly spoke up. That young man was simply too imposing. With just a few words, he had managed to lower the morale of his brothers. Zhouwen knew that if he didn't stop the other party now, something unexpected might really happen. Speaking of which, Gongzi sure is impressive. Despite your young age, you have such a deep understanding of the means of us highwaymen. On top of that, when we make a move, not even the fowls and dogs are spared. Yet, Gongzi killed more than 100 of them without batting an eyelid. Zhouwen is truly impressed. To think that a place like the capital would have a figure like Gongzi, I'm really surprised. It seems like if Gongzi were to rise to the top in the future, we would have to keep our distance from Gongzi. That fellow sure is formidable. With just a glance, Wang Chong could tell that the military advisor of the Iron Cloak highwayman had managed to raise the morale of the bandits with just a few words. The eyes that were staring at him were filled with hostility and killing intent. You must be the military advisor of the Iron Cloak highwayman, Zhouan? Wang Chong stared at the middle-aged scholar next to Iron Cloak Li, his eyes sharp and unfazed by his aura. A light breeze blew by, causing Wang Chong's robe to flutter. Even the cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, who had followed Wang Chong for a long time, had never seen such a powerful aura before. Just how many secrets does that lad have? Bai Siling looked at Wang Chong's slender back with a peculiar look in her eyes. She had seen many geniuses in Longwei training camp, and she had seen many scions and scions of prestigious clans. However, none of them could match up to the feeling that Wang Chong gave her. General, Bai Siling racked her brains and finally found a suitable word. The aura that Wang Chong was exuding now was like that of a general on the battlefield who was in charge of the country. Before him, be it the thousands of horse bandits and bandits on the other side, or the cavalry of the Tang dynasty on his side, all of them were subconsciously suppressed and followed his lead. Even Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others, who were on bad terms with him, were paying close attention to his every move. Even though his cultivation base was lower than many people's. Oblivious to the thoughts of the crowd behind him, Wang Chong's attention was completely focused on the middle-aged advisor standing beside the Iron Cloak highwayman. Your Excellency is also a well-read scholar. Why don't you take the imperial examinations and fight for your fame? Don't tell me that the Book of Confucius and Mencius also teaches people to become bandits, to rob houses and occupy land to become kings? Haha, you don't have to worry about that, young master. I am indebted to the Iron Cloak highwayman for saving my life, and I am willing to serve him. On the other hand, Gongzi, you can't be thinking that you will be able to save your companions just like that, right? By the way, the Iron Cloak highwayman is the only one who has the final say here. Don't waste your energy on me. Zhouan stroked his beard with a smile. Ha ha ha, lad, you do have some capability. Seeing that you have killed more than 100 of my men, I will give you a chance. Put down your weapons and surrender. Perhaps you might even be able to save your companions. Otherwise, both you and them will die. Iron Cloak Li laughed heartily, and his voice reverberated through the surroundings like the rumbling of thunder. Leader of the bandits, are you joking with me? Won't we die even faster if we put down our weapons? Wang Chong sneered coldly. There's no other way then. If you don't put down your weapons, they will die even faster. Attack. As soon as those words were spoken, Iron Cloak Li's smile retracted, and with a wave of his hand, he pointed at Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others with a cold and cruel expression on his face. Hong Long. The bandits and highwayman, who were still in a passive state a moment ago, suddenly began to move like a massive machine. 500 to 600 bandits and highwaymen moving out at the same time, their aura could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It was extremely astonishing. Nay, with the highwaymen at the front and highwaymen at the back, they charged right at Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others with the aid of bows and arrows. This is bad. On the slope, the faces of Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others warped in horror. They had just received the pills from Wang Chong and the others, and they hadn't even rested for long when the Iron Cloak highwayman suddenly launched an all-out attack. Get up! Get up! Damn it! Bastard, what are you doing? Put down your weapons! Are you trying to get us killed? Are you insane? If they put down their weapons, we will die even faster. On the slope, Huang Yongtu cursed furiously as he tried to get Wang Chong and the others to put down their weapons. However, what greeted him was Zhang Lin and Su Gan's fury. Huang Yongtu might have been speaking without thinking, but Su Gan and Zhang Lin knew that if Wang Chong and the others were to put down their weapons, there would be no hope left. Everyone was going to die. Hurry up and prepare the defenses. Don't let them get close. If we can't hold them, we can break out at any moment. Zhang Lin hurriedly issued the command. The 26 true martial realm cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty were still able to hold on for some time. What should we do? Bai Siling subconsciously turned to look at Wang Chong. The Iron Cloak highwayman's sudden assault on Su Gan and Huang Yongtu had thrown the crowd on the main road into chaos. Don't panic. Everyone, listen to my command. Charge. Don't hold back, charge. Wang Chong swiftly analyzed the situation before Bai Siling, and before Bai Siling's astonished gaze, Wang Chong waved his hands grandly and led the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen into the midst of the Iron Cloak highwayman. Kill! Kill! Carrying the momentum of killing 100 bandits and highwaymen, the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen charged into the midst of the Iron Cloak highwayman like ferocious beasts. The speed of the charge was far faster than the speed of the Iron Cloak highwayman. Before the first wave of bandits could even reach Su Gan and Huang Yongtu, the steeds of Wang Chong and the others had already charged into the midst of the Iron Cloak highwayman like a sledgehammer. The same sight repeated itself once more. Hong Long. Amidst shrill, panicked, and terrified screams, dozens of mountain bandits and horse bandits were thrown high into the air by the impact of the warhorses' charge, as if they were weightless. Pu-pu-pu-pu. A dense formation of spears pierced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, a large group of bandits and highwaymen fell to the ground. The halos connected with one another, and the forest of spears turned into a tidal wave. Before the charging Tang army, the bandits and highwaymen were no match for them at all. Get out of the way, get out of the way! Those fellows are attacking us! Hold them back! Get out of the way! Let me through! Save me! Wang Chong's assault was extremely sudden, and the speed of his steed's charge was even more unexpected. Most of the bandits clearly saw it, but they were unable to react in time. In just an instant, the bandits and highwaymen collapsed like weeds, their severed limbs flying all over the place. Relying on their superior strength, the bandits and highwaymen on the east side of the main road collapsed in an instant, and the collapse swiftly spread to the rear. The crowd fell into chaos. The valiance and ferocity of the bandits and highwaymen were nothing in the face of the ruthlessness of the Imperial Army, as well as their machine-like efficiency in harvesting. The bandits and highwaymen screamed as they frantically fled. Panic swiftly spread through the crowd, and it seemed like it was going to spread to the entire army. Bastard! Iron Cloak Li flew into a rage. Before they could make any progress in their assault, Wang Chong's army was already on the verge of crushing the eastern side. Mobilize the archers and aim at the eastern side. Send 100 brothers over to coordinate with the other bandits and exterminate them. Yes. One of the leaders of the Iron Cloak highwayman quickly carried out the order. Beside the boulder, the military advisor of the Iron Cloak highwayman couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that lad wouldn't be easy to deal with, but only after seeing him for himself did he realize how difficult it was. Under his command, the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen were as ferocious as beasts. The might of their charge even sent some of the bandits and their steeds flying a dozen zhang into the air. This aura was too fearsome. At this rate, if the Iron Cloak highwayman were to focus on the Tang army on the slope and ignore Wang Chong's group in the east, even if they succeeded, they would suffer heavy losses. We're in trouble. Zhouan smiled bitterly. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the Tang army was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Left flank to the left and right flank to the right. Ignore the Tang army on the slope for now and don't enter the main road. The Tang army is the strongest on the main road. Flank them from both sides of the slope. Zhouan quickly mobilized his troops and issued a series of orders, instructing the bandits and highwaymen to move according to his will. Under Zhouan's command, the 500 to 600 bandits and highwaymen quickly got into formation. They gave up on the main road and circled around the forest on both sides of the slope, forming a formation that encompassed Wang Chong's group. Zhouan's gaze was sharp. In just an instant, he could tell that they weren't a match for Wang Chang's group on the main road. War steeds could charge on flat ground, but on the complicated terrain, their might would be greatly reduced. As long as they could circle around the Iron Cloak highwayman and attack from both sides of the slope, they would be able to suppress them. Retreat. Seeing that the Iron Cloak highwayman was about to surround Wang Chang's group, Wang Chong raised his left fist and spread open his fingers. In the next instant, the 20 cavalrymen under Wang Chong split into two groups and charged forward, crushing the eastern formation of the Iron Cloak highwayman. First, they would cover by Siling's retreat before retreating themselves. Seeing that the encirclement was about to be completed, some of the bandits thought that this was an opportunity and charged forward desperately, hoping to delay Wang Chang's group. However, under the charge of Wang Chang's two groups of cavalrymen, they were crushed to smithereens. Nay! With a loud neigh, the Iron Cloak highwayman charged out from the main road like a serpent before the encirclement of the Iron Cloak highwayman closed in. Chapter 347. In that instant time seemed to have come to a standstill. The Iron Cloak highwaymen who were charging toward Wang Chang's group abruptly came to a halt. Even the most ferocious highwaymen couldn't help but shudder in fear when they saw the orderly formation of the Tang dynasty cavalrymen. If even the strongest highwayman reacted in such a manner, how could the other highwaymen possibly react in such a manner? The main road, the mountain slope, and the forest, as far as the eye could see, everything was deathly silent. The pungent stench of blood permeated the air. In this brief clash, Wang Chang's side was once again unscathed, whereas the Iron Cloak highwaymen had lost more than 60 corpses. Seeing was believing. Even though they knew that their 100 brothers had died at the hands of Wang Chang's group, and they knew that the imperial army was stronger than the highwaymen, none of that could compare to the shock and awe brought forth by the brief charge of the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen under Wang Chang's command. At this moment, every single cavalryman lined up on the main road seemed like a demon that had just walked out of hell, exerting a terrifying pressure that felt almost tangible. Gulp! One of the highwaymen gulped down a mouthful of saliva. His pale face was filled with fear. The immovable Tang dynasty cavalrymen were even more frightening and intimidating than when they charged forward. Having traversed the West for so many years, he had never imagined that he would fear a group of 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen amidst an army of more than 700 highwaymen. Those fellows are too strong. The same thought flashed across the minds of many others, and some of the highwaymen instinctively retreated from the crowd. After witnessing the might of the charge of the cavalrymen, they no longer believed that they could remain safe in the midst of a crowd. "This is great. I didn't expect those fellows to be so formidable. That lad, we've truly underestimated him. No commoner can possess such military accomplishments. Even more so, no commoner can command 40 cavalrymen with such might. I've misjudged him. He's definitely a disciple of one of the most powerful military families in the capital. White Hoof Shadow by Siling is right. Who is this guy?" On the slope, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the remaining Tang dynasty cavalrymen were also shocked speechless. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the steel cavalry just now was a cavalry unit just like them. That kind of charging power and combat strength was too shocking. With their own strength, they had actually managed to forcefully disperse the Iron Cloak highwaymen's attack and nullify their offense. As a result, the 500 to 600 Iron Cloak highwaymen were forced to shift their focus to defending against Wang Chong, by Siling, and the others. This was simply inconceivable. All of this was done under the command of Wang Chong. His calmness, rationality, and decisiveness left an even deeper impression on Su Gan and Huang Yongtu than the charge of 40 cavalrymen. Before this, the two of them had been mocking and making things difficult for Wang Chong, thinking that he was just a lowly commoner from the Kunwa training camp. But at this very moment, how could the two of them dare to harbor such thoughts? No one could command 40 cavalrymen to such an extent, be it Long Wei or Shin Wei. Not a single person could do it. This wasn't a feat that any ordinary person could accomplish. At this moment, the two of them had a strong feeling that Wang Chong was definitely a scion of one of the prestigious clans in the capital, and an extremely powerful one at that. However, the two of them had never heard of such a person before. Who in the world is that fellow? Beneath a scarlet maple tree riddled with arrows, Su Gan muttered to himself. At this moment, he was deeply curious about Wang Chong's identity. Bastard! At this moment, no one was more furious than Iron Cloak Li, the leader of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen. Including the highwaymen who had died earlier, Wang Chong's group of 40 had already killed nearly 200 of his highwaymen and highwaymen. This was a heavy blow to him. Even though most of the casualties were highwaymen who had defected to his side, it didn't soothe the rage in Iron Cloak Li's heart. Zhoan? How much longer? Iron Cloak Li gazed into the distance and asked grimly. The rage in his eyes was on the verge of bursting out. A little while more, Zhoan replied grimly. He also felt terrible inside. From a certain perspective, this could be considered as a dereliction of duty on his part. Chief, rest assured. By the time the arrangements are completed, they will have nowhere to run. By then, you can do whatever you want to them. But before that, I'll have to trouble you to wait a little longer. I'll listen to you for a little longer. Iron Cloak Li flung his sleeves and suppressed his anger. He had always trusted the military advisor by his side. But this time, the losses were truly too great. Even if they were to win this battle, it would still damage his prestige. A light breeze blew past, and the surroundings were completely silent. The main road, the hill, and the bend in the east, all three sides were silent. There wasn't even the slightest sound to be heard. Unknowingly, the focus of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen had shifted from Su Gan and Huang Yongtu to Wang Chong's group. Even the true martial realm experts by Iron Cloak Li's side had been dispatched to the left side of the main road. After losing nearly 200 of his subordinates, Iron Cloak Li could no longer tolerate any more losses. And with nearly 80% of the attacks being diverted to Wang Chong's group, the remaining forces were unable to focus on Su Gan and Huang Yongtu's group. Just like that, the three sides fell into a stalemate. Gugu. After an unknown period of time, a sudden change occurred. Before countless eyes, a white silhouette suddenly appeared in the sky, and a white pigeon suddenly descended from the sky. In an instant, the atmosphere turned bizarre. Bung! The bowstring vibrated, and before the pigeon could even land, an iron arrow shot through the air. Blood sprayed everywhere as the arrow pierced through the pigeon's body. Following the direction of the steel arrow, the leader of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen was slowly sheathing his bow. It's a carrier pigeon from the royal court. Seeing the golden hoop on the pigeon's right leg, Lieutenant Zhang Lin's expression tensed up. With a flick of his horsewhip, he leaped into the air. Before the pigeon was sent flying by the arrow, he coiled his whip around the pigeon's corpse and pulled it back. The purpose of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen was only to prevent the news from being transmitted. Seeing that the carrier pigeon was dead, they didn't make any other move. Lieutenant Zhang, how is it? Did the carrier pigeon say anything? Su Gan and Huang Yongtu's faces tensed up as they turned their gazes over. Even Wang Chong and Bai Siling turned their gazes over as well. This was the first time they had received a carrier pigeon from the royal court. Without saying a word, Zhang Lin took down a golden lacquered bamboo tube from the pigeon's leg and carefully took out a paper scroll. He unrolled it and began reading through it. I have received a second-tier mission from the royal court. After reading the contents of the letter, not only was there no joy on Zhang Lin's face, there was even a bitter smile on his lips. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were taken aback. To receive a second-tier mission from the royal court at such a time? Lieutenant Zhang, what kind of mission is it? Su Gan propped himself up and walked over. For some reason, he felt that Zhang Lin's expression was a little bizarre. Take a look for yourself. Zhang San did not say much and handed over the letter in his hand. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu took a look at it, and a bizarre expression appeared on their faces. There wasn't much content on the letter, just a few simple sentences. Second-tier mission. Tez has ordered the 80 members of the 6th echelon to eliminate Iron Cloak Li and his accomplices. What kind of joke is this? Huang Yongtu looked furious. He threw the letter in his hand on the ground, as if he was venting his anger. Giving us a second-tier mission at such a time? Are you tired of waiting for us to die? Furthermore, look at the bandits and highwaymen outside. There are at least 700 to 800 of them. Do you think that we can deal with them with just the few of us? Not to mention, there's still Iron Cloak Li. Even Lieutenant Li isn't a match for him. What kind of darned mission is this? Huang Yongtu, are you insane? Watch your words. Are you trying to hide from the royal court? Su Gan warned grimly. Damn it, I'm already on the verge of death. Why would I care about such trifles? Huang Yongtu spat with a twisted expression. No one knew how long they could hold on. Sitting in the small fortification on the hillside, it seemed that they were temporarily safe, but no one knew when they would be smashed into pieces and turned into dust. The feeling of dying at any moment was even more frightening than true death. Lord, calm down. Zhang Lin smiled bitterly. The royal court doesn't know our current situation. They are only concerned with issuing orders, so they have no idea where we are or that we are currently being surrounded by the Iron Cloak highwaymen. Besides, the capital is too far away from here. Even the royal court wouldn't know that the Iron Cloak highwaymen have gathered 600 to 700 bandits. Pung! Huang Yongtu punched a tree beside him, sending wood splinters flying. Even his fingers were bleeding from the impact. Even though Huang Yongtu knew that Zhang Lin was speaking the truth, it didn't make him feel any better. So far, the best news for us is that there are 2 other lords who aren't surrounded yet. On top of that, the other lord seems to be extremely proficient in the art of war, and his grasp of timing is exceptional as well. This is our only hope. As Zhang Lin spoke, he turned to look at Wang Chong and the others. It had been some time since he had received the 80 cavalrymen, but to be honest, the men and steeds hadn't changed at all. The only difference was that the commander had changed, but the disposition and authority of the 40 cavalrymen were vastly different from when he was leading them. Even their fighting prowess was on a completely different level. This was the change brought about by a wise commander. The duty of a warrior was to guard the borders, so Zhang Lin didn't care too much about his own life. At this moment, he was more concerned about the young man before him. With this kind of military training, he would definitely become a great general who could rule over an entire region in the future if he were to be further tempered on the battlefield of the empire. Such a person was of utmost importance to them. Chapter 348. Lieutenant Zhang, what was written on the arrow that Xiling shot over earlier? Su Gan suddenly turned to Zhang Lin and asked. There was a white cloth hanging on the arrow that Bai Xiling had shot over. Other than the pills that had helped them immensely, there were also many words written on the white cloth. However, Zhang Lin didn't mention a single word about the contents of the white cloth. This. That letter was actually written for me by that lord. I'll show it to you if we manage to escape from here. That lord has instructed me time and time again not to show the letter to anyone other than me. It's written on it how we can escape. That's probably our only way and also our last chance. Zhang Lin said with a bitter smile. Oh? Even we are not allowed to see it? Su Gan asked. Even though Zhang Lin didn't say it out loud, Su Gan knew that the only person whom Zhang Lin could refer to as that lord was probably Wang Chong. Zhang Lin nodded earnestly. Su Gan fell silent. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something, and he subconsciously turned to look at Huang Yongtu. The only reason why Wang Chong would instruct them time and time again not to show the letter was probably Huang Yongtu. That fellow was probably worried about Huang Yongtu. Bastard. At the same time, Huang Yongtu also came to a realization. Veins popped up on his forehead, and rage burned in his heart. Even though he didn't say a word, he wasn't deaf. He didn't miss a single word that Su Gan and Zhang Lin had said. What does that bastard mean by that? Does he not trust me? Huang Yongtu's face was flushed red from anger. At a time like this, she actually said that she didn't trust him. How could he endure this? Be it Zhang Lin or Su Gan, they wisely turned their heads away, pretending that they hadn't heard Zhang Lin's words at all. Huang Yongtu and Wang Chong had been at loggerheads along the way. It was understandable why Wang Chong wouldn't tell him about it. Lord, what do we do next? On the eastern path, Ma Song suddenly asked. His words attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at Wang Chong, who was at the front of the group. The stalemate had been going on for quite some time now, but this wasn't enough to save Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others. Furthermore, the bandit leader of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen hadn't made a move yet. At the very least, he hadn't made a move against them yet. It would be great if we could spread the news. Another 10-man squad leader said. It's useless. The capital is very far from here, and even the nearest garrison is 3 to 4 days away. If we wait until then, it will be too late. Bai Siling was the one who spoke. She immediately rejected the 10-man squad leader's idea. In other words, we can only rely on ourselves to save them now. Siling is right. The other party even shot down the pigeons sent by the imperial court as soon as possible. Their goal was to prevent us from spreading the news. They won't let us have that chance. Wang Chong frowned. In order to prevent all kinds of cheating, before the mission was completed, no one was allowed to bring in any kind of communication device. As a result, when Wang Chong and the others were in danger, they were unable to communicate with the outside world at all. Moreover, the road to the west had always been the most remote, desolate, and unfrequented mountain range. Apart from the occasional traveling merchant, there were even fewer people who came here. If not for the fact that it was far away from the royal court, there wouldn't have been so many bandits and highwaymen in the first place. In other words, the only hope they had to save Su Gan and the others was the 42 of them. Furthermore, that isn't what I'm most concerned about. There's something else that I'm more worried about. Wang Chong said with a deep voice. What is it? Those words made everyone's heart tighten, and they turned to look at Wang Chong. Do you feel anything? Bai Siling asked uneasily. At this moment, Wang Chong was the anchor of the entire army. If even he was feeling uneasy, the others would be even more so. Before today, Bai Siling would have never imagined that she, along with 40 veteran cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others, would place their hopes on a young man much younger than them. But everything had happened just like that. Regardless of whether it was her or the others, no one felt that anything was amiss. Siling, why do you think Iron Cloak Li isn't making a move? Wang Chong suddenly asked. Bai Siling was taken aback. For a moment, she found herself unable to keep up with Wang Chong's thoughts. Given the current situation, we might not be able to save Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others, but Iron Cloak Li and the others won't be able to deal with us either. The reason why we aren't in a hurry is because we can at least pin down the bulk of their strength and protect Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others. But why isn't Iron Cloak Li in a hurry? Given their strength, they could have easily devoured Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others. Even though they would have to pay a price, it's still within their means. But they chose not to do so. That's because they want to use Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others to pin us down. If Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others were to die, we would have retreated immediately. But now that we are here, why isn't he making a move? With his back facing Bai Siling, Wang Chong's gaze pierced through space to look at the bandit chief and the military advisor on the boulder behind the bandits and highwaymen. To be able to control so many bandits and highwaymen and make them work for him, there was no doubt about Iron Cloak Li's capability. Furthermore, to be able to mobilize the bandits and highwaymen who had relied on him so effectively when he had just charged in and crushed their front lines, the military advisor was able to react in a timely and effective manner. On top of that, he was able to see through the fact that the cavalrymen were unable to traverse through the mountain slope and mobilize the bandits and highwaymen to flank him from both sides to counter his cavalrymen. Facing such an opponent, Wang Chong couldn't afford to underestimate them. If he were to underestimate them, it would only lead to his own defeat and an unacceptable outcome. You mean? Hearing Wang Chong's words, Bai Siling also frowned. She seemed to have thought of something as well. Tell me, let's see if we share the same thoughts, Wang Chong said grimly. A storm seemed to be brewing between his brows. The reason why they aren't making a move yet is because they are waiting for an opportunity to crush us completely? Bai Siling probed. Wang Chong nodded solemnly. That's what I'm thinking as well. Those Iron Cloak highwaymen are too calm, to the point that it's ridiculous. If I'm not mistaken, the military advisor of the Iron Cloak highwaymen must have made some arrangements behind our back. Then what should we do? Bai Siling's face warped in astonishment, and she found it hard to maintain her composure. 500 to 600 bandits and highwaymen were already difficult to deal with. If they had some sort of trump card up their sleeves, they would be in deep trouble. Perhaps, not only would they be unable to save Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others, they might even lose their lives. It's too late. If I'm not mistaken, they should be nearing the end of their preparations. It's too late for us to retreat now, Wang Chong said grimly. Around them, the sound of the wind surged. The entire army was deathly silent. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. This was the first time a regular army of the Tang dynasty had been forced into such a state by bandits and highwaymen. But the predicament they were in was right before them. No matter how formidable the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen were, it would be difficult for them to deal with 500 to 600 bandits and highwaymen. Not to mention, there were quite a few true martial realm highwaymen among them. The difference in numbers was simply too great. Furthermore, according to Li Tsangqi's words, Iron Cloak Li was at least a true martial realm 5-dan expert. Coupled with his unique Iron Cloak technique, if they were to wait for him to make a move, the situation would be even more perilous. Seated on the back of the white hoof shadow, countless thoughts flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Bai Siling knew that Zhang Xian was deep in thought. Even though she was anxious, she knew that she shouldn't disturb him, so she could only forcefully suppress her emotions. Time slowly passed, and after an unknown period of time, Bai Siling finally couldn't take it anymore. Have you thought of something? There's only one way out of this predicament, and it's also the last and only way. What is it? Bai Siling asked. Wang Chong chuckled silently. His gaze swept across the space before him, landing on the Iron Cloak highwayman chief and the military advisor. But before that, we still have some other matters to attend to. Wang Chong waved his hands, and the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen immediately retreated around the corner. What are they trying to do? As soon as Wang Chong left, Iron Cloak Li immediately frowned. Could it be possible that they have discovered our plan? Iron Cloak Li had traversed the mountains unhindered, and regardless of whether it was merchants or soldiers, he would kill as he pleased without any qualms. But this time, Iron Cloak Li felt as though he was being held back. The reason was simple. This group of 40 soldiers was too threatening to him. That shouldn't be possible. I've already instructed them to circle around the mountain ridge. Even a bird wouldn't be alarmed by their presence. It's impossible for them to sense anything from the surroundings. Furthermore, since they are already here, even if they were to sense something, they wouldn't be able to leave so easily. My intuition is that they have only left temporarily, and they aren't too far away either. Zhouan said after a moment of contemplation. Men, send a scout out to take a look. Iron Cloak Li pondered for a moment before waving his hands. Yes, Lord. A highwayman scout quickly acknowledged the order and left. Damn it, could it be that these fellows sensed danger and abandoned us to escape? On the slope, as soon as Wang Chong and Bai Siling made a move, Huang Yongtu couldn't help but curse anxiously. He wasn't someone who would lose his composure in the first place, but his life was at stake, and every single action of Wang Chong and the others concerned his life. Thus, Huang Yongtu couldn't help but be alarmed. Huang Yongtu had never experienced such a dangerous situation since he was born in a large clan and had an illustrious status. Had he known that he would be in such a predicament, he would have never participated in this expedition. Chapter 349. Don't worry, if that lord wanted to escape, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. Besides, if he wanted to leave, he would have already left. A voice came from the side. It was Zhang San comforting her. Huang Yongtu felt a little better. Hiya! At the same time, the clopping of hooves could be heard. Turning around, Huang Yongtu saw an iron-cloak highwayman with a valiant aura galloping off in the direction where Wang Chong and the others had retreated. Bung! Almost at the same time, a bowstring vibrated, and a massive metal arrow shot out from the corner of the main road. With just a single arrow, it pierced through the head of the iron-cloak highwayman. The immense force of the arrow pierced through his forehead and out through the back of his head. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the highwayman was sent flying from his steed. The arrow pierced into the trunk of a large tree on the slope behind. Ah! Exclamations of shock and gasps could be heard from the crowd. Everyone was stunned by the arrow. No one could have imagined that Wang Chong and the others would stay behind while retreating. That arrow was incomparably swift. Be it in terms of speed, strength, or timing, it left no room for anyone to dodge at all. That iron-cloak highwayman scout didn't even have time to react before the arrow pierced through his head. You've really guessed it. You've succeeded. At the same time, about 50 zhang away from the corner, Bai Siling slowly sheathed her bow and turned around with a confident smile. Then, she made a V gesture to Wang Chong. Well done. Wang Chong chuckled. Bai Siling didn't specialize in archery, but her archery skills were already astounding. She was the one with the highest attainment in archery among the group, and her arrows had never missed their target. Let's go. With this arrow they should at least be a little wary. They won't be able to scout as freely as they like. Besides, if we can eliminate one of them, we should at least try our best to whittle down their strength. Wang Chong said. There were simply too many iron-cloak highwaymen, and it was impossible to defeat them head-on. Thus, Wang Chong could only think of a way to whittle away at their strength like water droplets grinding a stone. Wang Chong waved his hand, and the 40 cavalrymen continued to gallop out. Bastard! On the boulder, Iron-Cloak Li's complexion turned awful upon seeing the scout he had sent out being pierced through the head by an arrow. Again, waving his hands grandly, Iron-Cloak Li sent another subordinate over. Gallop, gallop! The second Iron-Cloak highwayman was much more cautious than before. Moving as one with his steed, he circled around the corner. Barely after he had galloped for a short distance, purring, the bowstring vibrated, and another arrow pierced through his skull. But this time the iron arrow was shot from the forest. Second one. Bai Siling slung her bow and arrows on her back, mounted her horse, and with a squeeze of her legs, she immediately leapt out of the forest. When Wang Chong retreated earlier, only the 40 cavalrymen had followed him. However, Bai Siling didn't leave. Instead, she had hidden herself behind the forest. That highwayman was so focused on chasing after her that he didn't expect Bai Siling to be hiding behind the forest. Caught off guard, he fell for the arrow once more. Damn it! Hearing that the galloping of the steed had stopped after turning the corner, Iron-Cloak Li knew that the second scout must have been killed as well. Again, with a livid face, Iron-Cloak Li waved his hand and sent out another scout. But this time around, he was much smarter. He sent out 3 scouts, and they carefully circled around the corner before heading to the main road and 2 hills to the left and right. This way they could avoid being ambushed by the other party. But this time, they were welcomed by 4 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, as well as by Xiling herself. As intense as the battle was, it ended swiftly as well. 3 highwayman scouts faced off against 5 true martial realm experts, and it didn't take long for them to lose their lives. This was truly an awkward situation. Due to Wang Chong's retreat, the Iron Cloak highwaymen had lost 6 of their brothers before they could gather any intelligence. Furthermore, they weren't mere subordinates but Iron Cloak Li's true subordinates. A deathly silence fell over the massive boulder. "Advisor, what do you think?" Iron Cloak Li finally turned to Zhouan and asked. This advisor of the Iron Cloak highwayman was similarly silent. The young man from the training camp was simply too crafty. His every move was completely out of the ordinary. Even if it was Zhouan himself, he wasn't confident that he would be able to escape unscathed under the other party's schemes. But it just so happened that they couldn't just leave the other party alone. Otherwise, there would be no order to their attack or retreat. If Wang Chong hadn't gone far and launched a surprise attack, they would truly be in deep trouble. After all, warhorses could wrap cloth around their hooves to reduce the sound of their hoof. "Chief, I don't think that there's a need to increase our manpower. If the other party returns and hides behind the corner, unless we send at least 200 men, we'll just be sending ourselves to our deaths. If that's the case, it's better to send someone who's more agile and skilled. If you're worried about the other party's archery, we can find a way to equip them with a metal shield," Zhouan said after a moment of contemplation. Naturally, they didn't have the standard shields and tower shields that were commonly used in the military. However, it shouldn't be a problem for them to craft a simple shield with a few pieces of metal. Zhouan's orders were swiftly relayed down. After losing 3 of their skilled brothers, Iron Cloak Li and Zhouan finally received the news that they wanted to hear. Reporting to Chief, they haven't gone far. They are resting at an area 300 zhang away. Got it. We'll look into it after an incense's time. Yes, Chief. The highwayman scout quickly retreated. After the scout left, Iron Cloak Li turned to Zhouan with a frown on his forehead. I don't know what they're up to either. But of course, we can't rule out the possibility that they're just trying to fool us. Knowing what Iron Cloak Li was thinking, Zhouan shook his head. It was rare for him to encounter such an elusive opponent that he could not fathom or see through. If not for the fact that the other party was a student of the training camp, it would have been impossible for him to become a bandit and call them brothers. He really wanted to convince the chief to recruit that young man. But regardless of what they're up to, it's sufficient as long as they don't leave. In the end, not a single one of them will be able to leave. Zhouan stroked his beard confidently as a scheming glint flashed across his eyes. Time is of the essence, and we don't have much time left. The next few hours will determine the fate of us, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others. Therefore, I hope that from now on, everyone will listen carefully to every order that I say. At the same time, 300 zhang away from the corner, Wang Chong was gathering 40 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty for a final speech. It was rare for Wang Chong to have such a serious expression on his face. Most of the time, he had a calm and wise expression on his face. As such, many of the cavalrymen could sense the heavy atmosphere, and they couldn't help but put on a solemn expression. Ma Song, lead your men and form an orderly formation at the front to confuse them. The rest of you, listen to my orders, Wang Chong said grimly. Yes, Lord. The cavalrymen replied loudly. Of the 40 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, Ma Song and the other 20 had already received Wang Chong's training. Only the 20 cavalrymen under by Xiling had yet to undergo Wang Chong's training. Following which, Wang Chong divided the cavalrymen under by Xiling into 4 echelons as well, and he chose a 10-man commander and a 5-man commander as well. Time was of the essence, so Wang Chong instructed the 20 cavalrymen to undergo intense training on the main road. A battle could break out at any moment, and Wang Chong didn't have the luxury of time. Fortunately, these cavalrymen had followed Wang Chong through many joint operations, and on top of that, they had fought with the Iron Cloak highwaymen before, so they were able to familiarize themselves with Wang Chong's commands quickly. Roughly an hour later, the 20 cavalrymen in the 4 groups had already met Wang Chong's requirements. What comes next is the most important thing that all of you have heard. This concerns whether we will be annihilated or successfully exterminate these audacious highwaymen and uphold the dignity of the army and the royal court. I believe that none of you wish to die under the steeds of the highwaymen. After the training was completed, Wang Chong gathered all 40 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty. This is a small formation. This is the crux of the matter, so you must listen carefully. We only have the time of an incense stick. At the start, Bai Siling could still roughly understand what Wang Chong was saying. He knew that he was reorganizing the cavalrymen into more efficient unit. However, what Wang Chong did afterwards was something that Bai Siling couldn't understand at all. Many of Wang Chong's orders and instructions were things that Bai Siling had never seen before, needless to say, come into contact with. Bai Siling believed that even those from prestigious military families wouldn't be able to comprehend this. Many of the things that Wang Chong had done were beyond Bai Siling's imagination. Due to her family background, Bai Siling had come into contact with many generals in the army, but none of them had ever displayed such abilities. Who in the world is this fellow? Bai Siling was getting more and more curious about Wang Chong's identity. Many of the things that he had done weren't things that ordinary people could understand. However, Bai Siling knew that time was of the essence, and this wasn't the time to ask such questions. Thus, she forcefully suppressed the impulse in her heart. But deep in her heart, Bai Siling had made up her mind that once this operation was over and she could live a successful life, she would dig out Wang Chong's secrets no matter what, even if she had to be a scoundrel. The sky quickly darkened. Smoke began to rise from the official road as Wang Chong's 40 cavalrymen began to dig a stove to cook. The others were on guard on the official road. The appetite of the 40 people was not small, so the green smoke from the fire was very big. It filled the entire public road, blurring everyone's figures. Chapter 350. Looks like we came at the right time. A Turkic man with a thick beard peeked out from behind the bushes, and the corners of his lips curled up into a sinister smile that left one's hair standing on end. They still have a fire to cook. It looks like they aren't prepared at all. Another man with thick arms and bulging muscles also popped his head out from behind the bushes and brambles. He had a squarish face, but he was a pure Han. Indeed. How could the military advisor's strategy possibly be wrong? The military advisor told us to circle to the rear and lure them over when they attack the soldiers from the front. After which, we'll launch a pincer attack from the front and the back, cutting off their path of retreat and annihilating them. However, I suddenly have a better idea. The bearded Turk looked down at the roiling smoke and gave a savage chuckle, a cruel and callous expression on his face. Perhaps we can catch them off guard while they are cooking and ambush them. No matter how formidable they are, they won't expect us to descend from the sky. As long as we can kill half of their men in an instant, the rest won't pose a threat. Hu Lang, are you out of your mind? The muscular man beside him was shocked to hear those words. He widened his eyes and stared at Hu Lang. Are you intending to change the military advisor's plan? Chong Dao, you haven't been to the north, so you don't know how fearsome the wolves are. When they hunt, they will hide in the bushes, boulders, and bushes to slowly approach their prey. Then, when their prey is caught off guard, they will suddenly pounce out from their backs and launch a vicious attack. It's rare for prey to escape from such an attack. There are only 40 of them, and at least half of them have put down their weapons and gotten off their steeds. This is the moment when they are least prepared, so there's no better opportunity to attack them. On the grasslands, if our Turkic army were to encounter such an opportunity, they would definitely not let it slip by. The military advisor isn't aware of what we are seeing at the moment, but if he knew, he would surely agree to our plan. Hu Lang sneered savagely. He licked his lips, and his crimson tongue curled up to the tip of his nose. The muscular man with thick arms had a gloomy expression on his face. At the very least, we should inform the military advisor and ask for his opinion before making a decision, right? After struggling for a long time, the muscular man finally spoke. He respected the military counselor very much. Almost instinctively, he did not want to ruin the military counselor's plan. The military advisor is a Han, so I can understand why you agree with him. In fact, I have a lot of respect for the military advisor. He is a man of wisdom. However, you have to think this through. These soldiers will only need the time it takes for a few incense sticks to burn to cook. Send a message from here. The terrain is complex and difficult to traverse. You need to make a big detour. Going back and forth, they had already missed the timing. Unless you run straight from here and tell the counselor. But if we do that, we will definitely be discovered by the soldiers on the hillside. As long as they call out, they'll be prepared, and our efforts will be in vain. At that time, our whereabouts will be exposed, and it will be even easier for these people to escape. Hu Lang said. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a beastly glint gleamed in them. The Turks on the grassland weren't as cultured as the Han, and they weren't as meticulous in their thinking. But the Turks weren't fools, especially when it came to war. In fact, Hu Lang was one of the few Turks who possessed exceptional intelligence in war. Even the bandit leader Iron Cloak Li had nothing but praise for him. If it weren't for the fact that he was favored and valued, he wouldn't have been chosen as the leader of this mission, leading his brothers to carry out the mission of outflanking the rear. In fact, in the Iron Cloak Highwayman, other than Iron Cloak Li and Zhouan, he was undoubtedly the third in command. Regardless of whether it was his valiance, bravery, or his ability to grasp opportunities, he was highly respected by his brothers. Changdao, you have two choices at the moment. The first is for us to circle to their rear and cut off their escape route. Just as the military advisor said, we'll wait for an opportunity to surround them and cut off their escape route. This way we'll be safe, but we won't be able to launch a surprise attack. By then, they'll already be fighting with our brothers, and our role will only be to surround them. By then, all of the soldiers will be dead. But our brothers will also suffer heavy losses. For the military advisor to instruct us to circle around their rear and take such a huge detour, it's a testament to their fighting prowess. The second choice is for us to launch an attack right now. You can send a signal to the military advisor and have him attack together with us. On top of that, in order to prevent the other scattered soldiers from escaping, I'll send a group of 30 soldiers to the rear. I can specially select a team of 30 people to go around to the back and guard the official road, cutting off their escape route. As soon as any soldiers appear, we'll immediately shoot them down. This is the safest choice we have at the moment. This way we'll suffer the least casualties. They'll suffer the greatest blow. However, we'll defy the military advisor's orders. Changdao, make your choice. Hu Lang turned to the burly man beside him. Regardless of whether they were to fight or not, they had to be on the same page before any operation could be carried out. This was the rule of the Iron Cloak Highwayman. The burly man didn't say a word, but a myriad of emotions flickered across his face. The military advisor's orders and the golden opportunity before him flashed through his mind. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. Let's do as you say. Even though he was defying the military advisor's orders, there was one thing that Hu Lang wasn't wrong about. The soldiers were indeed at their weakest at the moment. Attacking them at this time, from a high vantage point, and with the war horses at their best speed, was indeed the way to pay the smallest price. Changdao, congratulations on making the wisest decision. Hu Lang chuckled, as though he had expected Changdao to make such a decision. Pulling on the reins, Hu Lang turned around and retreated to the back of the thorny bush. Brothers, prepare yourselves, behind the dense thistles and thorns were numerous stallions, and mounted on the backs of these stallions were highwaymen. Each and every one of them had a ferocious expression on their faces and powerful auras, and the veins on their temples were bulging out. Beneath their steeds were rings of true martial realm halos. Kill. A moment later, the earth trembled, the forest howled, and the horses galloped. 70 to 80 true martial realm highwaymen leaped down from the peak of the mountain like ferocious tigers. The steep slope maximized the speed of the steeds. In just a short 20 to 30 zhang, the steeds were able to reach an astonishing speed. Hong long long, a cloud of dust billowed, and the ground trembled under the hooves of the steeds. 50 zhang, 70 zhang. In just an instant, the highwaymen had already covered more than half of the distance, and their speed was still increasing. At the same time, the Tang dynasty soldiers at the foot of the mountain couldn't even react in time. Brothers, kill them all. The military advisor said that they still have several million taels of gold on them. Don't let them escape. Kill them. A cloud of dust, mixed with fallen leaves and grass, soared into the clouds. The highwaymen howled and shrieked in excitement at the prospect of an intense battle. Wang Chong was able to use his steed to charge forward and forward on the main road, maximizing the might of the Tang dynasty's cavalry to its limits, and the highwaymen were able to do the same as well. When the highwaymen, whose speed was stacked to the maximum, charged down, even if there was a boulder in front of them, they would still be able to smash it apart, needless to say, the bodies of flesh and blood at the bottom of the mountain. From the very start of the battle, the highwaymen were already standing on the side of victory. Reporting, we've discovered that those bandits are cooking on the main road. At the same time, far away behind the highwaymen and highwaymen, a burly highwayman scout walked through the crowd and reported to the military advisor, Zhouan, reporting, Lord Hu Lang and Lord Chang Dao have sent word that they've discovered that the enemy is cooking on the fire, and they are preparing to launch a surprise attack to defeat them. We hope that the military advisor can cooperate with us. At this moment, the other highwayman leaped down from his steed and appeared before Iron Cloak Li and Zhouan. The two reports arrived almost at the same time, one after the other. What? Upon hearing the news, Zhouan's face immediately warped in horror. This wasn't the order that he had relayed. However, before he could react, he heard an earth-shattering battle cry. The sound was so deafening that it could be heard even from far away. For a moment, Zhouan was dumbfounded. Too fast. Everything had happened too quickly, and it wasn't in his plans at all. Zhouan, what should we do next? Iron Cloak Li was also taken aback. He had heard of the military advisor's plans, but the sight before him was clearly different from what the military advisor had told him. Hu Lang and Chang Dao had clearly disrupted his tempo. But Hu Lang and Chang Dao were his old subordinates, and he believed that they had their own reasons for doing so. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and Zhouan's mind was in turmoil. Without a doubt, a variable had appeared. The enemy was cooking on the fire. It was precisely because Hu Lang and Chang Dao noticed this that they changed their plans. Even Zhouan couldn't blame them for launching a surprise attack while the enemy was cooking on the fire. Let me ask you, when you were scouting ahead, did you smell the scent of food? Zhouan suddenly asked. The highwayman scout was taken aback. He didn't expect the military advisor to ask such a question. I didn't get too close, so I didn't smell anything. This is bad. That lad is too cunning. Hu Lang and the others have fallen for his trap. Hearing those words, Zhouan's face turned ashen. Chief, we need to hurry up and lead our men to attack them, or else it'll be too late. The rest of you, surround the soldiers on the slope. Whether we can help Hu Lang and the others or not will depend on this, Zhouan said anxiously. What? Chapter 351. Iron Cloak Li had never doubted Zhouan's words. More importantly, they were all elites under his command, and most of them were true martial realm experts. It wasn't easy to gather such experts. Jaya. Without any hesitation, Iron Cloak leaped up from the boulder and landed on the back of his crimson Fergana steed. Squeezing his legs together, Iron Cloak crossed a distance of 7 to 8 zhang and charged out of the encirclement. Fire Slave and Poison WRM, bring your men and follow me. The rest of you, attack the soldiers on the slope. His voice boomed like a peal of thunder, leaving Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others dumbfounded. No one knew what was going on, but they knew that something big must have happened among the Iron Cloak highwaymen. What happened? Huang Yongtu asked in panic. He wasn't deaf. How could a deaf person not hear the loud voice of the leader of the Iron Cloak highwaymen? Don't bother too much about it. They are about to launch an attack. Everyone be careful! Zhang Lin exclaimed in alarm. The disparity in numbers was simply too great, and there was a limit to what they could do. 1. All over the mountains and plains, the bandits that were as vast as the sea became restless again. On the slope, the 26 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty swiftly got into formation. After so many intense battles, they had come up with an effective strategy to deal with the highwaymen. Even if they couldn't defeat the highwaymen in the end, they would surely be able to make them pay a heavy price. On the other side, Iron Cloak waved his hands grandly and mobilized his most elite troops to charge toward the main road. Zhou An's senses were sharp, and Iron Cloak Li's movements weren't slow either. However, in this chaotic battle that was less than a few hundred feet away from each other, where they schemed against each other and were precise down to the millisecond, the victor was not them. Just as Iron Cloak reached the corner of the main road, he suddenly heard a deafening roar. Kill! The deafening roar came from the forest to the right of the main road, and in an instant a powerful gust of wind blew, causing the trees in the mountain range to tremble. Hong long long! The earth trembled. Countless birds were startled and soared into the sky from the forest. At that moment, everyone clearly felt as if thousands of steel torrents were pouring down from the right side of the mountain peak, sweeping towards them. Not good. Hearing the commotion, Iron Cloak Li's face warped in horror. He immediately slapped the rear of his steed and galloped toward the center of the commotion. The troops led by Hu Lang and Saber had already dived down from the mountain. There was no doubt that the second wave of troops would not be them. Since it wasn't them, there was no doubt that it could only be the Tang dynasty's official army led by that young boy in the training camp. At this moment, Iron Cloak Li's heart was burning with anxiety. Iron Cloak Li could only hope that Hu Lang, Chang Dao, and the others would be able to hold on for a little longer. However, Iron Cloak Li's hopes were just wishful thinking. Not good. We've been tricked. On the main road, the warhorse galloped through the thin layer of green smoke at lightning speed, and with a single slash, it sliced the great Tang cavalrymen standing on the main road into two. Almost immediately, Hu Lang realized that he had fallen into a trap. Those indistinct figures shrouded in green smoke weren't the cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, but his brothers who had been killed by the official army. Wooden spears pierced through the bodies of the steeds, stacking them together with the corpses of the highwaymen on top of them firmly on the main road. The green smoke that pervaded the air wasn't fireworks for cooking, but firewood that was purely used to deceive them and lure them. The official army had used the smoke to create an illusion that they were cooking, thus attracting their attacks. Not good. Retreat. Retreat. At this moment, Hu Lang's heart turned cold. He didn't expect the official army to be so cunning. He thought that it was a surprise attack, but it turned out to be a trap. Hong long long. Kill. Hu Lang wanted to stop the bandits, but it was already too late. One after another, the highwaymen charged into the green smoke and sliced the official army in two. The highwaymen, who had been yearning for battle and slaughter, couldn't hear Hu Lang's voice at all. But as soon as they landed on the main road, the speed that they had built up from the mountain peak was reduced to nothing. At this moment they had lost all of their advantages. In fact, in order to prevent the official army from escaping, Hu Lang even sent 20 to 30 men to the back of the main road, placing himself at a disadvantage. Hong Long Long. Just as Hu Lang was feeling extremely anxious, he heard a loud rumble. A huge iron spear wrapped in destructive power pierced towards him from the right side of the smoke with the speed of lightning. The speed of that spear was simply too fast. Almost at the same time that Hu Lang saw it, it had already arrived in front of him. It was only a few feet away. At this crucial moment, Hu Lang bellowed. His stellar energy burst forth, and a green halo of thorns appeared in his body. It spun rapidly, producing a metallic clatter. Boom! With just a single strike, Hu Lang had managed to send the great Tang cavalryman and his steed flying with his overwhelming strength. Even so, the webbing between his thumb and forefinger still trembled violently, and his wrist went numb. In terms of pure strength, the Tang dynasty cavalryman wasn't a match for him at all. However, when a Tang dynasty cavalryman and steed charged down from the top of the mountain, their speed could no longer be measured in terms of pure strength. This is bad. Even though Hu Lang had managed to send a Tang dynasty cavalryman flying with a single strike, he didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, his heart sank. This was because the second spear was already flying toward him at lightning speed. The speed of the spear was so fast that it left a long white trail behind it. Turks, pay with your life. Amidst the thin mist, a Tang dynasty cavalryman and steed leaped down from the top of the mountain. His eyes were sharp as lightning. Even Hu Lang was secretly shocked by the power of that attack. They were both riding horses, but the horsemanship of the Tang dynasty cavalryman was completely different from that of the highwayman. Boom! Hu Lang raised his fist and punched out. His stellar energy condensed into a green wolf's head, and he barely managed to knock the second Tang dynasty cavalryman off course. But soon, the third and fourth spear arrived at the same time. Behind each spear was a cavalryman of the Tang dynasty who had pushed his speed and strength to the limit. This time, Hu Lang wasn't able to dodge anymore. The combined strength of his steed left him wide open. Pu. 2 spears pierced into his chest from the left and right. By the time the black spears came out from his back, they were already stained with blood. The last thing Hu Lang saw was a streak of sword light circling in the air and descending from above. "I'll be taking this head." The cold voice of a lady sounded in his ears. Hu Lang's vision went dark and he lost consciousness. Pung! The head fell to the ground. Bai Siling stood behind Hu Lang, her figure graceful and elegant. Her sword was still extended in her right hand. Naturally, the one who cut off Hu Lang's head was Bai Siling. Bai Siling had long seen that Hu Lang was able to send a Tang dynasty cavalryman flying with a single punch. Without a doubt, he was the leader of the Iron Cloak highwaymen. After all, Bai Siling was much stronger than the other cavalrymen. 4 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty and Bai Siling had charged down from the peak of the mountain. Even Hu Lang could barely stand against such a formation. "Siling, hurry up and get back on the horse. Don't engage in melee combat on the ground." Wang Chong's stern voice came from the back of the horse as a figure passed him like the wind. He didn't use his iron spear either. Instead, he flicked his 10 fingers, and streams of extremely condensed and dense sword qi crisscrossed in the air. Wang Chong's cultivation hadn't even reached true martial realm yet. However, Wang Chong didn't rely on his martial realm to kill his enemies. Instead, he relied on his vast martial arts skills and experience. In terms of martial arts skills and experience, no one here could match up to him. On the other hand, Wang Chong made full use of the thin green mist in the surroundings. His elusive sword qi of massacre complemented the green mist, and every time, there would be a highwayman who was caught off guard. His sword qi would pierce through their bodies and cause them to fall from their steeds. In a battle between cavalrymen, falling from their steeds meant death. "Got it!" Bai Siling stuck out her tongue. Even though she was older than Wang Chong, old enough to be his elder sister, she couldn't help but act like a little girl in front of Wang Chong. Bai Siling was filled with admiration for Wang Chong for this ambush. The Iron Cloak highwaymen had actually prepared a backup plan. If not for Wang Chong's sharp wits, they might have really been wiped out. But Wang Chong's ingenious chimney smoke not only managed to lure out the highwaymen, he even managed to catch them off guard. Those who wanted to ambush them ended up being ambushed instead. The Iron Cloak highwaymen had suffered heavy losses this time around. Nay! Bai Siling grabbed the saddle and easily got onto the back of her steed. This was something she had learned from the other cavalrymen. Hiya! Bai Siling squeezed her steed's abdomen and charged into the fray with her sword in hand. Boom! 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 Rings of light clashed with one another, producing a metallic clang. The air around them exploded, and shock waves spread several zhang away. The neighing of Nei's steed, the cries of agony, and the sounds of collisions echoed in the air. The Iron Cloak highwaymen on the main road outnumbered Wang Chong's, but the moment they stopped on the main road, it meant that they had already lost the battle. Against the Tang dynasty cavalrymen charging down from the top of the mountain, not a single highwayman was able to stop them. In just the first wave, Wang Chong and the others had managed to kill more than 30 true martial realm highwaymen and scatter them in one fell swoop. Chapter 352. Hong Long Long. Dust billowed into the air as the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen charged forward. In just a few rounds, they had already torn apart the true martial realm highwaymen, leaving the ground littered with corpses. The charge of a cavalry did not advocate individual combat. Instead, it relied on the strength of a group to bring out its full potential. As such, as long as the highwaymen were in a straight line, they would not be facing a single Tang dynasty cavalryman, but an endless horde of cavalrymen. The strength of an individual was insignificant before the might of a group. Retreat! Retreat! Changdao's voice sounded incomparably despairing amidst the smoke and dust. He was slightly luckier than Hu Lang, having managed to dodge the first wave of the cavalry charge. But after witnessing the might of the charge of 40 cavalrymen, Changdao realized that he had underestimated the situation. The highwaymen were no match for the well-trained cavalrymen of the imperial army. When the 40 cavalrymen charged down from the peak of the mountain like a torrent of steel, even Changdao felt his heart tremble in fear, not daring to face them head-on. Even he wouldn't be able to last more than a few blows from such a torrent of steel. We can't hold them off anymore. Brothers, hurry up and retreat. Changdao's heart was filled with anxiety, and his forehead was drenched in sweat. However, Changdao's thoughts were still too naive. After a few attempts, all of the true martial realm Iron Cloak highwaymen had already begun fleeing for their lives without his orders. Some of them charged in the direction of the bandits around the corner, some to the east of the main road, and some to the left and right of the mountain. In any case, they were like headless flies, fleeing for their lives in a panic. The might of a cavalry charge was simply too great. There was no stalemate or intense battle at all. 4 to 5 cavalrymen maintained their formation and charged forward, killing one highwayman after another in an instant. 80 elites of the Iron Cloak highwaymen collapsed in an instant. This was the true meaning of a crushing defeat. Brat! I'll kill you! Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom came from afar like a clap of thunder. The tremendous power contained in the sound even caused the thick smoke and dust to explode. The entire mountain forest trembled under this thunderous roar that was filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong turned his head around and saw a burly man over 8 feet tall riding a Fergana horse 2,000 feet away. He was riding on a Fergana horse, leaving a long trail of white air behind him, as if he had gone mad. On the hooves of the Fergana horse beneath him, 5 true martial realm halos of the same color and ring vibrated rapidly, emitting a metallic sound. Everywhere they passed, the gravel and grass were all shattered into pieces. That aura was unstoppable and invincible. Even a few hundred meters away, that astonishing aura could be felt. What should we do? Have they rushed over? So fast? Bai Siling turned to look at Wang Chong. In their plans, the Iron Cloak highwaymen would surely rush over to reinforce them, but it was impossible for them to arrive so quickly, not to mention that their leader, Iron Cloakly, had appeared. Not only so, something has happened on the other side of the road as well. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu are also under attack. Listen. Ma Song also reined in his steed. He hadn't paid much attention to it during the battle, but now that he was paying close attention, he could hear the deafening battle cries coming from the other side of the road. Without a doubt, the Iron Cloak highwaymen had also launched an attack on Su Gan and Huang Yongtu while they were ambushing them. The other party had reacted swiftly, and the situation was starting to turn disadvantageous for them. Iron Cloak Li was swiftly approaching. Standing on the official road, Wang Chong's long hair fluttered in the wind as his heart pounded furiously. Zhouan. This was the only person Wang Chong could think of. To be able to come up with such a plan that allowed Iron Cloak Li to rush over so quickly and launch an attack immediately, Wang Chong could only think of the military advisor of the Iron Cloak highwayman, Zhouan. Thus, the slightest error could lead to a huge error. Execute the second plan, Wang Chong said without any hesitation. But what about Su Gan and Huang Yongtu? Ma Song asked anxiously. There's nothing we can do. They can only depend on themselves. This is a hopeless situation, but at the very least, we've managed to lure out the main force of the Iron Cloak highwaymen. Even though the remaining bandits and highwaymen outnumber them, their fighting prowess isn't as high as before. Given their capabilities, there's still hope for them to break out of the encirclement. God helps those who help themselves. They can't put all their hopes on us. Ma Song released the whistling arrow and informed Zhang Lin and the others to prepare to break out. Wang Chong said. That wasn't what Wang Chong had planned. However, there was nothing on the battlefield that was immutable. A truly outstanding commander didn't carry out a plan meticulously, but to adapt to the situation and find the best way to deal with the enemy. Even though the situation had changed, it was still effective for Wang Chong. In the next instant, a whistling arrow whistled through the air, heading straight for Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. Signal. Almost at the same time, upon hearing the agreed-upon signal, Zhang San straightened his back and his spirits rose. Wang Chong had said that as long as they heard the whistling arrow, they should prepare to break out of the encirclement. He would find a way to delay the main force of the Iron Cloak highwaymen. Even though he had no idea how Wang Chong did it, and he had no idea why he was so confident that he could delay Iron Cloak Li and his men so that they wouldn't be able to retreat in time. But without a doubt, this was the content of the white cloth that Bai Siling had shot out previously. Brothers, abandon the fortifications and prepare to break out of the encirclement, Zhang Lin shouted. Nay. In the next moment, the neighing of war steeds could be heard as they charged out of the fortifications. The long-awaited sound of a war steed galloped across the hill once more. Everyone, listen to my command. There's still a group of elite highwaymen at the back of the main road, and it's impossible to save Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. Charge together and kill the highwaymen at the back to exact vengeance for Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. Wang Chong suddenly unsheathed his sword and pointed behind him. Yes. Hearing that they couldn't save Su Gan and Huang Yongtu, the eyes of the highwaymen reddened, and killing intent surged from their bodies. Hong Long Long. Under Wang Chong's command, the 40 Tang dynasty soldiers spread out and charged toward the main road in the east. The formation of the army was scattered, but not disorderly. Bastard! Hearing those words, Iron Cloak Li felt like his lungs were going to explode. Even though he hadn't participated in the operation personally, based on his understanding of Hulang, he knew that what Wang Chong said was true. There was definitely another group of brothers at the back of the main road. This ambush had cost at least 40 to 50 of his true martial realm subordinates, and Iron Cloak Li's heart was bleeding at this moment. If Wang Chong were to kill those elites at the back as well, the entire Iron Cloak highwaymen would be doomed. Back then, Iron Cloak Li had put in a lot of effort to gather these true martial realm brothers. This was the culmination of more than a decade of his effort. If Wang Chong were to succeed, his many years of hard work would have been for naught. At this moment, Iron Cloak Li was starting to regret underestimating Zhang Xian too much. If only he had known that he would suffer such heavy losses, he would have killed that lad personally, even at the risk of exposing himself and letting some of the soldiers escape. To think that 40 men would be able to kill so many of his men. This was a huge blow that he had never suffered before. Everyone, listen to my orders and move together with me. Anyone who dares to escape will be killed without mercy. Iron Cloak Li's face darkened, and his furious roar echoed throughout the main road. Hong Long Long. The stampede of the war steeds caused all of the fleeing highwaymen to feel stifled, and they quickly merged into the crowd behind Iron Cloak Li. With Iron Cloak Li's appearance, the scattered highwaymen finally regained their morale. In the Iron Cloak highwaymen, Iron Cloak Li represented absolute strength, and there was no one who could stand against him. Follow the leader and kill those soldiers. Avenge our brothers. The highwaymen roared with courage once more. In fact, their morale was even higher than before. This time, other than the bandits they had relied on, the entire corps of the Iron Cloak highwaymen had been mobilized. With the 30 fleeing highwaymen and the 60 or so bandits behind Iron Cloak Li, the number of highwaymen had risen to 90. But unlike before, other than the elites of the Iron Cloak highwaymen, Iron Cloak Li was also mobilizing himself. Hong Long Long. Under Iron Cloak Li's lead, the morale of the bandits and highwaymen was greatly boosted, and the killing intent they exuded caused even the air to distort. Chase after them. Don't let them get away. A group of people with murderous intent followed closely behind him. This time, they wouldn't let them off no matter what. Unlike before, after several hundred zhang of galloping, the highwaymen had already pushed their speed to the limit. Their steeds were even faster than Wang Chong and the others. 100 zhang, 80 zhang, 70 zhang. The distance was getting shorter and shorter. Hong Long. But just as they were about 50 zhang away, something happened. Iron Cloak Li suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet buckling, and the ground beneath him suddenly caved in. This is bad. Alarmed, Iron Cloak Li immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap. He tried to rein in his steed, but it was already too late. When a steed's speed reached its limit, how could it possibly stop at a whim? Hong Long. With a deafening explosion and the neighing of a steed, Iron Cloak Li and his steed fell from the sky amidst a cloud of dust. Beneath him, a huge pit had appeared out of nowhere, and it was filled with wooden stakes. Chief. Not good. There's a trap ahead. Hurry up and stop. Someone tried to rein in his steed and stop the bandits behind him, but it was already too late. Even Iron Cloak Li's Fergana steed was unable to stop under such circumstances, let alone the bandits behind him. Nay. Chapter 353. Now's the time. From afar, Wang Chong could hear the continuous sounds of bodies falling to the ground and the neighing of war steeds. He knew that his plan had succeeded. Dual arrow formation. Charge. As soon as he said those words, the 40 war steeds came to a halt, and a deathly silence descended upon the world. However, this extreme silence gave off an extremely uneasy and austere feeling. Hong Long. The earth rumbled. 42 warhorses' manes fluttered in the wind as they neighed at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they turned around and formed into 2 arrow formations at the speed of lightning, shooting towards the direction behind the pit. Hong Long Long. With a deafening rumble, the 42 steeds formed into a dual arrow formation and charged right into the chaotic midst of the Iron Cloak highwaymen. No one could describe the impact of this collision. Countless highwaymen were sent flying, and some of their massive war steeds even collapsed. Be careful! The Imperial Army is here! Stop them! Shrill cries filled with extreme fear echoed across the entire path. Looking at the young figure at the very front of the group, fear and panic surfaced in the eyes of the highwayman. That person! It was that young man from the Imperial Army again. At this point, close to 300 of his brothers had already died under the hands of the Tang dynasty's Imperial Army, and this included respected leaders like Hu Lang. Yet, despite the repeated battles, the casualties that he had suffered were negligible. At this moment, even the most ferocious, cruel, and fearless highwayman would feel a deep sense of fear upon seeing the cavalry led by that young man. Hong long long. Blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew in the air. Just like before, Wang Chong's cavalry easily pierced through the group of highwaymen from the front to the back. What was different from before was that this time, there were 2 dual arrow formations piercing through them simultaneously. The war steeds and highwaymen were sent flying one after another, and a bone-chilling screech echoed across the entire path. Once, twice, the 2 vanguard arrow cavalrymen pierced through the gathered horse bandits repeatedly at an astonishing speed. The same scene repeated itself, and the horse bandits who had just gathered their morale collapsed once more. Furthermore, it was in front of an opponent who outnumbered them by a lot. Cavalry charges never required the same number of troops as the opponent. As long as they repeatedly penetrated the opponent's formation, dealt a blow to the opponent's morale, and messed up the opponent's formation, all they had to do next was harvest. Wang Chong had spent his entire life on the battlefield and had been a grand marshal of the army. He had commanded countless cavalry troops, so he was very clear about the charging characteristics of cavalry. On the battlefield, if the cavalry was used well, it would be an army of death that could reap lives in large swathes. They were just a bunch of highwaymen. They didn't even know the art of war, let alone the art of commanding cavalrymen. Success! Looking at the scattered highwaymen, Bai Siling was overjoyed. If it was before today, she would never have believed that she could face such a large number of opponents. Moreover, he could fight and survive. This was Bai Siling's first time witnessing the terrifying power of cavalry. This experience left an indelible impression on her for the rest of her life. This is great. Gongzi, you've succeeded. Ma Song's excitement and joy were similarly indescribable. As a veteran who had served in the army for more than a decade, Ma Song had followed many different commanders and participated in many battles. The battle with the highwaymen before him couldn't be considered as the most intense and dangerous battle he had ever experienced. In the midst of an intense battlefield, he could easily find countless battles that were far more dangerous than this one. No matter how powerful the highwaymen were, they couldn't compare to a regular army. But without a doubt, none of the commanders had left a deeper impression on him than the young man before him. To use 40 cavalrymen to fight against a group of highwaymen 10 times their number while sustaining minimal casualties, none of the commanders Ma Song had ever met could compare to the young man before him. The young man before him was extremely familiar with the tactics of cavalry. The might of 40 cavalrymen had been brought to full play under his command. In fact, Ma Song felt that there was no commander in the entire Tang dynasty who could bring out the might of cavalry better than Wang Chong. Hong Long Long. It was a crushing defeat. The cavalrymen led by Wang Chong didn't fight one-on-one. Instead, they gathered their superior strength and formed a formation to strike at the highwaymen repeatedly. Most of the time, the highwaymen weren't facing a single cavalryman but a group of cavalrymen. Such a tactic allowed them to defeat their opponents easily, and it also minimized the damage suffered by the cavalrymen to the minimum. Thus, even though the cavalrymen led by Wang Chong had suffered some casualties, they didn't suffer any casualties at all. In the eyes of others, such an outcome was simply like a miracle. It was unbelievable. But to Wang Chong it couldn't be any more natural. "Lad, do you think that you've won?" Just as everyone was immersed in their joy, a fearsome voice that seemed to have come from the depths of hell suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone who heard this voice felt a bone-chilling coldness, as well as a strong sense of danger and unease. In that instant, even the air seemed to have frozen over. It was also at this moment, through the billowing dust, in the deep pit in front of them, everyone saw a tall and muscular silhouette, as strong as a giant elephant. The air that was mixed with dust twisted around him. Everyone who saw him could feel the thick and terrifying killing intent that was not concealed in the slightest. And what was even more unforgettable was the pair of cold, chilly eyes filled with killing intent in the dust. They didn't look like the eyes of a human, but more like the eyes of a demon. Not good. Wang Chang's heart skipped a beat. Almost instinctively, he felt a great sense of danger. Everyone, be careful. However, what was even faster than Wang Chang's voice was that demon-like silhouette. Nay. The warhorse neighed. No one knew how that person moved. They only knew that when they saw him, he had already appeared beside a cavalryman of the Tang dynasty, like an extremely dangerous beast. His steel-like shoulders contained boundless power as he ruthlessly slammed into the warhorse. The warhorse, which was as tall as a man and had a sturdy body and dense muscles, was almost instantly smashed into pieces by the explosive force. Along with the warhorse, the rider on the back of the warhorse was also smashed into pieces. Hong Long. Blood and broken pieces of flesh burst forth in all directions like a fountain. Everyone was dumbfounded by this blow, including Wang Chong. This was the first time Wang Chang's subordinates had suffered a casualty since the start of the battle with the Iron Cloak highwayman. Not to mention, both the man and his steed were crushed to smithereens. Iron Cloak Li's attack was simply too powerful. It didn't seem like something a human could do at all. Little Li. A sorrowful howl echoed in the air as a cavalryman suddenly left the formation and charged toward Iron Cloak Li like a madman. Humph, you're courting death. The cold voice was cold and emotionless. There was no surprise at all. Hong Long. In just a single strike, the Tang dynasty cavalryman and his steed were sent flying more than 10 zhang into the air. That terrifying strength gave people an unprecedented feeling of impact. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the first time the leader of the Iron Cloak highwayman had made a move, and he had already displayed unparalleled strength. Be careful. Don't leave the formation. Charge forward. Wang Chang's anxious voice echoed across the sky. This was the first time he was witnessing Iron Cloak Li's strength, and it was even more fearsome than what Li Tsangqi had described to him. Da. The first to move was the formation that Bai Siling and Ma Song were in. They were the closest to Iron Cloak Li, so they were the first to move. Kill. 21 cavalrymen of Great Tang formed an arrow formation, and like a massive steel dragon, they charged toward Iron Cloak Li, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Humph, humph, humph. Iron Cloak Li sneered coldly as he looked at the incoming cavalryman, showing no intention of dodging at all. In his chest there was a ball of rage burning. His killing intent felt as if it would tear the heavens apart. His many years of painstaking effort had been destroyed by Wang Chang's group of 40. In fact, even he himself was trapped in the pit dug by Wang Chong. Even the Fergana steed that had followed him for so many years had been impaled by a wooden stake in the pit, losing its life. Ever since he founded the Iron Cloak highwayman, Iron Cloak Li had never suffered such humiliation, let alone such a grievous blow. That darned brat! Iron Cloak Li clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on his forehead bulged one after another. His intense rage caused his eyes to turn crimson. That was because his eyes were bloodshot. If looks could kill, Wang Chong and these cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty would have died many times over. Up till now, Iron Cloak Li's men had already lost more than 300 men. At the same time, his killing intent and rage had also reached a peak. Today, no matter what price he had to pay, he would kill Wang Chong and these 40 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty. Nay. Amidst a cloud of dust, the cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty were getting closer and closer to him. The rumbling of the hooves caused even his clothes to flutter. But Iron Cloak Li had no intention of retreating at all. Not only that, he even stood before the Tang dynasty cavalryman and slowly closed his eyes. Hong long. Time seemed to have slowed down innumerable times, and before countless gazes, a pair of powerful hooves pierced through the smoke and dust, striking heavily against Iron Cloak Li's chest like a mountain. When the hooves struck against Iron Cloak Li's body, a deafening metallic reverberation sounded. Iron Cloak Li stood in front of the pit like an immovable mountain, and the cavalrymen charging at him were repelled by the force of the impact. 1. At this moment everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Chapter 354. To think that a body of flesh and blood would actually be able to withstand the full might of a true martial realm cavalryman, and on top of that, he was able to withstand the full might of a true martial realm cavalryman. If not for them witnessing it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. But all of this was happening right before their eyes. It's my turn. A cold voice filled with rage echoed in everyone's ears, but Iron Cloak Li had already vanished from everyone's sight. Pung! As if struck by an invisible hand, the first cavalryman was sent flying along with his steed. After which, the second, third, and fourth cavalrymen followed suit. The sharpest arrow tip of the entire arrow formation, which should have been the one with the greatest power, was forcibly shattered and sent flying by someone's flesh and blood. The strong war horses, which could crush stone tablets with their feet, let out mournful cries. Wherever they were hit, their bones and internal organs would collapse into the ground. With every punch, a well-trained warhorse that had been on the battlefield for a long time would be sent flying and killed. Boom! Iron Cloak Li single-handedly knocked back 5 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty and shattered the sharpest of the arrow formation. Then, with a flicker, he appeared beside another cavalryman of the Tang dynasty and rammed his shoulder against Nei's steed, sending yet another cavalryman and his steed flying. Chi! With a bellow, a white streak of light flashed, and a 3 chi long sword flew toward Iron Cloak Li's head at an astonishing speed. Boom! Iron Cloak Li's face turned cold. Clang! But when the sharp sword struck Iron Cloak Li's body, it felt as if it had struck an invisible layer of steel, preventing the sword from piercing through his body. Iron Cloak Li pushed his palms forward. Boom! With a scream of agony, Bai Siling was sent flying before crashing heavily into the ground, blood spurting from her mouth. Before the head of the Iron Cloak bandits, even a genius from Longway training camp like Bai Siling was no match for him. Siling! Wang Chong turned pale with fright. He knew how high Bai Siling's cultivation was. She was an existence on par with Marchioness Yi and cousin Wang Zhuyan. In just one move, Bai Siling was severely injured. Iron Cloak Li's strength was truly frightening. Junior, be careful. His iron cloak is impervious to swords and blades. My sword can't hurt him. Bai Siling propped herself up from the ground, her face as pale as paper. If not for her superior cultivation allowing her to protect her internal organs with her stellar energy, she would have died from that palm strike from Iron Cloak Li. Puff! As soon as Bai Siling finished speaking, she felt a sweetness in her throat. Her chi and blood surged, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Her heart was filled with even more fear. From the start of the battle until now, at least 5 cavalrymen and their steeds had died in the hands of this bandit leader. Even she herself had sustained severe injuries. This kind of loss was unprecedented. Iron Cloak Li's strength was simply too frightening. Little lass, it seems like you are quite concerned about that lad. After I kill that lad, I'll kill you as well. Today, all of you will die. Iron Cloak Li's killing intent surged as he single-handedly destroyed an arrow formation. Then, ignoring the others, he charged right for the second arrow formation that Wang Chong was in. Without any intention of dodging, Iron Cloak Li charged right for the sharpest and strongest point of the arrow formation. Hong long! At least 5 spears carrying the might of a mountain struck Iron Cloak Li's body simultaneously from 5 different directions. However, all of the spears were blocked by the black iron cloak around Iron Cloak Lee's body. The spears that could pierce through metal and fling a man and his steed into the air were completely ineffective against Iron Cloak Lee's armor. Rise! Iron Cloak Lee stood as firm as a mountain, but the 5 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty were flung away together with their steeds. Pung pung pung! Steeds were sent flying one after another. Many of them fell to the ground with their necks snapped, and some even had their innards ruptured. Nei's cries of agony lingered in the air. Lad, die! A cold glint flashed across Iron Cloak Lee's eyes as he stared at Wang Chong. As the instigator of all this, Iron Cloak Lee placed all the blame on Wang Chong. If not for him, the cavalrymen wouldn't have been able to deal so much damage. If not for him, Hu Lang wouldn't have died, his beloved steed would still be alive, and his subordinates wouldn't have lost so many elites. How could Iron Cloak Lee tolerate the destruction of his many years of hard work? He could spare any of the 40 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, but he had to get rid of this young man who had come from the training camps. So, with a flash of light, Iron Cloak Lee raised his arm, and a black shadow shot out from his body. As if it had a life of its own, the black stellar energy cloak darted toward Wang Chong. Hong Long! With a deafening explosion, a cloud of dust rose from where the black cloak landed, and all the rocks in the area were reduced to dust. On the other hand, Wang Chong had managed to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth. The white hoof shadow's divine beauty, mysticism, and sensitivity to danger had saved Wang Chong's life at the crucial moment. Nay! Iron Cloak Lee turned around and saw a cavalryman of the Tang dynasty charging toward him fearlessly while he was attacking Wang Chong. Humph! Iron Cloak Lee sneered coldly. Boom! With a thought, the black stellar energy cloak flew up and expanded before falling from the sky, enveloping the cavalryman of the Tang dynasty along with his steed. Ka-cha-cha! With a series of cracking sounds, the Tang cavalryman wrapped in the black chainmail began to rapidly shrink, blood gushing out like a river. In the blink of an eye, the cavalryman of the Tang dynasty had been crushed into a ball of flesh, and he fell from the black cloak. Nay! Seeing this scene, the war horses were frightened. They reared up and retreated. Wang Chong felt a chill run down his spine. If he had been just a little bit slower, he would have been the one reduced to a ball of flesh. Brat, you won't be able to escape. Iron Cloak Lee stood motionlessly on the spot, but his cold and murderous eyes were locked onto Wang Chong. Who? Iron Cloak Lee waved his hand, and the black stellar energy cloak descended from the sky to cover his body once more. There wasn't the slightest speck of blood on it. Chief is formidable. Chief! Chief! Upon seeing this sight, the Iron Cloak highwaymen who were fleeing in all directions were invigorated, and they began to cheer loudly. Let's go. Let's help Chief exterminate those soldiers. Brothers, it's time for vengeance. Chief, well done. Brothers, kill. The sound of galloping hooves could be heard from all directions, and the bandits, who had scattered like birds and beasts, let out excited cries as they charged back from all directions. The tables had suddenly turned, and the situation had become extremely disadvantageous to them. Iron Cloak Lee had single-handedly reversed the tides of the battle. Chief, we're here to help you. A ferocious and bloodthirsty roar sounded from afar. On the east side of the main road, a group of 30 Iron Cloak highwaymen swept up a cloud of dust as they charged toward Zhang Xian's direction. The 30 elite highwaymen that Hu Lang had stationed at the rear had finally heard the commotion and rushed over. In that instant, even Wang Chong's face warped in horror. Iron Cloak Lee, who was invulnerable to swords and spears, was already a difficult opponent to deal with. On top of that, the highwaymen who had retreated and the 30 elite highwaymen were also backing them up. The situation had become extremely disadvantageous to them. The worst thing was that this time they were at a disadvantage, and even their escape route had been cut off. And after Iron Cloak Lee had destroyed the arrow formation, the most important factor of the Iron Cloak cavalry's charge was speed. Without the speed that they prided themselves on, they would be no different from infantry. In fact, they might even be inferior to infantry. In that instant, everyone could feel the heavy stench of death. The hurried galloping was like an invisible string that tugged at everyone's nerve. "Lord, what do we do?" A squad leader looked uneasily at Wang Chong, his eyes brimming with anxiety and expectation. Even a soldier like him, who didn't know the slightest about strategy, could sense danger from the current situation. Furthermore, it wasn't the danger of getting injured or dying, but the danger of the entire army being wiped out. Lord! Lord! Time seemed to have come to a halt at this instant. In Wang Chong's eyes, this short instant felt like an eternity. Wang Chong could see the corpses of the warhorses and the decapitated cavalrymen on the path. In the distance, Bai Siling was clutching her chest as she struggled to stand up. The immense pain and internal injuries she had sustained had caused her beautiful face to warp in agony. Ma Song was also severely injured. The corpse of a warhorse was pressing down on his leg, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted together in pain. A true martial realm expert could easily lift up a warhorse, but Ma Song couldn't even lift his leg. Dust and sand filled the air, and fresh blood flowed freely on the grass on both sides of the path. In the distance, the highwaymen were charging over savagely, brandishing their swords and sabers. Even further away, the group of elite mounted gangsters who were hiding in ambush were also rushing over. And at the very center of all these troops, Iron Cloak Li was currently sending a steed flying with a single punch. Like an insurmountable wall, Iron Cloak Li stood right in front of Wang Chong, as well as everyone else. His cold gaze pierced through space and time, locking onto Wang Chong. Death followed him like a shadow. In a short period of time, Wang Chong had fallen into a perilous situation where his entire army was being wiped out. "Everyone, retreat!" Hong Long! Wang Chong suddenly charged forward, and grabbing Bai Siling, he placed her on the back of his steed. At the same time, he issued the final and most important command of the entire battle. Execute the plan, 8 Claws Fishing the Moon. Chapter 355. Hong Long. In an instant, all of the cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty who were charging toward Iron Cloak Li suddenly scattered in all directions. Every single one of the cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty chose a different direction. Even Wang Chong was fleeing together with them. Putting aside the Iron Cloak highwaymen, even Iron Cloak Li was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. "They are escaping. Don't let them get away. Stop them. Our leader is formidable." The highwaymen seemed to have been injected with a shot of adrenaline as they roared in excitement. Too powerful, too powerful. As expected of their leader, those formidable soldiers had killed countless of their brothers, and even Hu Lang was dead. Countless of their elite brothers had perished in battle as well. Yet, their leader had single-handedly defeated all of them. He was no different from a god. "Brothers, hurry up and charge. Let's help our leader kill them." The bloodthirst and killing intent in the hearts of the highwaymen was ignited. As highwaymen and bandits, even though they were in a disadvantageous position, they were unable to muster up the will to fight. But once they gained the upper hand, they would be able to bring out 120% of their fighting prowess. Kill! Their deafening roars caused the entire forest to tremble, and the highwaymen ran even faster. It seems like these fellows are still useful." Iron Cloak Li looked at the highwaymen and bandits charging in from all directions and heard the deafening roars, and his tightly knitted brows finally relaxed a little. Turning around to look at the fleeing cavalrymen, Iron Cloak Li sneered coldly in his heart. Those fellows were way too naive to think that they could escape at this moment. Even though Hu Lang had misjudged the other party and fell for their trap, he had made the wrong move. The 30 elites had completely cut off the path of retreat of Wang Chong and the others. At this moment, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were like turtles in a cage, and it was impossible for them to escape. Buzz! Just as Iron Cloak Li was about to give chase, an abrupt turn of events occurred. Before everyone's astonished gazes, the cavalrymen who had already fled a dozen zhang away suddenly turned around simultaneously and charged toward Iron Cloak Li. Boom! In an instant, the 30 war horses' speed soared to the limit. 30 steeds and 30 cavalrymen charged at Iron Cloak Li with all their might. Not only that, in the process of charging, the 30 war horses began to change rapidly, and the originally disorderly troops began to show distinct echelons. Upon closer inspection, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, a total of 8 echelons. Although the number of people in each echelon varied, it was still obvious that there were 8 echelons. Wang Chong himself also joined the echelon to make up for the loss of members in the echelon. What's going on? What are they doing? All of the highwaymen were stunned. The highwaymen thought that Wang Chong and the others had been intimidated by their leader and were preparing to escape. As such, their main objective was to surround them and stop them from escaping. But who could have thought that they would suddenly turn around and charge right back at them? What are you all waiting for? Hurry up, they want to make a move on our leader. Stop them and kill them all. A loud bellow suddenly broke the silence. Saber roared furiously as he whipped the butt of his steed and galloped forward. Of all of them, he was the only one who could sense the danger their leader was in. Without a doubt, these people were intending to make use of their advantage in numbers to deal with their leader. Even though 10 true martial realm brothers wouldn't be a match for their leader on the mountain, there were far more than just 10 true martial realm cavalrymen here. Hong Long Long. Seated on the back of his steed, Wang Chong stared fixedly at Iron Cloak Li, the head of the Iron Cloak bandits, standing before the pit. To shoot a man, one must first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, one must first capture the leader. Wang Chong was well aware that the situation before him was one of certain death. Regardless of whether it was Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, or him and Bai Siling, they were all surrounded. Iron Cloak Li had single-handedly turned the tides of the battle around. There was only one way to break out of this predicament and turn defeat into victory. Kill Iron Cloak Li. Iron Cloak Li was the crux to everything. As long as they could kill him, the morale of the highwaymen would crumble. All of the strength that they had attached themselves to Iron Cloak Li would dissipate. The highwaymen were adept at taking advantage of others' misfortune and beating them down. If they were in an advantageous position, their fighting prowess might even surpass that of the official army. But if they were to fall into a disadvantageous position, their morale would crumble and they would scatter. It was impossible for the highwaymen to defend their honor and fight to the last man. Siling, are you ready? Wang Chong asked. I understand. Seated in front of Wang Chong, Bai Siling gritted her teeth as a sliver of determination flashed across her eyes. Even though Wang Chong didn't say it out loud, Bai Siling knew that they only had a single chance, and they didn't have much time left. This was the last chance to cut off all means of retreat. If they couldn't kill Iron Cloak Li and the highwaymen were to surround them, only death would await them. Nay. The steeds neighed as the cavalrymen charged toward Iron Cloak Li with an unwavering momentum. In that instant, the atmosphere had reached an unprecedented level, and the stench of despair permeated the air. Humph, I'll make sure that all of you give up on me. Iron Cloak Li's cold voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was clearly resounding in everyone's ears. In the face of Yuma, who was charging at him like a torrent of steel, Iron Cloak Li stood firmly like an immovable mountain as a powerful aura burst forth from his body. If they thought that they could kill him with their advantage in numbers, he could only say that they were too naive. 1. A black stellar energy cloak enveloped Iron Cloak Li from head to toe, and the metallic buzzing reverberated ceaselessly, leaving one's heart palpitating. Come. With a cold glint in his eyes, before Wang Chong's cavalrymen could reach him, Iron Cloak Li suddenly charged toward the first group of 5 cavalrymen and launched an attack. Hong Long Long, as though a massive boulder had smashed into the ground, Iron Cloak Li and his stellar energy cloak crashed into the midst of the cavalrymen like a meteor. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the cavalrymen neighed in agony, and the steel spears shattered. In just a single strike, Iron Cloak Li had defeated the first group of 5 cavalrymen led by Wang Chong. The immense force sent the 5 cavalrymen and their steeds flying into the air. Screams of agony and the neighs of the cavalrymen intertwined together, and fresh blood permeated the air. Many of the cavalrymen had their chests caved in, and even their bones were exposed. It was a tragic sight. But regardless of whether it was Wang Chong or the other cavalrymen, none of them hesitated upon seeing this sight. Life or death. This was the predicament placed in front of everyone, and it was also the only choice. They had to kill Iron Cloak Li, or else they would suffer the same fate as the cavalrymen. You're overestimating yourselves. There's no way any of you are a match for me. Iron Cloak Li's eyes were cold and savage. Boom! Before Wang Chong could charge over, Iron Cloak Li had already charged toward another group of cavalrymen. Boom! Iron Cloak Li's fist struck the side of the cavalryman's steed, piercing the armor protecting the side of the horse along with his fist. Fresh blood spurted out. After the boundless astral energy entered through the ribs, it shot out from the back of the rider on horseback. Amidst the screams of agony, fresh blood spurted from the gaping hole in the cavalryman's back, splattering all over Iron Cloak Li's face. But that only served to further intensify the rage in his heart. This wasn't the first time he had killed an official of the royal court, but it was the most exciting and stimulating one he had ever done so far. The feeling of being in control of the entire situation was what one sought after the most. In fact, Iron Cloak Li could feel that his Iron Cloak art was on the verge of achieving a breakthrough under the stimulation of his emotions. "I'll kill every single one of you." That cold, sinister, and tyrannical voice came from Iron Cloak Li's throat. Boom, boom, boom. Iron Cloak Li used his shoulder, elbow, and fist simultaneously to send another 4 cavalrymen and their steeds flying. "Let me kill every single one of you." Iron Cloak Li's figure blurred as he charged toward another group of cavalrymen. His movement technique was extremely nimble, and he didn't stay on the spot at all. This made it impossible for Wang Chong to gather the strength of 30 cavalrymen to attack him at the same time. Iron Cloak Li was confident in his strength, but he wasn't a fool. With his overwhelming strength and the Iron Cloak technique, as long as he didn't stay in the same spot, he could easily defeat Wang Chong one by one and kill them all. Hong long long. Just as Iron Cloak Li was charging toward another group of cavalrymen, a sudden change occurred. Just several zhang away from Iron Cloak Li, the group of cavalrymen suddenly made a sharp turn and charged in another direction. Even Iron Cloak Li was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, but an even more abrupt change occurred later on. In the instant that this group of cavalrymen disappeared, another group of cavalrymen suddenly appeared in Iron Cloak Li's sight. In just an instant, a spear formation of 5 cavalrymen struck Iron Cloak Li with all their might. Pung 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 pung. At the same time, 5 spears from the second row struck Iron Cloak Li from another direction. Even though Iron Cloak Li's position was constantly changing, the 10 spears and the 10 cavalrymen seemed to have been rehearsed countless times in advance, striking Iron Cloak Li accurately from all directions. Chapter 356. Boom! Amidst a furious gale and stellar energy, the 10 spears struck Iron Cloak Li simultaneously. Even with the protection of the black stellar energy Iron Cloak Li was still jolted by the impact, and his face reddened to the point where fresh blood seemed to be seeping out from it. From the start of the battle, this was the first time Iron Cloak Li had shown any signs of strain. This is a good chance. Wang Chong's eyes lit up. Riding on the back of the white hoof shadow, Wang Chong and Bai Siling charged toward Iron Cloak Li. Hiss! With a roar, a white streak of light shot forward. Bai Siling had become one with her sword, and the halo of thorns around her vibrated intensely as she slashed down toward Iron Cloak Li's head. Boom boom boom! Amidst the intense tremors, time seemed to have come to a standstill. Iron Cloak Li's body swelled up, and veins bulged all over his 8-chi-tall body, revealing a look of pain on his face. Outside his body, however, the black chainmail, which had expanded to around 9 feet in size, continued to protect him like a fortress. Be it the full might of the 10 steeds, Wang Chang's charge, or by Siling's full-strength strike, none of them were able to do a thing to the black Iron Cloak Li. It's useless. You won't be able to pierce through my iron cloak. Iron Cloak Li's hoarse voice soon turned into a scream of agony. The sword case shattered, and with a cold gleam, a 3-chi-long sword inscribed with innumerable intricate patterns pierced through Iron Cloak Li's Iron Cloak Li and stabbed into Wang Chang's back. What kind of sword is this? No sword can pierce through my Iron Cloak Li's Iron Cloak Li. Iron Cloak Li's screams of agony reverberated in the air, as the black Iron Cloak Li forcefully clamped down on Wang Chang's sword. Hong Long! A black torrent of stellar energy abruptly burst forth from Iron Cloak Li's body, accompanied by a martial halo that seemed to be made of metal and metal. Boom! 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 With a series of loud explosions, Wang Chong, Bai Siling, and the 10 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen were all blown away by the blast. Bang! Wang Chong was sent tumbling several times by the violent shockwave. He slammed his palm on the ground and used a few techniques to deflect the force of the shockwave before stabbing his sword into the ground. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. But even so, he still felt a sweet taste in his throat, and the blood in his body surged. This guy is too powerful. Wang Chang's heart thumped rapidly. 10 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, along with him and Bai Siling, were actually unable to do anything to Iron Cloak Li. This kind of strength was enough to make people despair. Brat, what kind of sword is that in your hand? A bone-chilling voice filled with boundless killing intent suddenly sounded in Wang Chang's ears. Raising his head, he saw Iron Cloak Li's towering figure standing on the ground, glaring at him like a venomous snake. The reason why Iron Cloak Li dared to challenge the 40 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen, including Wang Chong, was because of his powerful Iron Cloak art. This cultivation technique created a stellar energy cloak that was impervious to swords and spears, as tough as metal. No matter how fanciful a martial art was, if it couldn't break through the Iron Cloak Li's stellar energy cloak, it would be nothing more than an embroidered pillow. Furthermore, the defensive prowess of the Iron Cloak Li far exceeded that of a true martial realm expert. Relying on this Iron Cloak Li's offensive and defensive prowess, he had already killed more than 10 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen by Wang Chang's side, and all of them were killed along with their steeds. But just a moment ago, Iron Cloak Li's greatest trump card had been pierced through by a sword, and the sword had even pierced through his back. This was the first time such a situation had happened. Not even the treasured swords and sabers of the sword-smithing clans of the capital had been able to harm his stellar energy iron cloak. Even those top-class swords and sabers could only pierce through his stellar energy iron cloak, not pierce through it and stab deep into his back like Wang Chang's sword had. The effectiveness of the Iron Cloak Li had been weakened by at least 60%. For the first time, fear surfaced in Iron Cloak Li's eyes, but at the same time, he was determined to kill Wang Chong. He couldn't allow such a weapon to exist. At the very least, he couldn't allow it to appear in the hands of his enemy. However, Wang Chong paid no heed to Iron Cloak Li at all, as though he hadn't heard a single word. Everyone, dismount from your steeds and fend off the bandits with your steeds. Kill the Iron Cloak Bandit Chief. Wang Chong commanded grimly. The rumbling of the hooves of the Iron Cloak highwaymen was swiftly approaching them. It would only take a few seconds at most for the highwaymen to arrive, and the only thing that awaited them would be a crushing defeat and a complete wipeout. 80 experienced cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty would die humiliatingly in the hands of a bunch of bandits. But even at this moment, Wang Chong still didn't give up. He calmly issued his final command. Jaya! The training of the Tang Dynasty army was on full display at this moment. All of the surviving cavalrymen carried out Wang Chang's orders perfectly. The 20 or so cavalrymen leaped down from their steeds and patted their steeds viciously, sending them galloping in all directions to obstruct the bandits, who were charging in from all directions. Every batch of warhorses of the Great Tang had undergone strict training, systematic selection, and then a long period of nurturing before being bred again. To a cavalryman, every single steed wasn't just a simple mount. They were companions, friends, and a part of their bodies. Unless one was facing death or retirement, no one would abandon their steed. Without their steeds, cavalrymen could no longer be called cavalrymen. Instead, they were infantrymen and warriors. However, there was another more important duty of a soldier, and that was to follow orders. Regardless of whether it was their steed or themselves, they were willing to give up anything for the sake of their goal. Dying in battle was the fate of a soldier, as well as their honor. Every single cavalryman who stepped onto the battlefield was prepared to face death at any moment. The situation in front of them no longer gave them the space to turn around and launch a second charge. Driving the steeds out to block the bandits was their only chance. But even so, it wasn't enough to stop them for too long. If they couldn't end the battle swiftly and kill Iron Cloak Li, everyone here would have to die. Wang Chang's actions might seem risky, but it was the best decision he could make at this moment. 1. As soon as the 20 cavalrymen landed on the ground, they charged toward Iron Cloak Li. Seeing that Wang Chong was ignoring him, Iron Cloak Li couldn't help but fly into a rage. You want to die? Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Iron Cloak Li's face darkened, and a savage glint flickered in his eyes. As a bandit who made a living through robbery, which one of them didn't make a name for themselves through slaughter? In fact, Iron Cloak Li even dared to kill soldiers. 1. A halo extended from beneath Iron Cloak Li's feet, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. A total of 5 identical true martial realm halos extended from beneath Iron Cloak Li's feet, illuminating the surroundings, making Iron Cloak Li look like a god of war. True martial realm 5 Dan. The 5 identical concentric halos of thorns were a clear indication of Iron Cloak Li's true cultivation. Upon reaching the true martial realm, one would be able to form a halo that harnessed the laws of the world and possessed unique effect. As the strength of the halo increased, it would split into a halo of the same attribute every time it advanced to a higher level. Such a halo could reach a maximum of 9 tiers. The more halos there were, the greater the strength and speed one possessed, and the more powerful the laws of the world would be. Iron Cloak Li's 5 halos had already surpassed most of the Tang Dynasty cavalrymen, and it was more than enough to crush them. Roar! Roaring furiously, the 20-odd cavalrymen charged toward Iron Cloak Li. But they weren't the ones to make the first move. Boom! With a flash of light, the stellar energy Iron Cloak descended from the sky and enveloped one of the Tang Dynasty cavalrymen. Ka-cha-cha! A series of jarring sounds echoed, and blood spurted out from beneath the iron cloak. At the same time, the Tang Dynasty cavalryman was reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. All of you, all of you, all of you, all of you, die. A savage gleam flashed across Iron Cloak Li's eyes as he waved his right hand to summon back his stellar energy Iron Cloak. Then, his figure flashed as he charged toward the crowd. Boom! More than 10 halos of thorns shot forth from all directions, clashing with one another and clashing with the 5 black halos around Iron Cloak Li's body. The halos of different attributes twisted violently in the air like giant gears, clashing, and pulling against one another. The sound of metal clanking echoed endlessly. The white shock waves from the collision of stellar energy surged several dozen zhang into the sky, raising sand and dust that filled the air. But the side with more halos wasn't a match for the 5 black halos at all. But without their steeds, these cavalrymen could only be considered foot soldiers. They were far from being able to bring out the fearsome might of their steeds. Single character consecutive / Just as everyone's true martial halo was being suppressed by Iron Cloak Li, Wang Chong suddenly shot forth like a cannonball from the ground, appearing right above Iron Cloak Li's head in the blink of an eye. Even though Wang Chong's cultivation realm was beneath that of the others, his strength, movement technique, agility, and speed were far above that of the others. Upon seeing Wang Chong, Iron Cloak Li narrowed his eyes, and a hint of nervousness surfaced in his eyes. While Wang Chong's strength wasn't worth a mention, the sword in his hand was the greatest threat to his Iron Cloak technique. Come! Iron Cloak Li's figure blurred as he abruptly leaped into the air. Gathering stellar energy in his right fist, he sent a powerful punch toward Wang Chong. Chapter 357. Boom! Iron Cloak Li's punch landed on thin air. Boom! Iron Cloak Li's punch landed, but it struck nothing but air. The Wang Chong in midair dissipated into an afterimage, and the real Wang Chong appeared behind Iron Cloak Li. Even Iron Cloak Li was fooled by the phantom steps created by the single consecutive slash. Iron Cloak Li's face tensed up, and the black stellar energy iron cloak he was wearing swiftly morphed, forming layers upon layers of iron cloak. Clang! To think that Wang Chong's sure kill attack would be blocked. Humph! Harumphing coldly, Iron Cloak Li sent a punch behind him. Lad, you're thinking too simply. Do you think that my Iron Cloak technique can only allow me to take a beating? Even if you have such a powerful weapon, you won't be able to break my Iron Cloak technique. Is that so? Give it a try then. A young, bone-chilling voice sounded by Iron Cloak Li's ear. This was the first time Wang Chong had responded to Iron Cloak Li. Everyone, work together with me. Attack. At the same time, Wang Chong also executed his strongest attack. 8 steps of the furious flood dragon. The roars of innumerable dragons echoed in the air, and the silhouettes of flood dragons appeared in everyone's ears. At the same time, the sound of metal clanging echoed in the air, and the halos of true martial realms surged toward Iron Cloak Li from all directions. At this moment, a sliver of danger finally surfaced in Iron Cloak Li's eyes. His Iron Cloak technique was extremely flexible, and he was able to strengthen the defense of a certain part of his body through overlapping one another. As such, he was able to block even Wang Chong's Wuzi steel sword. But at the same time, when the defense of a troop was strengthened, the defense of the other parts of the troop would be weakened. If he were to deal with Wang Chong alone, he would still be able to deal with him. But if he were to face the other Tang Dynasty cavalrymen, his stellar energy Iron Cloak technique would be severely lacking. Nay. All of a sudden, the neighing of a horse sounded from outside. Leader, let me help you. Before his voice faded away, a muscular man with bare arms and strong muscles leaped into the air, leaping over. At this moment, Chang Dao, one of Iron Cloak Li's subordinates, finally arrived. Leader, let me help you. Leader, let me help you. Brothers, kill these soldiers and avenge our fallen brothers. A series of neighing sounds could be heard as one highwayman after another was slaughtered. Charging through the outer perimeters, the highwaymen charged in with killing intent. Ah! Good. Just in time. Hearing the voice, Iron Cloak Li's spirit was invigorated. Wang Chong's Wuzi steel sword had forced him into a corner, and he had no choice but to seek help from others. The appearance of the horse gang was just in time. Brat, let's see how long you can last. Just accept your fate obediently. A powerful burst of stellar energy burst forth from Iron Cloak Li's body, and he actually managed to withstand Wang Chong's 8 steps of the furious flood dragon. Nay. The neighing of the highwaymen grew louder and louder, and the faces of the cavalrymen warped in horror. Wang Chong and Bai Siling's faces paled, and their hearts sank to the bottom of an abyss. Even if they had the Wuzi steel sword, it was already too late. Their final chance had failed as well. What awaited them now was the order to wipe them out. Everyone, listen up. Ignore everything else and focus on attacking Iron Cloak Li. Even if we die, we must drag him down with us. A resolute gleam flashed across Wang Chang's eyes as his resounding voice echoed in everyone's ears. Right after those words were spoken, Wang Chong executed the single-character consecutive slash once more, and with a flicker, he charged toward Iron Cloak Li. "Brat, no matter what happens to the others, I will kill you today." Iron Cloak Li flew into a rage. Wang Chong was already on the brink of death, and yet, the other party was still thinking of dragging him down with him. This infuriated Iron Cloak Li to the point where he felt like his lungs were about to explode. It was this brat's fault that so many of them were killed by the 40 cavalrymen. Iron Cloak Li could ignore the others, but Iron Cloak Li was determined to kill this brat. "I would like to see how an ant who hasn't even reached true martial realm like you will be able to kill me." Iron Cloak Li's eyes were brimming with killing intent. His body swayed, and like a hawk, he soared into the sky. There was a flash of light, and a black silhouette flew out from his body to envelop Wang Chong. Stellar Energy Iron Cloak. At the very last moment, Iron Cloak Li finally brought out his strongest Stellar Energy Iron Cloak. He wanted to shroud Wang Chong in his Stellar Energy Iron Cloak just like the other cavalrymen, crushing the latter's bones and turning him into a bloody mess. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart and the rage he felt from losing so many of his elite subordinates. He wouldn't let anyone else do the dirty work of this brat. He would kill him personally. Movement in the air wasn't as convenient as on the ground, and without the help of the white-hoofed shadow, Wang Chong wasn't going to be as lucky as before. With a flash of light, the Stellar Energy Iron Cloak fell from the sky and enveloped both Wang Chong and his sword. Even if Wang Chong's sword could pierce through the Stellar Energy Iron Cloak, there was no doubt that he would die this time. With the Stellar Energy Iron Cloak restraining Wang Chong, it was also restraining his sword. This time, nothing could threaten him. Siling, now is the time. Strike. Just as Iron Cloak Li was about to crush Wang Chong into a ball of flesh, Wang Chong's shrill voice suddenly sounded from beneath the Stellar Energy Iron Cloak. "What is that?" Iron Cloak Li's heart jolted in alarm. No matter how slow he was, he could tell that something was amiss. For a young soldier to be ordered to do something even though he was on the verge of death, it couldn't be anything good. He couldn't help but feel as if he had been schemed against. Before he could figure out what was wrong, he suddenly heard a bellow by his ear, accompanied by the shrill whistle of a sharp object piercing through the air. Iron Cloak Li felt as if the voice was right beside his ear. Had it been any other time, Iron Cloak Li would have been able to dodge it easily. But in order to deal with Wang Chong, his body was in the air, and his movements weren't as convenient as before. Hong Long. In that instant, Iron Cloak Li only had the time to gather all of his stellar energy and send out a palm strike before a sword pierced through his neck. Iron Cloak Li's powerful stellar energy was actually unable to stop it in the slightest. That sword! Looking at the familiar tip of the sword protruding from his neck, a gleam of understanding flashed across Iron Cloak Li's eyes. After which, his vision turned dark and he lost consciousness. "Leader!" A shrill cry echoed in the air. To the highwaymen who had rushed over ferociously, what they saw was a sight that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A young white-clothed girl became one with her sword in the void and pierced through the leader's neck with her sword. Just when everyone was at their happiest, most excited, and most in the upper hand, their leader was stabbed to death. In that instant, everyone felt their limbs turning cold, and their hearts plummeted to the depths of the abyss. Assassinated! Assassinated! To think that he would be assassinated! At this moment, time seemed to have come to a standstill. Even the neighing of the war horses had been suppressed. To the highwaymen who were galloping over from afar, there was no doubt in their minds. They could see everything clearly. At the very last moment of victory, the young soldier had suddenly used himself as bait to steal the stellar energy iron cloak from their leader. At the same time, the divine weapon he was carrying had slipped away from the stellar energy iron cloak, drawing an arc in the air before falling into the hands of the young white-robed lady. The latter had relied on that divine weapon to become one with the sword and pierce through the leader's neck, ending the entire battle and changing the outcome of the battle. Just like that, a sure-win battle had been reversed. So, with Iron Cloak Li's death, the stellar energy Iron Cloak dissipated, and Wang Chong immediately fell from it. Pung! Pung! Pressing his palm against the ground, Wang Chong leaped forward and sliced off Iron Cloak Li's head with a single slash. Iron Cloak Li is dead. Anyone who dares to go against the army will only be courting death. Even if he escapes to the western regions, he'll still be doomed. Holding the sword in his right hand and grabbing Iron Cloak Li's head with his left, Wang Chong stared at the highwaymen with a cold gaze reminiscent of a deity, instilling fear in them. Hu Lang was dead, more than 80 of their brothers were dead, and more than 100 of their elite bandits were dead as well. Now, even their invincible leader had fallen under the schemes of this young man. At this very moment, even someone as ferocious as Chong Dao couldn't help but shudder in fear at the sight of that young man. No one knew what the young man was up to, and no one knew what tricks he had up his sleeves. The 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen had killed their leader and more than 200 of their brothers. How many of the remaining 20-odd men should they kill? At this moment, even the most ferocious of bandits couldn't help but feel fearful. The morale of the army had completely crumbled. When their leader was around, they still had a reason to fight for him. But now, that reason no longer existed. Even if they managed to kill these soldiers by a fluke, it would be meaningless. Not only would they not gain anything from this, they might even lose their lives. What are you waiting for? Scram! Raising his head, Wang Chong stepped forward and bellowed. In an instant, the bandits seemed to have awoken from a dream. Hong Long Long, as though they had received a huge fright, the bandits of the various strongholds scattered in all directions. Following that, a large group of highwaymen also scattered in all directions, devoid of fighting spirit. In just an instant, the 80 highwaymen and bandits had been completely wiped out. Lord, we've won. A surviving Tang dynasty cavalryman walked over and exhaled deeply. We've won, but we haven't won yet. Let's go, we still have one last thing to do. Shaking his head, Wang Chong raised his head and gazed at a corner in the distance. The battle cries were getting louder and louder.